All right. Well, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. If you're our folks up in the Grog Empire in the Far East, they would be, I don't know, it's like 2 or 3 in the morning. So I'm sure they're not awake. And if they are, they're better people than us. So welcome to Grogtalk. I'm James.
I'm Dan.
And so where are we from today, Dan?
Well, I believe we're in the sixth. We're still in the abyss, of course.
Right.
I think we're in the sixth layer, aren't we?
Did we there, or were we at the 7th layer? I forgot which layer it was. And I kind of sprung this on you, so.
I think we're on the sixth.
Let me check.
Though it's funny, even when we plan things, I assume we come across as though you're springing things on me.
No, we're on the 7th, based on my notes.
Oh, okay.
We were with Lou in the 6th layer, so now we're on the 7th layer.
I think we're beyond the known layers, basically. Well, I've got this as, oh yeah, you're right, 7th, yeah, because it was the, yeah, so I've got.
Oh. Yeah, as soon as you touched your computer.
Lizard Kings is.
Yeah, as soon as you touched your computer, all of a sudden things started freaking out.
There.
So. Hello? Hello. Well, he's kind of with us. Dan, you with us?
Am I with you?
Yeah, now you are, yeah.
Should we restart the show for editing purposes? And I won't touch anything. You asked me, and I knew
fault.
better.
That's my fault. Yeah, you can't.
No.
Do you have all your notes for today, or is this going to happen?
I do.
Okay,
I
good.
do.
Good. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it works fine for what we've been talking to each other for 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden it all falls apart. So let's see. Let's see if our chat is working.
Restart. Yeah, and you're freezing up on me. I'm wondering if I should restart.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be a bad idea. It says poor connection. I don't know if it's poor connection with you or poor connection with me.
Oh.
I hope it's not you. I hope it's not me. Now it seems okay.
Mine seems okay.
All right. Maybe it was me. So, all right. Well, that's why we came on early. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's restart the show because you edited this thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's just start it new.
That's right. So welcome to Grogtalk. I'm James.
I'm Dan.
And where are we from today, Dan?
We're still in the abyss, but we are getting, well, we're getting closer to getting out, I guess. If there's a way out at the bottom. We're on the 7th layer of the abyss, which appears to be the home of the demon lord of lizards and lizard men. So.
Oh, very nice. I don't know why lizard men would be in the abyss, though.
It's as good as any other layer, I think, isn't it? I think.
Well,
really?
Just lizard men are neutral, so why would they be in the abyss?
Well, that is interesting. Well, you're tempting me to look it up on the internet.
No, don't do that.
Should I do it? Should I look it up?
No. There'll be no looking up on the internet. We're just going to go blind here. So, for those who are yet again confounded by our scheduling, this is we're going to do a quick Grog Talk just to set the stage for what we hope is a special event where Dan and I will be running a patron exclusive where we bring a number of our friends together to play first edition Dungeons & Dragons. And we're going to be playing the Halls of Tizun Thane, written by Albie Fiore, which was published in White Dwarf what month?
April, May 1980. And so 40 years ago. Oh,
perfect.
This month. And just to let you know, there is BBC footage of Albie running the game. You can find it on Twitter. It was posted, I believe, on BBC's Twitter page. It was Albie Fiore running it with Steve Jackson was one of the players. And it was in May of 1980. So that footage. So we're going to be doing what they're doing, not as well, but we're going to be doing what they were doing 40 years ago.
Oh, I remember that. I mean, I've seen that footage before. It was like a BBC, it's almost like 60 Minutes. They're in like a bookstore, a library, and they're in a small little table, if I remember correctly.
You're thinking, yes, wait, so there's two of them.
Oh, there is?
There's one where it was a show, which was, yes, where they go and they see Albie and they see Steve Jackson, and and Ian Livingstone is there too. And there's a separate one where it's a shorter one, little segment of some other show. And in the one that the BBC did, Albie has this, enormous afro.
Right.
and I was really tempted to get a wig. Like you probably find, don't you think? Like one of these, a big sort of Albie Fiore afro to wear for the game. But then I realized this is going to be on YouTube forever, maybe.
Well, it is going to be, as long as forever, assuming YouTube's never going away, yes, for all posterity. And someone would pull that up in your, because you have only 2 years left, so.
That's true, and that's of course how I want to be remembered.
With a giant fro and speakers,
Yes, not the rainbow-colored one like you see at the football games.
Yeah, the Bob Ross is what you're looking for.
Exactly.
Right.
The Bob Ross. Well, we should probably get moving along, right?
That's right.
Because this is a special matinee edition.
That's right.
Of Grogtalk.
Exactly.
Tickets were only 99 cents.
99 cents. So today we're only doing random account and spell selection, and so we still have our champion, correct? Charlotte has not been killed yet at this point.
Charlotte is 2-0, I want to say.
2 or 3-0. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, wow.
So
it is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So all right. So Charlotte. So we're going to do the Dorso roll.
Correct.
And I will roll a 6-sided die. It is a 3, which means
the Fiend Folio.
This is great. Carlos Leising, our good friend, would be very happy that we are edited by Don Turnbull.
That's right.
We've had 2 guests on who've had a little bit of had back and forth with Don Turnbull.
That's right.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Well, apparently he was a force or a figure. I'm not sure.
Ed Greenwood, back and forth with the Fiend Folio.
Oh, that's right.
And Lou Pulsifer, who didn't remember it, but had a back and forth with Don Turnbull over an NPC character classes, whether it was that was the issue. Was it not an NPC class? Was it recommended for PCs, and it was evil, and so was that bad? But okay.
Oh, that's right. Which again is a tie-in to. No spoiler alert. There is a tie-in.
I know. I screwed that up last week. Actually, I feel bad about that, but that's okay.
There is a tie
tie-in
to this module with the Lou Pulsifer. So there's a tip for our fellow adventurers. All right.
Right.
So what are we doing?
You're rolling a die 10 because we need to figure out where we are.
Like it.
I mean, we know we're in England somewhere.
3.
3. We're in a dungeon. Wait, but we're in the Abyss. So I guess they could have dungeons in the Abyss, don't you think?
Absolutely. They'd have an abyssal dungeon.
Okay, so we're in an abyssal dungeon. So I now need you to roll percentile dice.
Hold on. Percentile dice. Got it.
Yes, please.
And we're looking, and we're rolling a number 3.
A giant ant.
Okay, giant ant.
I don't think this is going to go well for the giant ant.
Well, giant ants are pretty beefy, if I recall.
Oh, really? Yes, I think someone was complaining about how giant ants are maybe actually a little bit overpowered compared to what you'd think. But let's take a look and
they're
not speculate.
Remember, and I think though we've done a giant ant.
Yes, because remember, look.
Yes, the picture.
Does this sound familiar? Yeah, I've got the picture of the dead ant.
The dead ant on here. So
it's actually on.
I think we have.
Yeah, it's a reroll.
We have to reroll. That's too bad.
We did do the giant ant. Yeah.
8. Hopefully it's not a.
Oh yeah, they're 8. They're AC3 and 8. Okay, hold on. I got to get
Hopefully it's not a giant ant again.
Fiend Folio back out. If it was, that would be a big spread. There'd be a lot of giant ants running around. Okay, hold on. Oh my gosh, there's somebody at the door. Someone's trying to come in. Who is it? Oh, it's my familiar. Okay.
Oh, very nice.
8. Giant fire beetle.
Giant fire beetle. Okay, that's good.
Giant fire beetle. All right.
So is that under beetle fire?
Oh, there's a good picture under beetle. You know the picture I'm talking about?
Yeah, by the town.
They're running. Yeah.
Because when they're attacked by the rhinoceros. Well, which giant beetle is it?
It's a giant fire beetle.
Oh, fire. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Which makes sense.
Exactly.
We're in the abyss. Right? Oh, this is terrible. I didn't realize this. Do you know what their frequency is?
Look at all of them, except for the rhinoceros one.
They're just everywhere.
Exactly.
We really need to go through the monster manual and find all the common monsters to get a better sense of the way things really are on the prime material plane. Because you know how, who was it? I think Carlos Lysing said that he'd been given the advice that when you run an adventure, you should always look at the wandering monster chart first to get a sense of who's down there, right? What's going on? Well, you know, a lot of these, when we see the frequency is common, I think it is giving us information of the way of the state of the world that we weren't familiar with, right? I mean, just walking down the street and a giant
right.
I know it's not a giant fire beetle, right? But basically, right?
And of your choices, this is one of the better ones to get.
Oh yeah, now okay, let's take a look. AC4, that's rough. That's a good armor class. 12-inch movement, they're fast. Yeah, there's not a lot of hit dice. 1 at 2 to 8. 2.5 feet long. They're not intelligent. Do you find that odd? It's not.
The only one that's intelligent is the boring one, because it's boring. Get it? Sorry.
Yeah, right, exactly. You got to have some intelligence to be boring.
That's right.
Okay, so fire beetles, the smallest of the giant beetles. Fire beetles, nevertheless, are capable of delivering serious damage with their powerful mandibles. They are found both above and below ground, being primarily nocturnal. Fire beetles have 2 glands above their eyes and 1 near the back of their abdomen, which give off a red glow. Oh, so they're very, I guess that's where they get their name.
Yep.
For this reason, they are highly prized by miners and adventurers, as this luminosity will persist for from 1 to 6 days after the glands are removed from the beetle. Well, wait, why are they highly prized for that? I mean, just the torch?
Yeah, basically.
So if you run,
people kill creatures for their tusks. So now we have people. There's nothing unusual. The great fire beetles gland trade of Greyhawk.
Yeah, but the shelf life is it's 1 to 6 days, right?
Yeah.
You don't turn it. It's not like you can't turn it on and off. I'm assuming.
Correct. It'd be easier just to charm the beetle.
Yes.
But I don't know with the what is it? Charm woodland animals or charm animals?
Oh, so you can't do that if they're not intelligent.
I don't recall. That's the thing. I don't know if they have to have at least some intelligence.
Okay.
Right.
So
Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
It does. I mean, we'd have to look it up.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm looking it up. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to go back to the glands. So they have 2 glands above their eyes and 1 near the back of their abdomen. So they have 3 of these things. So you can pull out 3 of these glands.
Right.
Yeah, really, you're absolutely right. You need to charm, or at least need to capture the thing. So there's really more of a live fire beetle trade.
Yeah, you capture, or you breed them. I'm sure there's fire beetle breeders. And then when you go adventuring, they cut the things out. But they kind of remind me of the Dayglow sticks. That's what Bucky said on the internet.
Oh yeah, see, like at a sporting event, like at the arena.
That's right, at the rave party or whatever. They're just.
No, this is terrible. This 10-foot radius, that's nothing. Who is using? There is no fire beetle gland trade of any note. Why would there be? Why aren't you just buying a torch or land as 10-foot radius luminosity?
Well, because they last for days. So if you're playing it by the rules, torch lasts for an hour, and I think oil only lasts for a couple hours too. So that's a lot of money. Better apparently to kill a 1-hit dice creature that does 2 to 8 hit points who could eviscerate you than do that.
That's right. That's how cheap I am.
That's right. Hey, Dad, I'm going to be an adventurer. Can I buy some torches? No, we'll get our own fire beetles. Let's get down.
That's what I did back in the day.
I wrestled him down, pulled his gland out before he died.
I'm back. Go get some light for me, kid. Right. So, wait, and then, number 1, it's only 10 feet, which is terrible. Right. And then what do you do? It would look ridiculous. You wrap it, what are you going to wrap it around a torch?
Well, I assume
what do you wrap it around?
It's a gland, so it's kind of like this, piece of meat. I guess you can just put it on your, wrap it around you like this. It's kind of odd.
Does it pulsate?
I don't know. It just seems odd.
It seems very odd.
It does.
I've never had any player express a desire to rip out a fire
Well,
beetle.
but that's a common. I mean, not a common thing, but I know it's been done before. As far as, because I remember in a couple of adventures, especially if you're trapped,
Yes.
like you don't have any of your
Yes.
supplies.
You're right.
Very popular for that because
You're right. This is basically, I've been dropped in this, dungeon, right?
right.
And it's very labyrinthian, and I'm lost. I've escaped, but I can't find my way out. I've got nothing. I'm naked and afraid.
Exactly.
And I'm walking along. I'm basically Bilbo, right?
Right.
Trying to get out of the goblin
And
mines.
at least you have something.
And I find I got to kill it with my bare hands.
Right. Or you got I'm pretty sure there's been that. I'm sure there's been that where they, you make a blackjack with sand. I'm pretty sure A4 had that. It's reminding me of A4, that there's fire beetles, and so you can use it as light. But I could,
yeah, you're right.
Either that or fungus they had, something like that.
Yeah, you're right. It strikes me that it is a light source that you would use in a pinch. I'm not sold on the big, fire beetle gland trade, but.
Right.
So yeah, but so all right.
Let's make this happen.
Oh yeah, that's right. So okay. So I am the fire beetle. I'm not feeling good.
That's right.
I shouldn't feel terrible. You don't have a lot of hit dice.
No.
You're like 1+1?
Oh, I think I'm 1. Well, maybe 1+1. I think you're right.
I'm 1+2, buddy.
I'm looking it up.
I'm looking it up too. You're 1+1, my friend.
I am. All right. All right. So now it's surprise, correct?
Correct. As we learned, we roll surprise first.
They're betting on the spider already. Can you believe that?
Oh, I'm gonna win.
Well, here's a surprise.
Oh, I dropped my die. Hold on.
Charlotte's rolled a 1.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, hold on. Don't get a 2, right? A 3.
3.
So I get a segment of surprise. So we don't do distance.
That's right. We do. Well, it's 10 to 30 feet. We said, right? Isn't that the rule? If it's surprise is dictated.
Oh yeah, as long as I can attack, right? Doesn't it say that if we're going this again?
Well,
I thought it said
this is the newest rule we decided, right? Not newest rule. We've adopted this rule based on.
Yeah, it's from 1979. It's new to us.
Right.
We're a little late.
It's under page 62, number 5.
Thank you.
Surprise. Surprise can only be a factor in close encounter situations. If either parties are surprised, the distance must be within 10 to 30 feet. Or it must be less as determined under the actual area modifier. That is the actual area of 40 by 60 foot room. If the surprise exists, the distance between the parties would be 1 to 3. So again, we don't know what we're in, so it's from 1 to 3. So roll a d6.
Okay.
So if you're within 10, well, you can charge if you want, and depending how.
Well, I'm charging, buddy.
Depends. And if you're within 20 feet, you would be able to attack. If not,
20 feet. I rolled a 3. That's 20
that
feet,
is, right? So you get your charging attack. So you get plus
charging.
Plus 2.
Charge of the fire beetle.
Yeah, charge. That's right.
All right, here we go. Charge of the fire beetle.
All right.
This is it, man. You never saw it come, buddy. You were so startled.
I am.
What are you doing?
She was mesmerized by those glands. Hey now.
True. What? Yeah, that's true. If the last thing you're like, if you ever like, what are those 3 glowing things coming at me really fast?
Right.
Yeah. See, that's a tip. That's a pro tip.
That is a pro adventuring tip.
Oh, I got a 2.
2. You missed. I didn't have to look that up.
You know it's bad when your surprise roll is higher than your to hit roll.
Right. Yeah. That's not good.
3 to 2.
So it's initiative now.
Let's do it.
I think you're going to attack. Is that your action?
I am declaring attack.
Excellent. Here's ours. 6.
A 1. Oh.
All right. Let's see.
I had you. Hang on. I have good AC. All the Beatles do.
Yeah, but not 17 doesn't matter.
Oh.
So you take 1 hit point.
Oh, that's right. Oh, but now it's the save time.
Save time.
I'm 1 plus 2.
Correct.
Okay. Come on. It's going to be this fast?
Could be. Poison.
An 8. Oh, man. I had you, right?
You had.
I had you in the palms of my mandibles.
That's right. And now she is feasting, and I'm very illuminated in her feasting. It's like, this is so it's so convenient.
Yeah, so the spider has the 3 glands. So the spider is going to be illuminated for 1 to 6 days.
Yep, 1 to 6 days. Well,
until it has a movement.
Yeah, nothing like beetle dung that's glowing. Who's that guy that goes in the wild and eats the dung when he's trying to survive? Exactly, where poop glow. It's like,
you really should call the doctor when you see that happening.
Be careful if your poop is glowing. That's never good.
Oh, that's okay. That's very disappointing.
Well, that's why, you called it poison. It's a game changer.
It is a game changer. Wow. This spider, Charlotte may be going for a record.
Well, you might as well go by. And I think I like the 5. If you get 5 wins, you retire.
Yeah.
I like that.
So the Rocky Marciano rule. You retire undefeated.
Defeated the fire beetle. And now her poop is glowing. She's glowing poop.
No wonder player characters are so scared to death of large spiders.
Right.
I mean, this thing's going through the monster manual like A to Z.
Right. It's taking on all comers. It's Oh, is that the grog line? Someone calling saying, "Hey."
Let me see. No, it is not. I think it's my handyman. So I think without question, don't you think that Charlotte has earned a place, no matter what happens.
Right. You should go buy.
Charlotte has earned a place in the Battle Royale, don't you think?
Right. I think if it's like Tournament of Champions. If you win 3 times, you're in.
I want to do that on our last episode ever, or something like that, or penultimate maybe. Yeah. That we'll have the big tournament.
There should be a demi-human standoff.
Oh, you see categories,
right?
Like the types of class. Oh, and each one will have a representative.
Yeah, like the dog, the Best in Show Westminster.
Right.
There would
representing the oozes.
Exactly.
And jellies. Representing Team Jubilex.
That's right.
Team Jublex.
That's right. Team Jublex. The demi-human, the demon. There'd be the 5 or 6, and then Best in Show. It'd be just a battle off.
I like that. So we'll have to start it like about 6 episodes before the end.
Yeah, we'll come up with that as the final thing. By then, our hundreds of subscribers, or dozens, or okay, whoever's left at the time that hasn't been killed off by the virus, they will be super appreciative of it. But yeah, there would be. So Charlotte clearly is becoming. Here we have the teacup pudding. Exactly, that's what Bucky put in that for Best in Show. See, I like that idea.
I think there's a black pudding in a teacup in Teagle Manor, I believe.
Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah, be careful. All right, so that was okay. So that was that was very.
You can't stop her. You cannot stop her. You can just only hope to contain her.
Well, you know why, don't you? It's obvious.
She's trying to get down back. She's not going to stop till she gets back to Loth's lair.
Yes, she's got extra power here, I think, and I think that she's getting. I'm not saying there's any wrongdoing going on, but I'm sensing a little bit of home cooking going on. I think Loth is maybe helping out here a little.
No, I think you're right because, I could put a dice cam here so people could watch the dice rolling at the same time, so they don't go, "Hey, what's going on here? This looks a little shady."
Well, I want her to lose because then I want Divine Intervention and Loth to appear up.
We didn't do Divine Intervention.
Oh, hang on. We can do it, right? Is it going down? I'm not dead yet, am I?
Nope.
No, poison. Wait a second. Hold on. Poison rule. 1 round.
It's not 1 round.
I posted that. It is about 1 round. I posted that.
It said a minute or so. It didn't say.
Or so. It could be more.
It's okay. Let's go over this again.
Okay. I'm going to roll a 10-sided. Wait, plus or minus. What should I roll for plus or minus on the. It's getting complicated. It says a minute or so. In any event, I should get Divine Intervention. Why can't I do a final mandible attack on you? Cut off your legs.
I've said my ruling is if you want to do, you can either do Divine Intervention or you can attack. Which one would you like to do? Or you can get initiative.
Oh, that's true.
So
we're rolling for initiative now. You're right. I'm declaring. Oh, you know what I'm picking. Divine Intervention, of course. That's cooler. All right. I rolled a 3.
So what does that mean?
Oh, we're doing initiative. I declared, and now I got to win initiative,
Oh,
right?
okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Well, you did.
One.
Okay.
So
Well, you would just bite me again for another point. I mean, it's not like you can
Yeah.
kill me twice.
Yeah.
Okay, divine intervention. For a, is there a beetle god?
Could be.
All right. Well,
we have a ton of people. We have a
this.
ton of people watching. Apparently, people like this 1 o'clock start time. People are liking this. They're like, it's not in some ungodly hour.
What could have been if we'd only always started at a matinee show? We could have been,
Could have been a contender.
so much more popular. I got a 7.
Really?
Yes.
No. I'm not discounting.
No, I know you're just surprised.
I'm
I got a 7. I got a 7.
I'm surprised because I'm like, really? Okay, I'll keep my mouth shut. All right. So
we need help.
What is the deity of beetles? I think it would be like an Egyptian. I feel like it would be an Egyptian one.
They always have, yeah.
Would there be an Egyptian deity? But now the question is, will it a deity? We've talked about this. Is a deity going to go into the abyss? So they would send a creature, basically, right?
Oh yeah, I got to roll again to see whether it's the creature or right. I got to roll that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna roll that.
It's like
54. It's just sending a creature.
Yeah.
So it'll sort of it could have a creature in the abyss that's underneath its power.
So a beetle is a insect, correct? I'm not a biologist. It sounds horrible, but
could be.
Well,
my understanding are some are. That means to be an insect, you have to give birth to live young, and you have and you milk, right? You milk them. Is that right?
That's right.
All right.
No, it's
So who are we thinking of? You got an insect god for us?
Yes, Apshai, the demigod god of insects.
Okay. Are you Googling
No.
is a beetle an insect?
Well, people are very happy on the West Coast because finally it's not 2 in the morning when.
Well, it's all about your priorities, folks.
Well, the problem is it's a good problem. We have folks all over the world who listen to this nonsense.
Right.
So there's never a good time.
The problem we have is it is about priorities.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do I find this? Are we on agreement?
Yeah, page 45.
Okay, but the question now is what's being sent.
Well,
we've had this before, haven't we? Didn't we have the giant wasp business?
Yeah, we'll read Apshai, and then I think it explains what he will be.
Oh, it does. Oh, a great praying mantis.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Is there a giant praying mantis anywhere?
I feel like it's in the Monster Manual too.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, when you want wacky stuff, that's where you go. Okay, that would be awesome.
Let's see. I think praying mantis or something like that.
Oh, I don't know.
I thought there was a mantis. I have to. This is where it falls off the rails because I know people are shocked, but we don't plan this.
Yeah, what you pay for. You could send how about a pernicon?
Okay, what's
brightly colored insect like a grasshopper, about 2 inches long.
or a thrikirin.
Where's that? What's that?
The governor, from Oakland, is on. Hello, sir. Welcome to Grogtalk. See, we got all our West Coast. West Coast is representing because we're on at a normal time. So we need to do this every once in a while to let our West Coast folks see us live.
Matinee episode.
I'm sorry. Yeah, matinee. Exactly. What were you saying? What did I say?
Well, I got your praying mantis, and on that there's no praying mantis that I found, but I found a pernicon.
Yeah, okay.
A brightly colored insect, rather like a grasshopper.
Perfect.
He's terrible. Here we go.
Where is that on? What page?
Oh, I'm in the Fiend Folio, sir.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you were looking at a pedipalp. These are whip scorpions, but we really don't want a scorpion. So, okay. So we're going to Fiend Folio?
Yeah, the pernicon? That thing's terrible.
Well,
yeah, all right, pernicon. Let's do it. How about a slad? We're in the lizard territory.
Yeah, okay, so pernicon.
or a tiger fly.
Oh, okay. Just pick one.
Okay, well, I said pernicon.
Yeah,
So
he
let's
looks
do
like
it.
a grasshopper. Yeah, that's grasshopper,
Yeah, all
praying
right.
mantis. Okay, perfect.
So that dude shows up, the pernicon shows up, and it's like, yeah, attack that that large spider. And the pernicon's like, what? Seriously? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong?
All right. What do
Oh,
you want us to do? Surprise again, or what are we doing?
oh yeah, I should get a chance to surprise you, right? What's my surprise chance? Oh, it's got to be a lot. This thing appears out of nowhere. Come on, man. 1 in 4.
All right. 1 in 4.
Don't you agree?
Okay, I'll roll it. 3.
3 attacks. Here I go. I'm rolling. I got a 16,
Well,
a
that may have
13,
actually hit.
and a 7. Don't worry about it. I do 1 to 3 hit points.
Well, but then it's initiative.
I have Constitution drain.
Yeah, I'm not.
Usually inoffensive, but will attack if disturbed. I'm disturbed, all right.
What'd you roll?
It leaps
16.
yes, and then a 13, I think, and then a 7.
Okay, so you hit once.
It leaps on its victim, so I'm on the spider and grips exposed flesh with its pinchers at the rear of its abdomen. How are you even going to handle me, man? I'm on you.
Well, there's no need to hit after this point. So,
Oh, look at this. It also drained water and other bodily fluids from the victim. All right. Well, why? How many hit points do you have?
well, I don't know. I have to roll.
Okay.
I don't think we ever rolled it because she's never been hit before. This is the first time.
Oh, yeah. Continue automatically without needs for it to hit roll.
3 points. So if she has,
Oh, if I get a 5 or 6, you're done.
that's right.
That'd be hilarious.
It's getting sucked out.
5.
Oh, that's it.
It's over. Oh my gosh. What happened?
So now the pernicon is there, or do we? Does she?
No, I think she blinks out,
Right.
and then it's 2 new ones.
2 new ones. I love it.
Wow, that's Charlotte. All that, and Charlotte is killed by divine intervention with a pernicon.
Right.
Wow.
Wow. This is a special matinee special, and it's my fault because I opened my mouth saying, "Hey, there's divine intervention." Normally, you're the one who's. I'm like ready to move on, but that was super exciting.
So the pernicons, I'm eating you, man.
Well,
I'm eating this.
But the other problem is the spider was eating the beetle. So now the pernicon is full of luminescent juice.
Right. So that's what happened. The spider is eating the beetle, sucking in the glands.
Right.
And then, I'm not dead yet. The beetle, that last final prayer from the beetle. The pernicon appears in air, I guess, and just leaps onto the back of the spider, takes a bite out of the spider, and is now draining the spider. And you're right. And now we have a glowing, luminescent pernicon.
Right. But who
returns
back to Apshai.
And they're like, what? What happened?
I've done my bidding. See, you made the right choice. You could, in his dying breath, the non-intelligent beetle somehow prayed to Apshai.
Yeah.
And the pernicon
Stranger
happened.
things happened.
I love it.
All right, that was very cool. All right.
And if you and we did this for our West Coast people. I love it. That was awesome. All right, spell selection. So we talked about this. So why are we doing spell selection a little different today, Dan?
Because since we are running a game this afternoon, to keep things moving along with the game, we thought what we would do is we would roll up the spells that the PCs, the magic user and illusionist, the spells they have during this segment. So that way we can hit the ground running. So the cleric, of course, will be able to pick her spells because she can pick any spells she wants. But we're going to roll up for the magic user and the illusionist, right?
Correct.
All right.
Which I think is super fun.
And no, so we've got to go to the DMG for the magic user spells,
That's
right?
correct. And we shall not be using the book that shall not be named for the illusionist spells. We will just instead randomly roll them, which I like even better.
Correct. So where is that? We got that chart with an offensive, a defensive,
Yeah,
and
it's kind of like somewhat later in the thing. I forgot exactly where.
spell acquisition.
60
Spells.
something? 60?
39 to 40?
39. Wow.
Maybe? I don't know. I'm looking at the index. That's always
Yeah,
dangerous.
39. Correct.
There it is. All right. All right. James, you want to do the rolling or?
Right, so you're going to keep track of this? Or am I keeping track of this?
I will. I will get out the character sheet. So we're gonna do first. We'll do Mildred, the magic user. So I will write it down on her sheet.
Okay, great. So read magic comes automatically. So for
Right.
those who haven't played first edition, in the spirit of, you know what, you don't get to pick your spells. What kind of craziness, what kind of game are you playing? You get to pick your spells. Unless the DM is, Dungeon Master's very, if your campaign is particularly difficult, you may wish to allow choice automatically, but we don't do
Wait,
that.
we don't wish.
Right, we don't wish that at all. You could also...
And it just says may. So our game is difficult,
Right.
but we don't wish.
Right. So you are to automatically give read magic and then give one of an offensive, defensive, miscellaneous spell. And so we will roll a d10. So for offensive,
Hope you don't get a 0.
I rolled a 1, Burning Hands.
Okay.
And then defensive, 10, we can choose.
Oh, so we'll choose.
Yeah.
Okay. From one of these, or yeah, it's got to be from one of these defensive ones, obviously, right?
Correct. I like the I like Spider Climb.
Let's do it. That's always a fun one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then miscellaneous. 1, Comprehend Languages.
Okay.
Now, this magic user is a second level magic user, correct?
Oh, correct. So we were going to give, that's right, we were going to give 2 additional spells that the magic user would have acquired through the process of adventuring.
Right. So I think that should be a random roll.
Right? Because that's like what? Like, how would you do that? Like, you get like a, well, how would you get you'd have to use a write spell if you get a scroll. So how do you acquire more spells as a magic user that are not scrolls? How do you get them into your book? I know we've covered this.
Well, you have to get special ink and write them in, but typically you would use write spell because A, it's faster. It doesn't take a day per level because most people use the scroll writing standard of 1 day per level of spell to write a scroll. So they assume it's the same in your book. And but write says it can take, an hour to do that. But the problem is that the materials are very expensive. It says, I think the ink has to be no less than 200 gold pieces.
Well,
if
we're
you
going to
can
be
find
nice.
it at all.
Well, we were going to be nice and give 2 extra first level spells in the magic user spell book, correct?
Yes. I'm sorry. What was that, Dan?
We're going to give the magic user 2 extra first level spells in their spell book for this game, right?
Well, there's a question from Jonathan. Hello, sir. How are you? And if for those who are playing at home, Jonathan is the person who's going to send us his Dungeon Master guide. He is the Chancellor, his sublime Plague Lord of Seattle, one of our West Coast people. So he had a question. I thought the magic user got to choose 1 new spell with each level of advancement. Yes, that is correct. But it's typically what I've played is this is where if you have a town or a city, not every magic user shouldn't have every spell. They should have a handful of spells. So I typically say, well, you go to Bob the magic user, who's your master. You can pick from the 7 spells that he has, and that's assuming the master wants to teach you that spell. He may not feel you're ready for it. So it depends how much of a jerk and role player you want to do with that. But yes, it says if they go up in level, they are to acquire another spell, which is considered part of the training cost for that.
So right. So it would have been automatically 1 spell.
Right.
So, all right. So maybe we should just do the 1 spell. Are we feeling
Yeah, just 1 spell. Yeah.
Just the 1, and we'll do what? So a random, it's going to be first level still, right? Because
first level, correct.
Right, because it's level 2, so you only cast first level spells.
That's right.
Correct?
That's right.
Okay. So, I have a 30-sided die.
You do?
Yeah. Not with me. Wait, where is it? I had it somewhere here. Oh, my 30-sided die's gone missing. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to I'm going to 30-sided die.
Well, and so while we're doing, Jonathan put in, I figured it was part of the training to develop their own spell. So that is interesting. When you say develop your own spell, I would look at that as spell research. And there's rules about that which are pretty intense and require to be a higher level magic user. The assumption that I've always had was that they would go to their master and learn that. And now the other implication is, if we don't do it, what you're saying, then if they went up a level and you self-trained, you would not get another spell at that point. So, which is why most people never self-train, because it takes twice as long, costs twice as much, and in this case, you wouldn't get a spell. But yes, there's rules in the DMG about spell research, and this is where you can create your own spells. And if I remember correctly, you at least have to be, I don't know, 7th level or something like that. I'm sorry, it's in the book there. So if someone can write down, I know I saw Adrian on, I'm sure one of you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how we typically ran it. Go ahead, did you roll your D30?
I did. I rolled an 8, which is erase.
Oh, perfect. Erase is wonderful.
Yeah, because, because low-level magic use is already so powerful, right? Why should we make sure that they have useful spells?
That's right. Well, he has a useful spell. He has Burning Hands.
That's a she, my friend.
She, excuse me. I apologize.
Burning Hands, Spider Climb. And I've given some scrolls. It's got Magic Missile and Push.
Yeah, Push. Well, there you go.
Okay.
So
it's
just interesting. Jonathan's funny. He just said, but I really don't want to derail stuff. That's our whole show. If we're not derailed, that's what we do here. We're completely derailed.
Yeah, there is no script. Let's be clear. I mean, knowing we're going to do random monster and spell selection, that's basically the prep that James and I did for this episode of Grogtalk literally was me saying, so what are we doing? What, random monster and spell selection? And you said, yes, that sounds good.
Yeah. To our credit, though, we normally have an outline for that. But let's keep going. So now we're doing the illusionist spell.
We do. I don't mean it. You're right. James does put together. I try to be the joke maker. James does put together an agenda each time. Okay, so now it's on to illusion. So so it's going to be how many spells are we going to give? Oh, you get how many do you get at first level? You get the.
Well, they don't have read illusionist magic in this version. So So at the top of page 39, illusions don't need read magic. Blah 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 blah. Read magic. Blah 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 blah. When the first level receives his first spell book, it contains 3 spells. The DM should roll D12 on the table, rolling 3 times, ignoring any result that results in duplication. If the DM feels his campaign is unusual, her campaign is unusually difficult, he or she may allow the player to choose 1 or even 2 of these initial spells. So the answer, of course, is no.
We do not feel.
We don't.
That. Okay, so all right. So you want to roll a D12 3 times?
I do.
Ignoring any. Results are the same.
I'm going to roll 3 at one time and see what happens.
Oh.
Love rolling. So I got a 2.
Change self. That's a good one.
That's a good one. I got a 6. Detect illusion.
Okay.
And I got a 12. Wall of fog.
Oh, those are pretty good.
Yeah. Well, we only have 12, and none of them are mending, or push, or message.
Right.
You've really there's not a terrible spell in any of the bunch, for the most part. They're somewhat useful. I mean, it's not Phantasmal Force or Color Spray, which would be amazing, but,
Well, that's true. And I gave a scroll of Audible Glamour, Change Self, so 2 change selves.
Right.
Selves, and Phantasmal Force. So,
Oh, they have Phantasmal Force? They're in good shape.
As a scroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave Phantasmal Force because, you're an illusionist.
And so what level? They're at 7th level power, these scrolls?
Yeah, I didn't write that down, but I think that's usually with the Player's Handbook. That was different, right? The Player's Handbook said one thing.
Yeah,
and
we went over this. We're doing scrolls. Like, it had some Fireball scrolls being written as 6, but we recall that you had to be at least 7th level to create a scroll. So we changed that, and we said 7th level.
I think we say 7th level.
Okay. And then we're going to let the clerics roll their own thing. Their own, not roll, they can pick their own spells.
Right.
Beforehand. So we've got a few minutes left. Hey, there, Martin's on. Very nice. Martin will be playing with us in a few minutes. So the plan is we're going to play. So what advice do you have for the players? You've run this a number of times, and I'm here just to assist. What is the advice you have for players in this game?
Well, I think that the advice I'd have for any adventure, which is that it doesn't necessarily have to be a hack and slash adventure. It can be if you want to make it hack and slash, that's fine. but it's a low-level adventure. So everyone here is level 2. It's for 1 to 2, levels 1 to 2, for 3 to 6 players. So we've maxed them out. They're all level 2, and there's 6 of them. So they're maxed out. So that's good news for them. But, people are walking around oftentimes with, single-digit hit points or a little bit above. So I think that would be my advice, is it doesn't have to be hack and slash.
Yes, this is a very old school module. If you fight everything, it is very likely your character. You could die even doing the right things, but if you fight everything, it's very unlikely you will not survive.
Right.
And resource management is very important.
Yes.
So that now, as a DM running it, so can I share the one thing you sent me and my reaction to it?
I can't remember what I sent you, but sure.
So,
oh yeah.
So Dan has run this a number of times in tournaments. So the original, we went over this last week, that were the Halls of Tizun Thane. The actual module in the White Dwarf is what, 6 pages long? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Yeah, 5.5 pages. So Dan says, here are my notes that I've prepared for this. And he goes, I added an appendix. So that's the first thing. An appendix on page 93 and 94.
There's a lot of page breaks.
So you took a 5.5 page module and now it is 94 pages long.
Shall I show him my folder? Hey, here's my folder.
Yeah. That's his book that he's ready to play with. So,
well, this is a hard look. I'm really looking forward to running it again. I'm really looking forward to running it with your help, because as you may have noticed, what Albie says is the adventure should be carefully refereed. I think it can be a challenging adventure to referee. They used the word referee more back then, right? Yeah. So I think it's a hard one to DM because there can be a lot of moving pieces going on, and so but it's fun. I mean, what I love about this adventure, as is true with so many adventures, particularly if they're well written, is that you oftentimes as the DM, you sit back and you just enjoy to see what the players decide to do. Where do they take you? I'm just along for the ride. I'm looking, I've run this thing 5 times. I'm just along for the ride. I'm just looking forward to seeing what people decide to do. So,
right.
A lot of choices to be made, I think.
I will say that this module or this adventure is packed full of information in its 5.5 pages. And if you think you're just going to show up, read it 30 minutes before and do a good job with it, this is not the one where, okay, I see the map. There's multiple levels potentially. There is some interplay between the creatures that are here. There's a couple of goals. So again, my advice as a dungeon master is, unless you're super comfortable playing it improvisational, this is one of these modules that you really can't get away with that, because it's not a railroad, but it is definitely requires people to there are factions, there's forces at work that you need to understand the dynamic if you're going to do it right, because it helps the players.
And we're gonna try to keep it moving along, obviously. So a lot of the background stuff that you would do ordinarily if you're running this, we're gonna fast forward past it, because we want to make sure that we're able to finish it in one session, of course. So we're probably not going to do a lot of random monster rolls, things like that, which is is unfortunate because it can be a lot of fun. I mean, I've used the random monster rolls in this game, and it's always fun to see what shows up and then to try to improvise why that particular thing is there. But we're gonna try to be able to finish it in one session. So, and I hope people. So I love backstories. James, this is something that we've talked about before. Whereas, when we would use backstories for characters, we were concerned that people wouldn't read them. And I do tend to go overboard. I mean, I've had backstories that are more than a page long, and I get that. That's probably way too much. Right? Who wants to read that? And now it's just becoming about me, right? As opposed to the players. But I hope that if you don't use your backstory, no worries at all. You don't have to. But if you have read it, I've tried to write backstories for the characters such that it can create some interesting things going on during the event. I wrote the backstories in part with an eye toward this particular adventure, and so that would be great if people took a look at those and did some role playing with their backstories.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we'll
You
see.
tied it into the thing, tied it into the adventure, and I think you do a fun job. That's one thing that my time with Dan has been a lot of fun. Where when we wrote you wrote the gnome module, and we did the trials of for SETI. You did a lot of the backstory work, which again makes it fun. So, all right, well, it's going to take a few minutes to get set up. I have to call 5 other people and arrange things, so we're going to take a quick, well, not quick, it's going to take about 10 minutes or so. We're going to get off, start adding people to this, get them arranged. Hello, Vic. The Scourge of the North is on, so we're going to get this all set up. So we will be back in about 10 minutes or so. It may take a little bit longer. So we will see you all in a few minutes, hopefully. Hopefully this will work. All right, we'll see you later. That's good. That needs to be turned off. 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 All right. I think think we're in good shape. So, everyone do a quick test. 1, 2, 3.
Check,
1, 2,
check.
3.
1, 2, 3.
All right. So, all right, excellent. I think we're cooking with gas. So, Dan, we are ready. We're all here. We're ready to go.
Okay. So thank you, gentlemen, and Jeannie. Welcome to the playing of the Halls of Tizun Thane in honor of its publication 40 years ago in White Dwarf, the adventure by Albie Fiore. So, Tangly Redbeard, my understanding is you have a die 30. If you could please roll it.
27.
Gentlemen, it's in the fall. It is the 27th day of the month. A light snow is beginning to fall.
Hey, it sounds like Minnesota today.
Exactly. Just open up the windows. That's what it looks like. So you're traveling through a thick forest in search of adventure. Snow is starting to accumulate upon the ground. You get the sense, particularly the ranger, so particularly Jeannie, your character, would notice, Meadow Greenfield, would notice that it seems unnaturally quiet and there is little signs of wildlife. As dusk approaches, you come to a small village on the banks of a river. You ride through the village to a ferry landing only to find that the boat and the boatmen are locked in the boathouse, having closed for the day. You can sense that the river is far too dangerous to try crossing other than by ferry, and the sun is starting to set. The village that you've just passed through is very small. The only sign of life in the village comes from the ferryboat tavern and the stable next to it. As you return to the village, you notice villagers are scurrying about quickly as the sun is starting to set. They're going inside their houses. They're closing up their shutters. And what you notice, Tangly, this is very interesting to you, Tangly Redbeard, the dwarf, you would notice that all of these houses are built out of stone, which is interesting because the furthest away, the closest mountains are to the south, far in the distance. And Tangly, you would recognize that it would have taken quite a bit of effort to get all of this stone here to the village to construct these houses. You take your horses to the stable, where the owner, a deformed cripple by the name of Gibbers Bliley, recommends that you stay the night in the ferryboat tavern, and you take his advice and head there. In the tavern, as the sun is starting to set, you notice other patrons who are having dinner start to get up and leave the tavern, one by one. At some point in time, the owner of the tavern, Bartrand Mendel, locks and bolts the door and pulls the shutters closed and fixes them with heavy iron bars. He's quite genial, though, and you strike up a conversation with him, and this is what you learn. He tells you tonight you should retire to your rooms and not on pain of death open the shuttered windows because of the night things. He explains to you that they are creatures, dark shapes, who come to the village and the surrounding woods at night, and they have killed many villagers. Villagers have been found disemboweled, and no one in the village would ever dare sleep outside during these times. Also, one resident who was on the path to the south one night recently heard the most terrifying, haunting cry in the woods, causing him to run in panic all the way back to the village. Now, the villagers have been talking about these strange events, and they've noticed that a magic user who used to live to the south, named Tizun Thane, and whose palace was at the end of the path running to the south, used to come regularly to the village. But for the past 6 months, he has not been heard of. And strangely, about 6 months ago is when these night things started coming to the village, and the villagers are wondering if there might be some connection. Now, they have heard some things of Tizun Thane's goings-ons about. For example, his brother, Diker Thane, who lives with him, has in the past 6 months sometimes sent his men to the village for supplies, but nothing has been said of Tizun Thane, and rumor is, and belief is, that maybe something has happened to Tizun Thane. Now, Bertrand tells you that the halls of Tizun Thane are rumored to be littered with treasure. Also, the daughter of a merchant in a nearby town has gone missing, presumed dead, but the merchant is still offering a reward of 1,000 gold pieces to anyone who can recover her 500 gold pieces for any information regarding her fate. She has long golden hair and was apparently quite beautiful. The villagers, in talking to you, and Bertrand talking to you, learns that you are adventurers. And he tells you that if anyone could put a stop to the marauding of the night things, the villagers could muster 2,000 gold pieces to pay to them. Now, I'm going to keep, gentlemen, and Jeannie, I'm going to move things along since we're on a time schedule here. So I'm going to let you know that you retire to your room. The owner locks you in. You hear a bar shut on the outside of your door. When you ask why he's doing this, he explains to you, if for some reason you were foolish enough to open up the windows to your room and a night thing got in, the bar is meant to protect the rest of the residents of the Ferryboat Tavern. Fortunately for you, you are not tempted, unlike other party members who've been in this adventure, you are not tempted to open the window, and the night passes uneventfully.
Hold it. I'd be tempted.
This is why we are fast forwarding. Vic, do you have somewhere to be?
No.
Okay. You want the night to pass uneventfully?
I can't peek out the window through like a crack in the window. Can I look through a crack through the window? Is there a crack I can see outside?
You can open up the window. You can, yeah. It's shutters. They can be opened by you. That's why he's got the bar on the door.
But is there a crack, like half an inch crack? I can look outside, but it is.
It'd be very hard. I mean, you got to remember it's dark outside.
I got vision.
Okay, if you want to take a peek outside to look to see if you see any sort of with your infravision, how long are you going to sit there and watch?
Oh, just a couple seconds. If I hear noise, that's all I'm going to do. If I hear noise, I'll take a quick peek.
Okay. So as you are looking out, the only thing that you would see is you can tell based upon your infravision that it looks like some deer in the woods outside. That's all you see.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. All right.
I have a question.
Yes.
If you don't mind. Well, the innkeeper said that the Thane brothers had, or that Dyke Thane, the brother of Tizun, had some of his men sent to the village within the last 6 months. How many men are at the manor? Like how many? Is it a whole household, or do they have a couple of servants, or do they have like a whole staff of soldiers and servants and such?
Yeah, so Bertrand tells you that over the past 6 months, he would probably estimate that he saw maybe about 6 different men come on behalf of Diker. How many men there are total with Diker, he doesn't know. He just knows that they said they were sent by Diker Thane, and he's counted a total of 6.
Thank you.
Oh, sure, you're welcome. All right, anyone and anyone else have any other questions that you want to ask? Because it's morning, you're having breakfast, the innkeeper is there.
Did we hear anything during the night?
You did not. There was no noise during the night.
Okay.
No. So the innkeeper has told you that the way to the palace is through the path to the south. And so I'm assuming you want to take the path to the south, that you want to investigate, right? So you know that there's a reward out there to recover the merchant's daughter. You were in search of adventure heading east. You know that there's rumors that something maybe has happened to Tizun Thane and that his palace is filled with treasure. That's, what you know at this point. So I'm assuming that you're going to want to head south.
Yes.
Okay, so the next morning, as you've decided to investigate the halls of Tizun Thane, you take the southern path. It is a small, overgrown track through the forest. The forest is quite dense. After about 2 hours of riding, about 10 miles, you reach hilllands at the foot of a cliff. The track leads through a narrow ravine, which is wide enough for single file only. Now, as you're traveling down this path, all of a sudden, right in front of you, a rock comes tumbling down. It appears to have been thrown, and you hear some screeching and some chattering up on the right at the top of the ravine.
Oh, no. What do we see up there?
You see nothing. You see what looks like maybe you see some bushes and some plants moving, and you hear chattering, but you can't see anything. The forest up there is too dense.
Do I recognize the language?
You do not. It was a chattering. Nope, you don't. It was clearly, it sounds like an animal.
I'll ride up and see.
You're gonna have to get off of your horse.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd want to be in a ravine anyway. So we're all just automatically in a ravine, or.
Yes, it got very narrow. It's your single file only.
Okay. Yeah, I'll ride up and see if I can find anything.
Well, it's quite dense. You're gonna have to leave your horses behind. You're gonna have to go up on foot if you want to go.
I follow Meadow on foot.
I will.
Okay, and who's that? And tell me, when you say I follow, just because sometimes I can't see who speaks. So which character is going up? I know Meadow.
Mildred.
Okay, Mildred and Meadow, the M&M twins.
Yep.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, so you go up there and you stand up there and, you're just looking around. I mean, it's thick forest. The chattering has stopped. You don't see anything. Nothing that would lead you to believe you could tell what had thrown the rock.
No broken branches?
Well, so how much time are you going to spend searching? I mean, you're going to spend a fair amount of time?
I'm going to, I'll search along the ridge and look, and I'll look for signs like if there's, footprints, tufts of hair, anything, animal scat that would indicate anything that had been there recently.
Okay, so you're tracking.
So like 15 minutes maybe.
Okay, so you're tracking.
Yeah.
Okay, so Meadow, you do notice some broken branches. What's interesting, and you do notice some scat too. It looks simian to you, but it's not any that you've recognized. You don't recognize precisely what it is. It's new to you. And what's interesting too is you do notice that some of the broken branches are up in the tree. So it looks like there was probably, your best guess is that there was something up in the tree that carried up a rock and threw it from the tree, and you can tell has sort of, after throwing it, kind of made its way south. So, Meadow, Mildred, what you going to do? You going to stay up there, or are you going to come down?
Well, yeah, I think we should maybe let the rest of the group know, and then figure out a way to take cover or do something.
Indeed.
So we don't get clonked on the head.
Okay, so Meadow and Mildred return. They relay to you what Meadow has discovered. And so what are you guys going to do? So, and I can tell you that there are some places on the path where you could get cover, but of course it would only be temporary. You know, it's little alcove type areas.
All right, the gnome will go to one of the alcoves, take his ferret out of his pouch, speak to him in burrowing mammal, and send him off ahead as a reconnaissance. Go in about 30 yards, 50 yards, scout around, and then to come directly back.
So that would be Lanky, I believe.
Yes, Lanky. And so I'm also going to load up a stone bullet, or excuse me, a bullet into my sling and be prepared.
Okay. So Lanky says to you in burrowing mammal, he says, is it safe, Taupy?
It's safe. Stay hidden. Stay under the brush.
Okay,
you know what to do.
I trust you, Taupy. Okay, so you see this little. So you notice Taupy. Now you haven't adventured before, so you notice all of a sudden a ferret comes popping out of one of Taupy's bags, and
nice.
a little conversation ensues. And all of a sudden you see a little ferret go scuttling off, and he's kind of like dodging in and out of, he's kind of like hiding in shadows and things like that as he goes, and he disappears. So you're waiting some time. All of a sudden you see a little dust cloud. He comes running back. And Taupy, he says to you, "Oh, Taupy, dead body up ahead, dead body up ahead."
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
I can show you.
All right. Yes. Very eager. So let me tell our friends, and then we'll go investigate.
Yeah, follow me. And he just speeds off.
I tried to catch him real quick, but I was like, he'll be okay. And I go back and report to the rest that I have some super secret ferret information that I was able to gain. And I let them know what's happening, and that there's a dead body up ahead, and I know nothing more.
Excellent.
Okay.
Sounds interesting. Let's go there.
Okay. That's the plan?
I'd say I think we should creep up on this body and use half speed, creep up, conceal, hide as much as we can until we can see what happened to the body.
Oh, it's drawn.
Yeah.
I'm going to be looking up at the top of the ridge as I'm moving forward as well.
Yeah, I'll load my
Put my shield
crossbow.
up in case boulders or rocks start raining down on us.
Got it. Okay.
I think I'm going to make my way back up too, and then I'll try to stay within eye range of everybody, so everybody can see.
Parallel the group.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So Meadow's up on the ridge, and the rest of you are heading down the path. So slowly and carefully. So as you get closer, you do see you see a dead body, what you believe is dead anyway, laying face down, human size, face down in the ravine, and you notice that Lanky is. You notice that Lanky seems to be in this guy's backpack, because you see there's a backpack on this guy, and the backpack's sort of moving. Lanky seems to be in there. What do you do? Oh, and he's armored. The man is armored.
I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna creep up there, leave the group behind, and I'm gonna try to grab the backpack that the ferret is in.
Okay, all right. So you get up there. You
Is Lanky in the backpack?
the backpack is moving, and Lanky is not otherwise seen. So
Well, I'm going to ask Lanky's owner if he could ask Lanky what he sees in there.
Well, Talpy looks around and he calls quietly for Lanky, but he doesn't doesn't get an immediate response. So he's waiting and calling for him.
yeah, because Tangley, you grabbed the backpack, right?
Yep.
You hear Talpy? You hear? Help! Help! What's happening? What's happening?
And so
Talpy, save me!
Oh no.
So I'll move up and speak with the dwarf. Tangley, that's our reconnaissance friend in there. Let's get him out first before we start going crazy with this backpack.
I hand the backpack over.
Talpy, where are you?
All right, so I'll lift up the flap and gently shake it out to the ground.
Okay, so Talpy rolls out onto the ground, and clutched in his little claws is a piece of parchment.
I'm here, Talpy. I'm here, Lanky. I'm here, Lanky. Let me see what you've got there, and then I will wrestle or take the parchment from him.
Okay.
And try to read it.
Okay. So you unfurl the parchment, and written on the parchment is, "To gain entrance, say to the guard, 'Take us to your master.'" And there's then a wax seal, which bears the words, "Tizun Thane," barely legible. So, "To gain entrance, say to the guard, 'Take us to your master.'" And there's nothing of interest that you can tell on the body other than that. There is an old sword laying next to him. But you do know, so Tangley, you would have noticed when you went to grab the backpack, you would have noticed that it looks like this poor guy died from having his skull crushed. And there's a rock not too far from him. And the rock has some blood on it.
Okay.
Oh, is Tom trying? Tom, are you? I didn't hear Tom's audio. It looks like Tom said something, but I didn't hear Tom. Can you guys hear Tom?
Nope.
Cannot.
Oh,
It's very low.
I
I can barely hear it. He's got to turn up his mic.
It's very low.
Nope, now I can't hear him at all.
Did you change something? Yeah, because he was working.
Nope, barely can hear him. We can just barely hear him. It's like your mic is covered up.
Yeah, that's good. That
There you
was
go. There you go.
better
Something
when you
happened.
got it put it closer to yourself.
yeah.
I think something's loose with your mic.
Yeah, we sort of hear you now. Now we don't hear anything.
Nope.
Gone again.
All right, so he's gonna
Check the connection.
he's gonna work on that.
Might
Okay.
have to use the chat until then.
Dan, I want my character to pick up the sword,
Okay.
examine it, see if I can tell a manufacturer or anything like that, or if it's worth anything, and roll over the body so I can see what's underneath it.
Okay, so the sword does not to be of anything of note. It's a standard forged weapon, and you don't see anything. You just see his armor. The rest of his backpack just had some other just random items, nothing of value.
All right, and I search his body.
Yep, nothing of any interest on the body.
Is there any
Okay,
indication about how long he's been dead? Is it fresh blood? Is he still bleeding? Did this happen recently? Maybe 5 days ago? Any indication?
Sure. So your best guess would be probably like about 4 days ago.
Type of armor and race of this dead person.
Sure. Human, and the armor is chainmail.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Sorry, what was on the parchment? Was anything written on the parchment?
Yeah. So the parchment said, it said, "To gain entrance, say to the guard, 'Take us to your master.'" And it had a wax seal in which the words Tizun Thane are barely legible.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, question. Are any of our characters or anybody here human? Who's all human?
Me. I think.
That's it?
Yeah, we have.
I'm human.
Yeah, Meadow and Mildred, the
Yes.
women.
Do they both have chain mail on them?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Mildred?
Mildred's a magic user.
Yes,
Oh.
I have no chainmail. Only tattered rope.
All right. I'm going to grab the body and move it to the side of the road and sort of conceal it.
Okay. Okay, it's concealed as best it can. I mean, well, you certainly can conceal it because you've got the ravine goes up, obviously, and there's trees. So okay, so it's concealed.
I got to make my money back with the armor if I don't make anything inside the building.
Yes.
It's a stash. It's my stash. No money on this character, that dead guy either, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so are you going to continue on? And I know that Meadow is up top.
Well, I'm going to shout to Meadow and ask her if the coast is clear.
Yep, Meadow, you do not see anything, any sort of disturbance in the trees. You see where the creature went. He went south up along the top, the ridge line of the ravine, but it seems like whatever it was has moved on.
Okay, so I've been looking upwards and all around, and I'll let everybody know it's safe to come up. So,
If they
Okay.
choose.
if they want.
Okay, so how are you going to proceed? Are you going to proceed up top or down in the ravine?
Up top.
Okay.
Well, we have to leave our horses if we go
That's-
up top.
Yeah, it'd be very hard.
So I
Yeah.
ask everybody, well,
I'm gonna
what are we
dismount
going to
my
do with the
horse.
horses?
I'm going to dismount my horse and walk it to the left of me so that I use it sort of like as a shield and walk up the ravine with my crossbow loaded in one hand, the reins of the horse in the other.
Well, it's going to be very hard. I mean, you could probably get up there with your horse. It's going to take some time. It's very thick up there.
I'm saying through the ravine.
Yeah.
Damn. Staying
Oh,
in the
the ravine. I gotcha. Okay. All right. So Tangley is going in the ravine.
As
Is
is
any-
the gnome.
Okay. Taupe in the ravine.
Yeah, I'm staying in the ravine, and I'm going to follow that idea of dismounting and sort of walking alongside my horse.
Okay. Eslian in the ravine. Okay. Is anyone going?
Mildred. Mildred's going up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mildred. Mildred's going up. Got it. Okay. So
Do you want
Mildred.
us to take your horses?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Thank you,
so-
kind sir.
I have a question. I suppose my horse isn't trained well enough to just follow me, huh?
Mm-mm.
No.
No, I don't think. Unless he has a special ability.
I tie off Miss Greenfield's Meadows horse onto mine on the saddle so that her horse continues to follow.
Okay.
And Mildred's. No, somebody else can take Mildred.
I'll take Mildred's horse.
All right.
Yeah, use them to protect yourselves. I was going to say, I'm hoping by walking up above that I'm going to keep whatever was attacking us from coming back. So,
Okay.
strategy.
Okay. So the ravine travels on, and you all about at the same time. Then. Oh, I've lost pictures for everybody.
We see you.
You
Oh,
see-
okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. It's whoever's. Okay, I got it. It's somebody who doesn't have a picture. Okay, so you come to an old volcanic crater filled with water. You notice that a waterfall cascades down from the southeast. The water flows west quite fast, indicating a subterranean exit. The path leads out onto a rocky peninsula with sheer sides dropping 20 feet to water level. So let me just describe it again for you. So the ravine comes to an end. So obviously we've got Mildred and Meadow up top. They're seeing a bird's eye view of it. Everyone else is looking out straight at it. This large sort of volcanic crater filled with water. So it's like a lake now. And you notice a waterfall on the far end cascading down, and you notice the path continues out onto a rocky peninsula in the center, and you notice standing in the middle of this volcanic crater at the end of the peninsula a large palace. And on your
Whoever
left,
may live here. Might this be fabled Halls of Tizun Thane?
There's a big flashing light and an arrow pointing. No, there's not. That's not there.
yes, I tell you, it looks something like that.
Great.
Impressive description.
Is the palace surrounded by water on all 4 sides, or is it just 3 sides?
On 3 sides. So and I've got a bit of a picture that I can probably give to you guys. Can you see that?
Oh, you're kind of small, but yeah.
Yeah. So,
Right.
yep.
Okay.
So it is on the end of the peninsula. It is covered by water on 3 sides, but you could walk right on up there. So you notice on your left-hand side, you notice a marshy area, but you could walk right on up to the palace.
Is there a gate or anything surrounding the palace?
So, you'd have to squint. It's still far away. You kind of notice if you really squint, it looks like there is a guard. There's an archway that opens into maybe some sort of courtyard, perhaps, and you notice a guard. What looks like a guard standing underneath the archway.
Before we leave the forest, I'm going to use my axe and chop down a small sapling, maybe 5 to 6 feet long, and use that as a sort of like a walking stick or a trap setter off, or just to tap it in front of me as I'm walking along. If I notice anything loose or uncomfortable, if I'm uncomfortable with what I see.
Got like a makeshift 5-foot pole.
10 foot, yeah.
Whatever, equivalent. 10-foot pole, but not 10 feet, right? I got you. I got you. So noted.
Also, if I may, Talpi is going to try to set a snare trap in the pathway in which we are coming. So if something comes up behind us, perhaps it will get caught in this trap.
Okay. All right. That's a pretty simple. Well, I guess what do you send? Well, okay, sending was just whatever you can find.
Well, I have some rope, and if there's a sapling close by, to bend it down. So basically, a spring-loaded snare trap.
Got it. Okay. And so what happens if it sets off?
The idea is for it to catch around somebody's leg, or maybe their neck, or whatever. Depends on what type of creature it is, and the snare will spring up and hold them.
Okay.
Of course, it's not going to be very high in the ground, so it might just hold them, at least slow them down.
Got it. Okay. And all right. So I've made a roll to see how you do with that. Seems okay to you. Right. We'll find out when it seeks to be triggered. So okay, got it, Taupi. It is set. And you notice so the left-hand side, as I mentioned, you notice a marshy area. And on the right-hand side, you notice some little rocks jutting out of the water, little like islets. And you notice some birds are flying around the rocks. It's interesting. They look like hawks, but not quite. You can't quite make out what kind of birds these are. Meadow, you're a bit puzzled. When you look, you know animals pretty well. It looks like they have the wings of eagles, but the bodies perhaps of hawks. So you're puzzled. You've not seen birds like this before.
Let's proceed forward, but be wary of these flying hawks or whatever. And I'm going to have my stick ready.
Oh, thank you, James. Very good. Yeah, James, hopefully you can see the picture there. Oh, it went away.
Yeah, if you go to your chat, you can see the picture of the ravine and it's saying, Tom, are you there? Can we hear you?
I don't know.
Yeah, we hear you. You sound great.
Hey,
I
Tom,
don't know what happened again.
we have some bad news for you, Tom.
I'm dead.
No, I'm kidding. No, we're just kidding. You're fine. So, all right. So you're starting to proceed, and as you proceed up the ravine, you notice in the marsh. Let me see. Mildred, you notice in the marsh what appears to be giant frogs, and you're counting probably like about 20 or so giant frogs in the marsh. Keep going.
Okay.
So what are you gonna do? Keep moving?
Do we all notice the frogs or just Mildred?
Well, Mildred, you notice them.
All right. Since we're heading, it looks like south here. I want to stick to the. See here. Heading south. I want to stick to the west side of the causeway that we're walking down, and be prepared with my makeshift staff here.
Okay. As you get closer to the palace, you notice two things. First, on the left-hand side, and you'll see it probably in the chat, if you look at the picture, you see a very large, it looks like an oak tree on the left. And you also notice, as you get closer to the palace, you notice that the guard seems quite tall and seems motionless, standing underneath this archway. And you also notice that as you are coming closer, you start to see that what looked at first like a gorgeous palace, you start to see looks a little bit unkempt. It looks like it's in a bit of a state of disrepair. You also notice about 11 or so tailless simian 5-foot creatures scampering about the roof. Sometimes on all fours, sometimes on two legs, just like that. They look exactly like that. And you hear screeching and chattering.
Throwing poo.
And throwing poo. And yes, it is the screeching and chattering that you had heard in the ravine. And this large, motionless guard is about 12 feet tall, and he's standing underneath this archway. And behind him, through what looks like a courtyard, appears to be the doors of the palace. Now, you've got your horses with you, if I recall correctly, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. At this point in time, your horses start becoming quite skittish as you approach the palace. What do you do?
Well, I try calming my horse.
Okay.
What the heck? Walk up to the guy and say that phrase. What's the phrase, Jeannie, that you wrote down there?
Take us to your master.
Take us to your master.
Okay, who else is anyone else going? So you see the dwarf goes moving straight forward. You have your horse with you?
I have the two horses. I've got Redbeard's horse and your horse. And Meadows' horse.
I'm going to take my horse.
All right, you're taking your horse back? Fine.
Yeah.
Who's going with Tangley?
I follow the dwarf.
Okay,
Yeah,
anyone else?
Mildred.
I'm going to follow as well.
Okay, anyone staying behind?
Yes, Talpy's going to stay behind and be scanning the frogs and the simian creatures.
Okay.
For any type of threat.
Okay, so we've got 5 of the 6, it sounds like, are going up.
What could
Okay.
go wrong?
All right. As you come closer, you notice that it appears to be a statue. So it is not moving, right? So it looks like a 12-foot iron statue. So when you come up to it, you can see behind it that so it is standing underneath a 30-foot open archway that leads to a gravel yard. The walls are of smooth stone, and you can see in the gravel yard a few decorative clay urns. They're cracked and overgrown with weeds. Things are laying around. It looks all very disheveled. And there's 2 10-foot doors directly opposite the entranceway to the south. Now let me tell you about this iron statue. So he's not moving. He's dressed in black, scaly plate mail and has a helm in the shape of a jackal and is holding a broadsword in its right hand. So, all right. So you're going to go, so you're going up to him, I think, Tangly, and you're to read the, okay. All right. So Tangly gets up there. Tangly reads the writing on the scroll, and immediately this large iron creature gestures to his. So you're in the courtyard. Now he's right in front of the doors, right? So you're standing in the courtyard. He gestures to his left. Oh. So he looks at you and he gestures to his left, to your right. So you're standing in the courtyard. He's standing in front of the doors to the palace, and he gestures to his left. And you look to your left. It looks to be a stable.
Oh, okay.
So what do you
do? Redbeard will gather everybody's horses that came up, and he will walk them towards the stable.
Okay.
And leaving the other characters standing in front of the golem or whatever this thing is.
Okay. So you take the horses to the stable. They're very skittish. You notice, Tangly, when you are in the stable, you notice that there seems to be some smears of blood here and there, just periodically throughout the stable. Well, the other ones of you are standing there. Everyone but Taupi, the other four, are standing there. All of a sudden, you see a pot comes flying through, like an iron pot, like cookingware, comes flying through the air. Father Glug, it is coming right at you.
Oh, no.
I rolled. I'm sorry?
A dodge?
Okay, you tried to dodge. I rolled a 15 with my flying pot. You notice it's coming from one of these simian creatures. He's very aggravated up on the roof and has just rolled a pot at you. It is a 15. Father Glug is an AC 8. So I think that's going to be a hit. James, it seems pretty clear, right? A 15 on an AC 8. Right.
You take 37 points of damage. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, now you're dead.
That's from this last 2 days ago, 3 days ago when we played. He got Tom plays in my local game, and unfortunately he got hit pretty hard. So the last time I displayed damage, that was the end of his character. So I feel a little bad. So
Father Glug, you went left. You should have gone right. That thing hits you right on your head. 1 point of damage. Okay. And this thing seems, and you're starting to hear a lot of chattering. 2 more of these simian-like creatures appears, and they seem aggravated. And one of them is holding some sort of object and looks like it's getting ready to throw it, at which point in time Tangly returns.
Before I return, Dan, before I return, looking at the blood smears, was there horsehair inside those blood smears or anything?
There was indeed.
Well, then I'm not leaving the horses behind. I'm taking the horses back with me and telling and whispering to the crew here what I found inside the stable.
I can bring them back to me. How far away are these simians?
Oh, the simians are probably I'd say about 25 feet away.
Oh, well.
They're on the roof.
And how many are looking at us?
Well.
3?
Yeah, 3 are looking at you, and Esley and 1 is throwing something at you.
Yeah, I'm going to back up.
That's a 13. Okay, 13 on AC 4, James. How's that?
Yes.
That's pretty good. 13? AC 4? No, that's a miss.
All right, you're back up, Eslian, and something like a rock lands right in front of you.
Is there any place where Eslian sees that she could take cover?
There, you could stand maybe right against the wall on the outside of the palace, so that way you would be flush against the wall, would probably be helpful. I mean, they'd have to come right up there and throw it straight down, so it wouldn't be complete protection.
So that's what I do. I kind of.
If anyone feels like
up against the wall, hold my shield in a defensive posture.
Okay, shield against the wall with like shield over your head, kind of. I got you. I see a Monty
Yeah, they
Python.
hurt
theme
those
here.
rocks.
Is there a way?
I have spider climb memorized. If anyone feels inclined to climb up and actually fight these creatures.
Actually, that's what Talpi was going to do. He was going to charge forward with his horse, sticking close to the wall, dismount, and attempt climb walls.
Okay,
to get
just,
on the.
okay, just let you know, Talpi, as this is all happening, this guard, the minute that Tangley returns with the horses, the guard turns around and opens the doors to the palace. So it's your choice, obviously. You've got open palace doors. You've also got your horses with you. And you've got these simians very aggravated above you. So I just want to let you know that. And you let me know if that's going to change anyone's decision of what to do.
Actually, I'm going to charge for the door, the palace doors.
Okay.
Instead of the. So try to get inside cover.
With charge with your horse.
Yes.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So he should fit. So
He's
hopefully I don't run anybody over. I say, make way, gangway, coming through.
Okay, that's all right. So if everyone else could tell me what they're doing while you all of a sudden, it's all happening very fast. You see all of a sudden here gangway in Gnomish, and you see Taupi is coming flying through the courtyard. What's everyone else doing?
If he successfully makes it past the golem with the horses, I'm taking the horses into the palace.
Okay, all right.
Might as well follow into the archway of the door.
Yes.
Because that'll give me some cover from above.
Okay, so the Taupi goes racing through. And first, let me do a roll. Hope it's not low. See if anyone is in the way. It's a 19. Now, you guys are like, it's like the Red Sea parting. You guys all just fling yourselves. Taupi goes right on through. Taupi, what's your dexterity?
17.
17. Taupi, give me a dex check.
Okay.
So let me know what you're on a D20, obviously.
4.
Oh, very good. All right. So Taupi, you go racing on through. You guys see this large guard reaches out to try to grab Taupi and misses. And so Taupi, you find yourself now in a large, what appears to be a banquet or entry hall. What do? So, you come in there, you see a very large table, a very large room with doors on the far end. That's it. What do?
I draw my sword and, of course, steady the horse and look for a place to hitch the horse. But I stay on the horse, draw my short sword, and look around and wait for the others to follow.
Okay, as you're doing all that, all of a sudden, you feel something grab you from behind, and you are just lifted in the air. And the rest of you can see that this iron statue has grabbed Taupi. Taupi's little legs are dangling and kicking, and he takes Taupi, and he sets him down to the north, and then turns around heading south. And so there you see Taupi is behind this statue, which is now turned around heading toward the south, now motionless.
So
Is it the same guard? Yes.
It's the same.
Oh.
He followed him in. So when Taupi went going on through, he tried to grab Taupi, he missed, and then he followed. He moved fast. He moved in, he races in there, and as Taupi is like drawing his sword, looking for a place for his horse, all of a sudden he grabs him and lifts him up and turns him and sets him behind, so to the north then, like more closer to the entrance of that banquet hall, and then stands and turns to the south and is now motionless.
Take my horse and myself and walk on in.
Okay, you can do that. All right, you are in.
Yeah, I'm going to follow off, but I'm not going to be on my horse.
Okay. What are you guys gonna do with your horse? So, let me describe the room that you're in.
Yes.
Okay, so it is 50 feet across east-west. So to left or right, it's about 50 feet, 70 feet long. It is 30 very high ceilings, 30 feet high ceilings. The walls are of smooth stone. You notice up, there are 7 openings lining each side of the east and west walls, about 20 feet up. There's a large table in the center with many seats, and the walls below the windows are bedecked with tapestries and banners. And these tapestries and banners have images of a scaled humanoid with the head of a fierce jackal. You can also see images of cave bears, giant crocodiles, giant scorpions, giant snakes, and men in black scaly plate mail with broadswords. Dust is on every surface, though you would notice, Meadow, you would notice that there are many footmarks amongst the dust. 3 large chandeliers hang from the ceiling. On the west is a raised platform with some broken instruments, and on the east is a cupboard. And as you are scanning around, Father Glug, you notice on the north end, high on the wall, you see a large painting of a wizard dressed in purple robes. And at the south end are 2 5-foot doors that open into the next room. And as you guys are all scanning and taking this in, the guard starts walking to the doors to the south. What do you do?
I open the cupboard.
Okay. So, you see inside the cupboard are some wide-mouthed pitchers and some highly decorative platters and metal goblets and tankards and utensils. Looks, like your standard banquet fare. As you are inspecting one of these fascinating goblets, you notice, and all the other players would see this, that this guard comes and grabs you and lifts you up
Hey!
and sets you down.
Hey! What's your manners?
Facing the north again?
He went back to get him, and now he's going back toward the southern doors. And he starts walking toward the southern doors, and he opens the southern doors. And he stands there.
Well, at this point, Eslian has kind of moved away from her cover and has followed everybody in. So I've walked in with my horse as well.
Okay. So are you guys...
I have a question. Sorry, the trinkets in the cupboard are they silverware, or do they look anything like they would be worth anything other than just is it just tin or what sort of material is it?
They're not a bad value. So it looks like they're probably made of silver. So you would think that they're probably of decent value. They look ornate.
I take a couple of goblets and put them in my backpack.
Okay, you got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
What's in the pictures?
There's what was in the picture? You mean the pouring pictures? The drink? It's just nothing.
Okay.
It's all empty. It looks like no one's really used this stuff for a while.
Is there anything behind the tapestries? I could kind of take my club and see if I could see anything behind them.
Okay. So you are poking behind the tapestries. You do not see anything other than you feel something, which is you feel somebody grab you, lift you in the air, and set you down. And it, of course, is the statue. And he now opens the doors to the south, and he is standing there.
Eslian is going to search for some hidden or concealed doors.
I'm going to look through the doors in the south. What do I see?
Okay, so you go up to the doors to the south. And who was that searching? Is that
Eslian?
Eslian is searching. So, Eslian, you start searching. And Eslian, you do not find anything, but you do feel something. And I can tell you, when you feel this statue grab you this time, it's starting to hurt a bit. It seems painful.
He's trying to hurt us through this.
Yeah.
I think the statue wants us to go somewhere. But I just lost pictures. There we go.
There you go.
Now we're fine.
And actually, he starts walking into the next room. Oh, and I know someone was looking into the next room. So what you see in the next room is you see a room that is 70 feet across, east-west, about 45 feet north-south. It is, again, very high, 30-foot high ceilings. It is richly decorated, though
Just
dusty.
real quick,
And
whoever's sharing their screen, try not to do that. Whoever just did that, because I lost all your pictures.
I don't know if I did something accidental.
That's my guard.
Not me.
James just grabbed.
That's all right.
Okay, so it is.
I think it may be. It looks like Brian's. Share. Are you sharing the screen?
It looks like mine went gold. I'm not sure how to turn that off.
Yeah, you're. There should be a thing to say stop sharing the screen.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
No, it's okay. I just looked up. I'm like, ooh, that's pretty cool because there's like picture in picture on the things. It's all good.
So you notice in this room there is a marble floor with sweeping patterns and strange symbols. There is a 15 by 15 foot dais on the east wall. There is on the dais is a throne. It is ebony carved with writhing vines and flowers, buds of carved eyes inlaid with light colored wood, and heavy purple drapes behind the dais against the east wall. You see 2 5-foot door openings inward on the north and south walls, and 2 7.5-foot doors opening inward on the west walls. Next to each door is a standing figure in scaly black plate mail armor with jackal on the helms, with broadsword and shield, with a coiled cobra. So again, what you got is a dais on your left-hand side with purple drapes behind it. You've got doors to the ones you came through, of course, doors directly across from you on the south, doors to the east, and then on all of the doors, so it'd be 6 of these total, are standing figures in black scaly plate armor with jackals on their helms. And the figure is he continues to walk through this room. What do you do?
Go sit in the chair. The throne.
Oh, sorry.
You go into the throne?
I'm gonna go sit on it.
Okay.
I have a question. Is there dust on this floor, on the marble floor as well, just like in the banquet room? Or
There is. It's dusty, but you could tell that there are also footmarks in this room. So it is dusty, but it looks like people have been through here somewhat recently. And I can tell you, so you sit on the throne, Tangley. You sit on the throne. Nothing happens other than the fact that this statue comes and grabs you and puts you down in front of the throne.
And in between the silence, you're hearing up on the roof, like something running across the roof at this point and chittering.
I wonder what that might be.
That's my contribution.
So,
There's no breaks in the roof, right?
Not here.
Not here.
Okay.
Not here. Okay, are you gonna?
Are the guard figures those same statues that 12-foot tall statues, or
No. So they are human sized.
are they
So
moving? Or they look like they're animate, or
They are not moving, so they do not look like they're animated. They look like decorative suits of armor.
I look behind I walk up to the throne and look behind, up the dais and look behind the, was it curtains or drapes behind the throne?
Yes, so it is basically some curtains behind it. All right, you look behind it, and there's a little bit of room. And who is this? I'm sorry, who's talking? Which character?
Sorry, Mildred.
Mildred. All right, yeah, you're pretty
Mad.
tiny. Yeah, Mildred. So you could squeeze back there if you want. It's pretty tight, but there's a little bit of room. You could squeeze back there if you wanted to try.
Yes.
You're going back? Okay. What are you doing back there?
I look. Am I behind the curtains or in front?
You
of them?
are. So what you guys see is, you would see if you were watching this, you're just sort of seeing like this little lump going along in the curtain, and the curtains are kind of rippling.
I feel of the wall if I can find anything of interest.
You do not find anything of interest back there. It just seems to be the back of, the wall behind the dais.
I get back out.
Okay.
Nothing to see here.
All right, and the statue continues on into the next room. And I can tell you, when he opens the doors to the next room, so light all of a sudden comes flooding in. This appears to be an exterior room. And let me just tell you what so the minute he opens up that room, you notice that the snow had continued to pick up as you guys were traveling. Some of the snow was continuing. When he opens up this room, you just notice that the snow has really started to pick up, and you are in an outside courtyard. You notice that this courtyard is overgrown with shrubs and trees, and there's a fountain in the center. So it's basically, you've got 4 little areas of trees, and in the center is a fountain. And you notice that there are 2 alcoves on the east. And in each of the alcoves, they appear to be like little lounge areas. You've got embroidered cushions in each one, a low table. Each one has a brass hookah, which, those who are smokers in the party would recognize these as smoking devices.
Yes, Mildred definitely.
Mildred definitely. She sells some in that shop, I think, that she works in.
Is there any pipe weed inside the hookah?
You what?
Is there any pipe weed inside the hookah?
Okay, well, wait a second. All right, and you've got a small wooden box on the table in the south alcove. So, Tangley, you're heading over to one of the alcoves?
Yeah, I want to look in the box and look inside the hookah and see what they've got.
As am I.
Okay, so the hookahs don't have anything in there, but you do notice that in the small wooden box, you do find some dried leaves in there. They're black dried leaves.
Interesting. I'll give it a go. I'll take the black dried leaves and put them in the hookah, and I suppose Mildred knows how to operate these things, so I light it on.
Okay, Mildred is just about to take a hit when this large creature grabs her.
Hey!
picks little Mildred up, and so leaves are going, the hookah falls, and leaves are flying around, and they're starting to, it's kind of snowing. The leaves are starting to get scattered about. It's not good, and she's being brought back and put back in line, basically. And so you've got
sweep the floors instead. It's all dusty in there. You could go do some real work instead.
Well, this is not so you're outside now. So basically, so now it's getting kind of slippery. The snow is really starting to come down. What are you going to do? Is anyone? He is now
box of the leaves and shove it in my pack.
All right. So Tangley races back and is quickly.
Half of that is mine.
So all right,
we'll discuss it later. Come on.
Sure.
So Tangley, as he's grabbing it all, he gets grabbed too, and he's got the box. And you notice that in between the 2 lounge areas, 2 alcoves, is a little. In between it is another, basically another statue, suit of armor, standing in the middle, and this statue grabs, so the statue that's been leading you grabs the arm that has a sword and pulls it down, and a secret door opens behind the statue, and he walks in. So what do you do?
Follow.
I'm going to follow.
Okay. Everyone following?
Well,
Let me make sure. I'm trying to get a map here, Dan. So the statue has been leading us south until we got to this courtyard, and now he's turning to the east.
yes.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. Yep, exactly. Yep. And to the north and south.
And
then between the alcoves is the secret door.
right. So
Correct.
yeah. So just there's a courtyard, and part of the courtyard is covered. The part to the east, and there's a statue, and that's what the walking statue pulled the sword down, revealing a secret door. So I heard that Steve's character is going through the door. Jeannie, what is your character doing?
Well, I'll go too. I'll take up the rear, but I have a question. Did we hear the simians or anything else
Oh, I
bizarre?
was just about to bring that up.
Like-
So you're going to move forward, okay? Vix, what's your character doing?
Oh, it's going in the secret
Okay.
door.
Tom?
I'm gonna head towards the secret door, but as I'm walking past those chairs or anything else I can leave in the doorway to the secret door.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, to prop it.
Yep.
So
Try to prop the door
So kind
open.
of,
Yeah.
if you can think about it, there's the statue, and it's in an alcove. It's like in a semicircle alcove, and the secret door is behind the statue. So you'd have to grab something from the open area and do that.
Yeah, as I'm walking by, whether it's a branch or whatever I can surmise that might just, again, even if it's a rock that I can put in there.
Martin?
I follow suit. I walk in the secret door.
And Brian, what's your action?
I'm going to actually hitch my horse to that small statue. And I don't think, if we're going deeper into these halls, I don't think our horses are going to make it much further.
Yeah, this is a 5-foot passageway now.
Yeah. So I'll look for a place to tie up the horse as well.
Okay, so before you enter the secret door, can I have a marching order?
Oh, hell, we're going inside there. The dwarf will go first. What the heck?
All right.
Dwarves first.
I'll follow. Eslian will follow.
Mildred third.
I'll go fourth.
What's your character's name again? It's Father
Glug.
That's right, Father Glug. Tom, then Martin, then Steve.
And
You're gonna bring up the Jeannie. Will be next.
yeah, Meadow will be in the rear, and I don't want to leave my horse out there because what if the
I left my horse back in the dining room.
Yeah, that's where I left mine, I guess, in the dining room.
Oh boy. Well, what about the strange creatures outside?
So what you notice in here, the sound of what was on the roof, and the muffled screeching. When the door opened, you did hear sort of cackle, and there are trees in this. Basically, it's a courtyard. It has trees rising up, and you notice there are a number of those creatures, and they're leering at you. And they're kind of jumping from tree to tree, and they're jumping around. Very.
Well, they're not coming down.
I'm sorry?
They're not coming down.
Currently
right?
not coming down, no.
They're not coming down.
I think
ignore
they're
them.
afraid to come down.
I think they're too afraid. Yeah, but they're probably not afraid of horses.
They should be.
Brian, your character's in the back. Is that what I got out of this?
I'm right in front of
Okay,
Meadow.
you're in front of Meadow. Okay, great. Okay, so Brian and Jeannie's character, you see the four go in, and Meadow, you're still deciding if you're gonna if you're gonna keep your horse there. So you have to decide pretty quickly what you're gonna do.
I'm gonna bring. Oh, it's not gonna fit in there. I guess I'm gonna tie my horse there too.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And so I'd imagine that this iron statue guide is no longer going to be our guide. Can't fit through this door.
He can. He's going through the door.
It's tall, but it's not very thick.
All right.
So
you guys, are you following?
Yeah.
What's the light situation inside of here? I know the humans might have some trouble if it's dark. Is there any torches?
There's not. So you're going to need a light source for humans. Well, and even for the non-humans, it's just going to pick up heat differentials.
And the golem doesn't put off heat, so. Okay, I'll light a torch, and I'll follow the golem.
I have a torch. I can light one too if I need it.
Oh.
all right, so the dwarf has a light source right now, torch.
Yep.
Okay.
And then one in the rear with the ranger. So how long and wide and tall is this passage?
Well, before you get in there, as you are heading past the chair, a couple of nuts and leaf fronds and probably poop, splatters near the statue, not the one that's moving. Covering it with feces, and you hear and there's throwing things at you. So I assume you kind of hurry along into the alcove. Both Meadow ducks and dives and able to get into the secret door. The secret door itself is 15. Once you get past the secret door, the passageway is 15 feet. Correct, Dan?
Correct.
And you 15
feet
it's 15
wide?
feet wide. That's correct. And
Okay.
about 40 feet across, there's a double door, and there's double doors to the north and south in this room, which is basically 15 feet wide by 40 feet across. That's what you see.
And-
double doors are at the end. Okay.
Yes, and
What's the golem do once we get in this room?
he goes to the door and he opens the door at the far end and walks in.
At the east end?
Correct.
All right, step for step, I follow him.
Okay. All right. So who else? Everyone else following?
Yeah, I follow.
Okay. All right. And all right. So you go into this room and you've got the torch. So the torch illuminates a room that is 50 feet east-west and 70 feet north-south. The ceiling is lower than in the other areas. It's only about 15 feet high. And as this light casts upon and washes upon the walls, you guys would notice 9 huge mirrors adorning the walls, each in an elaborately carved frame.
Oh, I hate mirrors.
You would notice
Me too.
the dwarf is scared of mirrors. You notice that in the southeast corner, against the east wall, that mirror is shattered. And you notice right in front of that mirror is some person seems to be laying down in front of this shattered mirror, clad in purple robes, face down, feet towards the mirror. One hand is concealed beneath the body. At this
Might
point
this
in time,
be the fabled Tizun Thane?
well, I can tell you at this point in time, your guard turns around and starts walking back out, leaving you in the room.
Okay, so it's gotta be Tizun Thane. All right,
Well,
is
thank you, Golem.
there any shattered mirror on Tizun Thane? On top of the body?
It is so, yeah, there's pieces all sprawled about. Yes, there's some pieces laying on the back of this body, surrounding the body.
Okay, so he's obviously the culprit that broke the mirror.
7 years of misfortune.
Roll the body over and take a gander. What do I see?
Okay, you notice that it appears to be in a real state of deterioration. You would guess, probably, we're talking about months that this
Okay.
body has laid here. It's pretty foul. And the skull is caved in. And you would notice, strangely, that there seems to be no trace of a brain.
No spellbook laying around?
You do not see a spell book
What
laying
was
around.
on his hand that was underneath his body?
You just see that the hand has a ring on it. A ring that is gold with zigzag bright green lines running around it.
Chop his hand off and put the hand and the ring in my bag.
Okay?
Nice.
A little bit bloody, but okay.
Yeah, it's more like mummified.
Well, let me.
The hand probably came off pretty
Yeah.
easily.
Well, should we make James? Does he need to do a to hit roll to make sure he didn't
No,
fumble?
that's not today. Not
Okay, just checking.
It's unmoving, so I automatically get a hit. Remember?
yeah, but you may have.
You want me to roll?
You're assuming it's not moving.
Yeah, it's not moving.
Oh, it's
Use the assassination table.
That's all right.
That's right, assassination table. Okay, all right, Tangly, you've got the hand with the ring in your bag. So there you are. What do you do?
As we walked in, was the other mirrors, were there any reflections? Were there any...
Yeah, so Father Glug, you look in the mirrors and you see yourself. So you see yourself looking back at you in the other mirrors.
They seem to be working then. You said that they were elaborate carvings in the frames and so forth. Are the frames? Do the frames all look alike, or are they unique to each mirror?
Well, they're each different. They seem to be so. Some of you would probably recognize that they seem to be carvings that are typical of maybe the Far East.
Eslian is going to start searching for hidden and concealed doors at this point.
Okay.
Just doing a sweep around all the mirrors around the perimeter of the room.
Gonna elf the room, so to speak.
Gonna elf the room.
Right. All right. Eslian, you are not able to find any secret or concealed doors.
And that takes a little bit of
by the way-
time. So you guys can
That's
can go through and say what you're going to do. So go ahead, Jeannie.
I was just going to ask, are the mirror, did you say if they were hanging or standing or what? How are they?
They're attached.
They're fixed to the walls?
Correct.
Okay. And then is there gaps in between them or no?
Yes, there is. There is about 10 feet of gaps in between them.
10 feet. Okay. I don't want my reflection in a mirror. I'm going to stand in between a gap.
Okay.
I don't like mirrors in rooms either.
Likewise.
I'm gonna strip the body and look to see what else is on it.
Okay. So you strip the body, and the only thing that you notice is that you feel that when you're touching the robe, his purple robe, in the lining of the robe, there seems to be something sewn into the robe.
Take out my knife, cut it open. What's in there?
You find 2 scrolls.
No,
And
scrolls.
Do I recognize any writing on the outside of the scroll?
You do not.
Let's see here. We got a magic user and a cleric. I call them both over and say, "Gentlemen."
Ladies.
Up so
That's
for them
right.
to examine.
That's right. Ladies.
They're both women.
Hey, I'm not a woman.
Cleric.
Well, yeah.
They don't have beards, so they're ugly to me, you know.
Fair
Okay.
enough. Cleric, you go first.
All right, so I'll Eslian will examine the scrolls.
Eslian, they do not seem to be clerical in nature.
So I hand them over to the magic user.
Yes. Do I need a read magic to see if they are magic use spells?
James, what's the rule on that?
I don't remember.
I don't
Yes. Yes.
Well,
He would-
I call.
He would need to cast read magic just to know whether they
Correct.
are.
Well, if you
magic
try to read them and they're cursed, they're not cursed if you try to read them. Which again, the
Yes.
half elf figured that out. But they are not readable to you.
I cast read magic.
Okay. Well, then you would be able to read them, and they are scrolls of the same, and they are of levitation, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
Hmm.
So you have
Perfect.
found 2 scrolls of levitation.
I put them in my backpack.
What do we see when we look straight up?
Nothing. Just ceiling. 15-foot high ceiling. Nothing.
Was there any other doors? Is this the only door?
That is the only. Yes. You do not see any
In
other
this
doors.
room, but in the hallway where the secret door was, there's double doors to the north and to the south of this as well. I didn't know if you captured that, but I just wanted to.
Oh,
And we went into the.
That is
east,
correct.
or-
That's right.
Yes. So to the north and to the. Okay. Yes.
in the location where the mirror was broken, is it just wall behind it? Is there anything special?
No, just stone wall.
I'm just going to suggest to my fellow adventurers, what do you think would happen if we broke one of these mirrors?
And I look down at the body and say,
Yeah, I don't want to break them unless we have to.
So you're saying it's probably a bad idea then?
It's 7 years bad luck.
7 years of misfortune.
Well, you get a save.
Yeah. Well, maybe not. There is some.
break the mirror when I leave.
Should we go check the other doors in the previous room?
I think that's the best action.
I don't think this room is fully explored yet. Dwarf's going to use his ability to detect stuff and walk around.
Detect stuff and walk around.
Okay.
I love it. Let me see.
Yeah, he's
Dwarf detects sliding doors, moving stones, the whole nine, the dwarven
So
gambit.
yeah. So after you chop the arm off and manhandle the deceased corpse, you then decide you're going to follow the elf around, who's still looking at concealed doors, secret doors, and even though you have some animosity towards the half-breed, you come to the conclusion, at least your professional opinion, that besides the mirrors and now the desecrated corpse, there is nothing else in the room.
Did the stone guardian or whoever brought us this way? Is he gone?
He's not. You
Yeah.
don't see him.
Okay. If I look through the door on the west.
If you look through the door on the west, it obviously goes back to the secret door that lets you into the courtyard. He is not visible there.
Okay.
He probably went back to his guard position, is what I'm thinking.
Probably.
Right.
So we find nothing in this room. Let's go back into the hallway. And anybody want to throw a rock at the mirror as we leave?
I'm going to, since it was my idea, I'm going to, if there is a rock, right before I close the door behind us, I'm just going to throw the rock as hard as I can and slam the door shut.
So you have a total of 4, 5, 6. You have 8 other mirrors that you could throw at. And so starting, if you're looking into the room, which is headed west, there's one to the northwest corner, to the northeast corner, one in front of you, one broken mirror, one in the southeast, and 2 to the southwest.
So I'm going to throw it in the middle of the non-broken mirrors.
So the middle,
The middle mirror.
basically directly
So
opposite of where you're standing.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be because when you open the door, the double doors, there is a mirror directly opposite you, and then in each corner there were 2 mirrors, and except one in the southeast corner is broken where the dead body was found.
Okay.
So if you throw it in the middle one, that would be directly across from you.
Oh, I don't know about that.
So is that what you're gonna? Is that what the your character's gonna do, Nelson?
I think I'm going to
Go
throw
for
it.
it. Go for
I'm
it.
going to throw it towards the corner.
Which corner? Just northwest,
To the-
northeast, south?
to my left. To my left. I guess that's
All right.
wet.
So to your left would be there's 2 in the northwest corner and 2 in the northeast corner.
Okay, so the northwest.
All right. So you're gonna kind of chuck it and then close the door.
Yeah, before I even hear the impact, I'm going to
All right.
shut
Well,
the door.
so I'm gonna say roll. You're gonna
say to everybody, get ready to
yeah.
run.
You're gonna make 2 rolls for me then. You're gonna make to hit roll, and then you're gonna make a dex check to see if you can dive out and close the door.
Okay. So, D20.
You can do this.
I got a 7.
7. Okay. And now roll. You want to roll under your dexterity.
And I got a 6.
Okay, so Eslin chucks the rock and quickly closes the door, and nothing happens.
Good work.
Anybody else want to try?
Sure, what the heck? I take out my crossbow and a bolt, and keeping the door about that far open, whichever mirror I see, I'm going to shoot my crossbow bolt.
Okay.
I roll 19.
Oh yeah. So you hit. You probably would hit the one to the north, and it explodes, right, Dan?
Yes.
Totally shatters.
It's shattered.
All right.
Great.
And I rolled a 5 to close the door.
Yep, you're
in
able to
time.
close
My
it.
next-
Yep.
All right. Do I hear anything in that room after the mirror goes tumbling down?
Let me see. Nope, you don't hear it. Maybe 20 seconds later, a piece of glass falls that was hanging, but besides that, nothing.
All right. Prop open the door about again that far. Take a look and see what's happening in there.
Well, now you see 7 intact mirrors and 2 that are not intact. One with a crossbow bolt in it.
I tell the group and I shut the door behind me.
Was worth a try.
Okay, so now you're standing in a hallway with a secret door to the west that's open, 2 closed doors which lead to the mirror rooms. There's a double door to the north and a double door to the south.
Listen at the door to the south. Check heat, light underneath, smell. Use my 5 senses to see what's up for the door to the south.
Cold, sound.
Yeah.
And Talpi will do the same thing to the one at the north. First, examining the door closely for any creatures that might crawl into my ear. And then listen at the door.
So you are taking your headgear off if you're hearing noise, correct? So.
Well, I am keen of hearing,
Let's
so if I don't need to take my...
I do not put my ear to the door.
Okay, so you're just listening then. You don't hear anything exceptional, but I'll let Dan go through these rooms with you.
Okay, so Vinny, all right, so you're opening the doors.
Well, there's one.
We're examining, listening,
Got it.
feeling, looking underneath them. We're looking for any clues we can find without opening the doors.
Okay, you don't hear anything. When you put your large nose down there and take a whiff, it smells musty, a musty smell coming from underneath. But that's it.
This is the one to the north, right?
Yeah, and if I'll just tell you, both of them, you tell a musty smell coming from both of the doors.
I'm going to let the party know.
Is there any light coming from either one of the rooms?
There's not.
Locks. The locks on either door?
No.
Heavy doors. Iron, wood, banded.
Wood. They look like normal doors. They don't look like dungeon doors. They look like palace doors.
Or inward?
They open inward into the room.
I still got my sapling with me. What the heck? Is there a latch to be depressed or anything to open to unlock? Unlatch the door so I can push them open.
Yes, you could do that.
All right. I say stack up, gentlemen. I'm gonna go in this first room.
I'm gonna stand aside.
Right.
I'll stand aside with my bow drawn.
All right.
On one side.
And was this to the south that Tangley's doing
south.
this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Tangley to south. Okay. All right.
I stand right beside him.
All right. Open the door, fling it open, but I also have my axe in my hand and charge in like a raving lunatic.
Who's got the light source? I know you have infravision, Tangley. Who's got the torch?
Cover you.
The ranger and the dwarf each had a torch.
Oh, okay.
I think the dwarf's a torch.
Well, and obviously, if the torches are going, obviously the infravision is not going to work. So I assume that you're using the torches to illuminate from behind it. Right? Okay. So you pop it open. You go. You said you went charging in there, right?
Right. With axe in hand.
All right, son. All right. Give me a dex check.
Oops, failed it.
Okay, so you go running in there and you just go flying. There's a bunch of junk in there. And so you step on something and you just take a tumble. And James, what do you think on 1 point of damage? I guess not 10 feet. Yeah. Let me just roll this. Make sure I don't roll a 1 for like some sort of critical gash on the head. No. Okay. So yeah. So you just hear dwarvish, some sort of dwarvish, cursing. Yes. And you find the axe goes flying, and Tangley is just sprawled out on top of a big pile of junk. You see there's like pillows. Unfortunately, the pillow isn't what you landed on. You landed on the candelabra. We're not going to talk about specifically. And lots of other junk, chairs, furniture, all piled up in this room.
Hey, Dwarf, does the candelabra look valuable?
You know,
he grabs the candelabra and throws it out in the hallway because he heard that.
I put it in my backpack.
Yeah, I rolled the hit and see if it hits.
This place looks like it'd be a palace yard sale.
18, and I threw it out in the hallway, so whoever was standing in the doorway got hit.
That would be me.
All right, so yeah.
Mark gets a smart-ass answer. Here you go.
Looks like a bunch of cobwebby bits and pieces, and also lots of junk. I mean, I'm not saying it has no value, but it doesn't look like it has much value.
All right, I'm gonna rummage around the room, not really searching very hard.
Yeah, how big is the room?
Sure.
Any doors into this room?
There are no doors out of there. It is 20 feet east-west, 30 feet north-south. And Tangley, as you're rummaging through and being illuminated with the torch, you notice that there are mystic murals on the walls of the room.
Yes, the road to heaven is paved with bad intentions.
Yes.
All right, I call up one of the since they're mystic looking, I call up the priest and tell him to come on in. There's some strange paintings on the wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I notice anything with them? Do they recognize anything?
They look to you. No. They look to you like they would probably be, again, something from the Far East. So you're seeing a Far East kind of theme.
Yes. With the contemplative messages, to seek enlightenment, drink the blood of others, and find nirvana. It's very twisted comments on meditative thoughts.
Okay. Dan thinks this is hilarious because I can see him in the...
So sounds necromancer-ish.
Yeah, it sounds like a necromancer, my favorite. Okay, well, that's this room, and I leave the room and go to the north door.
Okay. Same tactic?
Sure, why not?
Charging in?
No, this time I'm going to kick the door open, and I'm going to stand back and see what happens.
Okay. All right. You kick the door open, it bursts open, and you see basically the same thing. More junk.
March in there with that axe drawn and examine the room. Doors, blah, blah, blah.
No doors. And again, basically same thing. You see similar murals on the wall. More junk piled up. Pretty high.
It looked like anything could be living in those piles, or they...
Well, it doesn't look like anything, other than maybe, obviously giant rats or something like that, certainly could be, but it doesn't look like it's the home to anything.
Okay.
It looks like stuff has been stacked in here.
Just shoved out of the way. So it's neglected.
Yeah, this looks like somebody just cleared out some other rooms and threw the stuff in here.
I suggest we go back to the courtyard and explore somewhere else.
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna walk out of the room. I'm gonna go back to the room with the mirrors, and I'm gonna go back in that room.
Yeah, I'm going to follow the dwarf with this one, and I have a wand of secret door and trap detection, and I'm going to set that off one of my charges inside this room of the mirrors.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not sure exactly the range and how far what I need to do, but I'm going to use a charge, and I don't know if I assume I know the keyword and how to operate this thing. And
Yes.
so I'm going to start where the body was, and down in the southeast, and scan the room for let's see, trapdoors and no secret door and trap location.
Yeah, I think you have to, James, if I recall correctly, you have to identify which of the two
Right.
you're
Are
using
you
it
looking for traps or
right?
secret doors?
I'm looking for secret
Okay.
doors.
Yeah, and you can
Okay.
kind of scan the room for a charge. Yep.
Okay, so I step in the center of the room and use a charge to do that.
Yeah, you're pretty close. I mean, it's almost to the edge of the range, but you scan the room, and like a diviner's rod, you do not detect anything new.
Okay.
The wand did not detect a secret door.
You know what? Taking my 10-foot or my 5-foot little sapling pole, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna lightly tap each mirror that's still standing or still in one piece.
Okay.
Wait, before you do that, I'm gonna tie a rope around you. Tie a rope around you and stand aside.
Hey, this is a family. This is a family show.
Okay. Yeah, you tap, and yeah, nothing happens from the tapping.
And nothing's behind these mirrors. Can I look behind these mirrors?
Well, they're fixed. You'd have to try to remove them.
How are they affixed?
It's hard to say.
Mm.
Well, I mean, the frames are fixed to the mirror. I mean, to the wall, and then you smash the mirrors, so you can tell that they've been mounted with. They've either been driven through spikes from the outside, or they've been hooked on.
Can I move the mirrors with just my hand, just pushing on the frame of the mirror? Not the mirror itself, the frame.
Yeah.
No, I would
Try
no.
to move each of them.
No, and then they're affixed to the wall.
Okay. Well, I'm just making sure they don't move one way or another, like there's a door behind them or anything like that.
No, they're fixed.
I'm gonna putting my gauntlets on my hands. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna carefully feel around the frames and see if there's anything. Because you said they're pretty elaborately marked and carved and everything.
Correct.
All right, so I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
If
Okay.
anybody else has gloves or anything and want to try it,
Just
we work our way
Just a
around.
point of clarification: who's in this room and who's still in the hallway?
Still in the hallway.
Esslin is in the hallway, but she's going to go into that south room that had all the junk. And while all this is going on, just do a sweep of that room for concealed doors and whatnot.
All right, and Father Glog, what are you doing?
I'm gonna stay in the hallway between the two rooms with the stuff.
Okay, and Brian, your character?
He's in the
He
mirror
is, because he just did the thing,
He
right?
was-
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're searching the panel around the mirror, the outside of it, the frame, checking it.
Gently, carefully.
So Father Glog, as you're kind of scanning, you see a couple of those simian monkeys appear in the secret door, and they chuck a couple of rocks at you, and they pass by, and they see you, and they run back out.
Shoo, shoo, shoo.
Yeah. Be gone.
Yeah.
Go away.
So you don't detect, Jeannie, you know they're elaborate, they're well made, but you did not find, if you were looking for some kind of lever, trap, trick, you did not see anything like that. But
Anything.
that is correct.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Well, I think we've blown our lot in this room, gentlemen, and I think we should exit and go back out to the courtyard.
Unless you took your axe and
No, I'm not
Behind
doing
it,
that
no?
anymore. I'm going to load up my crossbow, though, so when we enter this courtyard, I am prepared. for a shot if I need
Okay.
it. I'm going to go back to the courtyard.
Sounds good. So Dan, they're back in the court. They back in marching order. They're back in the courtyard.
Everyone? Okay, so just to let you know that the snow is really falling heavily now, and it's quite windy, almost gale force type wind. So it's very ugly out here. So all right, you're standing in the courtyard, and I can tell you through the snow, you're able to see that as you start to scan around, you notice that there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 doors on the southern end of the courtyard, and there are 1, 2, 3 doors on the western side of the courtyard, and then of course there's the doors on the north that you came through. So you've got a lot of doors to the west and to the south, and to the east is just what you already know: the 2 lounges and the secret door. And on the other side, on the west, directly across from where the statue was, where the arm was pulled down, is another alcove, a corresponding alcove with a exact same type of statue standing in there.
Of course.
And then, of course, the fountain in the center.
Who wants to work the statue?
Yeah, a dwarf is going over to the other statue.
The Mildred wants to inspect the fountain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Start it through.
Okay. All right.
Aslian is following over towards the statue as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I can tell you. So who was Mildred was the fountain? If I recall, right?
Yes,
So,
Mildred was at the fountain.
so Mildred, when you notice this fountain, it seems it's very clear water, and you also notice down in the fountain you see something shimmering at the bottom of the fountain. Something small and shimmering.
How deep is the fountain?
Oh, it's not deep at all. It's probably like I would say about 2 feet basin.
I reach for the shimmering thing.
Okay, when you put your hand in the water,
It's wet.
it's wet, and it's also very. It's kind of warm. It's like a warm spring water, and you grab this. You notice it's a coin, is what you found. It appears to be a copper piece, and what you notice is it has a goblin head on it. It is a goblin minted copper piece.
Interesting.
And those who went over to the statue, you stand in the statue, and as you're standing in front of the statue, you hear yelling coming from the door closest to you on your left. So you would be on the middle part of the western wall, and there is a door right to your left, and you hear a lot of yelling.
Okay.
What language?
Interesting. Interesting. I ignore it and see if I can do the same thing that the golem did to the statue on the other side, and see if it'll open a secret door.
Okay, and before I get to that, so which character asked what language?
Father Glug.
Father Glug. You don't know what the language is, Father Glug.
Sure.
And Tangly, when you pull the arm, nothing happens. No secret door opens like it did on the other side.
Does Eslian recognize the language since she's standing there as well?
Eslian takes a listen. You know, Eslian sort of sounds maybe like goblin. Yeah, goblin.
So I turned to the people and said, that sort of sounds goblinish to me.
And I found this goblin minted coin in the fountain.
Tappy's quite interested in that. He says, the goblin first minted a coin about 421 years ago, and I've been reading a book on this, so may I take a look at that, please?
Sure, go ahead.
James, 10 points for
Okay,
Tappy.
10 points. 10 points of what?
10 extra XP.
So I would examine the coin and to see if I recognize or can discern anything from it.
Mortal enemy, the goblin.
Yeah, so you do. So Taupy, it is, it seems to be a standard. So it's not like a buffalo nickel or anything like that, right? It's a pretty standard goblin copper piece, which of course interests you, but it's not going to get you rich.
All right, and could I hear the yelling from where I was? even though I speak Goblin, but could I hear the noise?
No, because keep in mind now the snow is really coming down and it's quite windy, so it would have been hard for you to hear. You don't know what's going on over there.
I mean, think of it more like there's the muffled sounds of Goblin as you got closer to the statue. The door is about 20 feet from the statue, and directly south. The fountain, which is in the middle of the room, is about 40 feet. And you have the swirling wind, and you have the shrieking, and you're all constantly looking up to make sure that one of these simian creatures doesn't either poop on you or throw something at you. So it's a little difficult to hear. It's taking all your energy to communicate with each other in this blinding snow.
Okay. Dwarf goes over to the door that the goblin sounds come from, and let's see here. What do I want to yell? Since I can speak Goblin,
Really insult him.
Do I see light underneath the door?
You do.
Put my hand to the door. Is it warm?
No,
It's not, huh?
not really warm.
Well, what do I want to do? I wave everybody over without speaking, and I try to get their attention, so we can stack up to either possibly enter this room.
Flank the door, yeah.
Yep.
And keep in mind, it's not like a bright light coming from underneath there. Your guess would be it's just maybe like some natural light coming in, not like a torch.
Right. But still, I bring everybody over because this is where the sound came from.
Okay.
All right. Then I whisper to my comrades saying, what do you think I should yell into the room and maybe get the goblins to come out to attack us?
They're just goblins.
I'll be right back.
Well,
They're ugly.
they're
That's
ugly.
some good-looking lasagna.
No.
Just say, hey,
Um,
please.
Or that.
There's an injured elf out here. Or an injured dwarf, perhaps. They might come and try to take advantage of that.
With this yelling, do they sound like they're in distress, or are they just making
I
a
don't know.
ruckus?
It sounds like an argument.
Oh. You know what? Maybe, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say something to deal with money. Little goblins are going to be greedy little suckers. So let's say something like that. Hey, there's a dead dwarf out here, and I just found 20 gold pieces on him, or something like that. So that see if they come rushing out. You know what I mean? Anybody else up for something like that, or do you think we should do something else?
No, that sounds good.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, try to draw them out first if we can, and if not,
All right.
flank the door, on the side.
And which way does this door open? Will it come open out in towards us?
Or in?
It will
Oliver?
open into the room.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, using the latch on the door, I'm going to open it up just a part way, like 6 inches, so they can't see directly out at me. And I'm going to yell in Goblin, "Hey, there's some dwarfs out here, and they're trying to kill us."
Excellent.
And then take my axe and wrap it on something else metal, so it sounds like there's fighting going on. And see what happens. All
Okay.
right?
All right. You gonna yell it?
Yeah. What the hell?
Okay. So you're opening the door a little.
Yep.
All right. And then you're gonna.
Yelling Goblin. There's some dwarves out here trying to kill us.
Okay.
And then wrap some metal against each other. You know what I mean? Like fake fighting. Maybe take one of the other guys here and just hold up the sword, and we just tap each other's swords, so it sounds like we're actually in combat. You know what I mean? There's actual combat going on.
Okay. All right. So you do that. You open up the door a little, and more noise comes flooding out. And when you open up that door, those of you who can speak Goblin now can hear that there is sort of hear goblins saying things like, "Whoa, we got to get out of here. What should we do? We need to stay. We should loot the place. No, just shut up. And then you're going to then execute your plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. You execute your plan, and all of a sudden, so the door shuts.
Try it again.
Oh, screw this. Hey, goblins are dumb, and I'm a dwarf. Kick the door open and charge in with my axe. I don't care anymore.
Okay. All right. So you try to bust the door down. What are you busting it down with?
Well, I'm going to open it with a latch, and then I'm going to kick it with my foot so it swings open hard.
Now when you try to open the door, it seems that something is barring it. You're unable to open it.
So did you actually see any goblins in there, Sir Dwarf?
So
Didn't see it when I opened it the first time. So, because I
No,
only
I just-
opened it about 6 inches.
correct.
All right.
So I'm going to shout
Can I
at
push
Goblin.
it? You
I'm
want
going
me
to
to try
shout
to
at Goblin. Open the door. Let us in.
And you hear coming back, is this room service?
Oh,
Say yes. Say yes. Say yes.
Yes. And we
What
have
do you
one.
have?
Land shark.
flowers?
Does anybody know what goblins eat?
Dwarf brains. Dwarf brains?
Dwarf brains.
How do we know this is really room service?
Who else would it be?
Room service?
What happened to Tizun Thane?
I say.
Don't know. We're looking for.
he's on the other. He's over in the other room.
He's gazing at his reflection.
We may be goblins, but we're not stupid.
We thought he was with you.
Oh, that. That stands to be discussed.
So you don't know.
No, we thought he was in there.
His brain
not
is
in
missing.
here.
Tappy says the brain is missing.
Well,
It's
do you
been
want your
removed.
food or not?
Oh God.
The other door that's on that side. Do we hear or see the same noises? Like coming from there?
You do not. You do not hear any other noises.
You guys, let's just bust down this door. Quit effing
Yeah,
around.
it's a smaller room.
Yeah.
I got a 17 strength. Who else wants to go with me?
I'll plus. I'm an 8. I've got exceptional brawn for no brains.
Mm-hmm.
16 strength.
All
I'll
right.
help you.
I'm 18.
gonna-
Push on it.
Oh,
Push.
well, no way I'm going to do it. I rolled a 94.
What do I got to roll? I'll try to open it.
James, what would this? Oh, is
I'm
James
here.
not here? Oh, so would this be like a bend bars,
Well,
lift gates
yeah, I
kind of
mean
roll?
the door into the room. It's
Bars.
yeah. You'd have to do a bent bars. Let's try that.
Okay.
Because unless you have
I'm going to help. I'm going to help him while he's doing it. After I do my first attempt, I'm going to say, screw it. And when he's doing it, I'm going to help him.
okay. Yeah,
I'm going to help.
I rolled a 2.
0
Oh,
2.
on
That
percentile?
works.
On
2 out of,
percentile?
out
That's
of
great.
100.
Wow.
It works.
Oh,
Nice
that's
go.
Father Glug.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Let's go, Father.
so you guys basically
Oh, yeah.
just you put your weight in it and you press and you hear the creaking of the door and the bar and it kind of pressure and then snaps and the door flings open and now you two kind of stumble into the room and Dan, take it away.
And what you see is, so you stumble into this room. It is 40 feet east-west, 15 feet north-south. You notice that there are some stairs going up to a second story. You see a wooden bed, a horsehair mattress, a plain washstand with a bowl, and a chamber pot. You also are hearing some faint sounds of running and chattering coming from outside. You notice that what you've done is you have splintered a bar. There was a bar which was used to keep it shut, to keep anything from coming inside. And that's all you see. You hear up above, shh, 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 shh.
What? They're there. Shh. They heard the door. Shh.
God damn.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Stupid idiot.
Oh, I suppose there is no one here then.
He heard you.
All right,
He heard you. Shut up.
I'll let these guys play their. I can't hear anything. You guys keep talking, and I'm gonna slowly try to creep up the stairs with my axe ready.
If you say one more thing, I'm gonna kill you.
I told you shut up.
Let's go
home. All right, so Tangly, all right, you head up, and Tangly, when you get up to the top, you notice just standing, all staring at you, are 11 little dudes, dull orange in color with yellow, lemony eyes, all sorts of different weapons, mace, hammers, things like that, and they're all just staring at you.
Where's...
Charge! I'm gonna charge them.
Oh, so you're attacking them, I guess.
Yeah.
Tangly is attacking.
Okay, so the rest of you, all you hear is shh, and then you there's a slight pause, and then you just heard that inaudible scream that was so loud it blew out the microphone, and he charges forward. So I'm gonna call initiative now. So the way we do initiative is we do what's called in the box. So someone rolls initiative, and then the initiative rotates. So starting from my top, it's going to be Brian is in the box first, then Martin, then Steve, Vic, Jeannie, and then Tom. So Brian, you're in the box. What's your declared action? You're downstairs still.
My declared action, I see or hear what's happening. I reach into my backpack and I pull out a Kaleidos cube. Apparently it's supposed to do something to low intelligent creatures, and I'm not sure exactly how it works.
Yeah,
but
James,
Talpy,
I'm
sure Talpy does.
James, that's from that's Albie 4. That's from the Lichwa. Yeah, it mesmerizes low. It's like a little toy. It mesmerizes.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Creatures.
Yep, absolutely.
Exactly.
So
I'm going to activate that and follow up the stairs.
Okay. That sounds good. So Martin, what are you doing?
I stay behind downstairs, just waiting to see what happens up there.
Okay, and just to kind of make sure you're like Dan said, it's a 45-foot long room, 15-foot wide. About 15 feet into the room, on the right-hand side is the stairs that ascend up to the second floor, which is what Tangly went upstairs. So he is by himself. And now you see the gnome is now headed up the stairs, and you're going to stay downstairs.
I stay at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay, so you're going to move to the bottom of the stairs. Okay, and
yes.
Elson, what's your character going to do, Steve?
I'm going to move. I'm going to move towards the action. I'm going to take out my hammer. It looks like I could throw my hammer, and sort of get within throwing range. Move towards getting within throwing range.
So kind of imagine like a loft bedroom situation where you have to look up the stairs. You don't know what you're walking into, but there's no one in front of you. You just know there's stairs to the side that go up behind you. Like you're walking in, and then there's steps going up and above you is like a loft. So you basically, unless you go up the stairs, I mean, again, it's hard to see because you're still outside. You're probably not, but you can take your hammer out and start moving in. You'll just have to see what happens.
Okay, so I'll go towards the top of the stairs.
Okay, so you're going to climb up the stairs at this point.
Once I see what's there, then I'll decide what I'm going to do next.
Tangly is attacking, charging. That's what I heard. Okay, Meadow, what is Meadow doing?
I am gonna wait down below with my bow drawn, and if there's goblins, I have to start killing them.
Okay.
So.
Father Glog, what are you doing?
Father Glug's going to follow upstairs. I'm going to take out Bone Crusher.
Okay. I think.
Finally.
All right, so now it's initiative then. Everyone's declared. So the goblins' initiative is a 6.
Party got a 4.
So you're charging the first one you see, Vic. What's your weapon?
My axe.
Axe. Okay, I'm gonna roll to see if you run into a creature that has a shorter weapon than you. You do. He has a hammer, so actually you can go first since you're charging, and then he will go.
Hey, now remember, I get to. These are half hit
That's right.
creatures, right? So I get 2 attacks.
Well, you get 2
round?
attacks on this guy because you charged him, and depending what happens. Let's see what happens.
All right. Ooh, miss.
Yeah, you can get your second attack on him with your charge. You're basically charging him double attack with your axe. What?
Yeah, I missed one.
Okay, so a flurry of blows, and you swing past them. Okay, so now their action. I think the what would Karg do, Dan, in this case?
They're being so that they've been attacked by a single
Yeah, exactly.
dwarf. They would try to kill
Exactly.
the dwarf. They hate dwarves.
Yeah, so
This is their
That's
dream.
right.
Are they dreaming?
They're going to attack. They're going to surround the dwarf, and a couple of them are going to stand at the top of the stairs. So the first person who's going to act after Vic was going to be Brian with your kaleidoscope of confusion. As you're moving up, you see the 2 creatures, but a couple of them are able to attack the dwarf. One's a miss, second's a miss. Welcome to first edition, folks. They all miss. A flurry of blows, and now there are 2 looking down the stairs. So Brian, your character, right, is moving up the stairs, and you have your kaleidoscope out, correct?
That's correct, and I'm activating it and causing the spheres to reflect and bounce around. And I guess it emanates a color or a force of some sort.
It's pretty.
And
So you see 2 of them go, look, Darg, look at it. It's so, ooh, they kind of, ooh.
They're like a cat.
So they're just kind of staring at you, looking, ooh. And they're like putting their hands out. That's what they do. Okay. Next is...
I continue up the stairs as I'm doing this.
Okay. Well, they you know the power of this trinket is very persuasive. They may reach out for it, just FYI. But right now they're they want to play with the shiny button. So just if you walk past them, they may try to grab it. Okay, so you're doing that.
Just throw it down the stairs.
Mildred, you're staying outside, correct?
Idea.
Mildred, you're staying.
I'm standing downstairs, but I follow the gnome. Is it? The kaleidoscope. I follow the gnome a few steps behind him.
And then Elson, Steve, your character, you were going up with a hammer. So there are 2. You see 2 now. When you were walking up, you're kind of, ooh, who am I going to be able to throw at? You see at the top of the stairs, there's these 2 goblins who are kind of with weapons in hand, and now they've kind of lowered their arms and they're kind of peering at the strange bauble that the gnome has pulled out. So what do you do now?
Were these the same ones that were attacking the dwarf?
Yeah, you don't know. You did not. All you heard was rah, and then a bunch of missing. You don't see the dwarf now. He's basically above you in the loft above you, so you can't see him now.
Oh, I can't see. So I can't see the dwarf, but I can see the goblins.
Because the goblins are at the landing. You see 2 of the goblins. The rest of them you don't see.
So I am gonna.
So think about it as a 2-story, and there's the stairs go up and then they go around, and now the floor is above them, and then somewhere up there is the dwarf, and God only knows how many goblins. What you see at the landing
All right,
is
so
two of them.
I'm gonna continue past the confused
Okay,
goblins.
so you're going to go up
and
with him. You're going to go up.
see if I can see what happened to the
Gotcha.
dwarf.
Okay, great. Meadow, what are you doing? You had your bow out at the time.
Yeah. Can I see any goblins' faces up above me?
Not where you were out, because you were kind of at the door. You don't see any. You'd have to come into the room and then actually go in the far part of the room and then look up.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, so you get.
I'm gonna shuffle quickly and quietly and.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
position yourself in the far corner, and now you're looking up, and you again see these. And so for the next round, if you wanted to shoot these somewhat dazed goblins, that's what you see. Tom, what are you doing?
I'm going to keep making my way towards the goblins. I mean, up the stairs. I can't trample over the guys in front of me.
Yeah, so you see a procession. Basically, there's three of you going up the stairs to follow Vic. Meadow is in the corner, and Mildred is downstairs as well, kind of halfway up the stairs. Okay, so now it's initiative. So Brian lost. So now, Martin, your character, you're in the box, and you're halfway up the stairs. So what would you like to do? Don't roll yet.
No roll yet. I follow. If the gnome keeps going up, I'll follow the gnome. If the gnome stops in the stairs, I'll stop as well.
That's right. Okay. So, okay, great. So you're going to follow the gnome. Excellent. Elsing, Steve, what's your character doing?
I am going to, if I'm within eyesight of the dwarf that's being attacked, I'll throw one of my hammers at the attacking goblins. One of the attacking goblins.
You're probably 3/4 of the way up at this point. You're just getting right to. You're pretty much right behind Brian's character, the gnome, and the half orc is behind you, and you're all three going up, and you've just gotten to where the two goblins who are staring at you are. So behind you, basically, as you get up to the landing, around and behind you, you hear a ruckus. So you're gonna have to pass these two and then come around to get to anything past them.
Okay, I mean that's kind of my goal, is to get to where the action is and bypass the confused goblins.
Vic, you're attacking, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, Jeannie, and what's your action now? You see you see a procession of player characters, your adventurers, standing in front of two confused goblins, and you hear, a ruckus above it. That's what you see.
All right. And do I have so I could possibly hit my fellow adventurers if I shot
You'd have to
arrows?
wait till they cleared, or else you could hit them, yes.
Yeah. I will hold my action.
Okay. Well, if they clear and you have enough time, I'll let you at least shoot once at the end of the round.
Okay.
And then, Tom, what's Father? You three are going to proceed up, basically.
I am not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. I am going to salivate and smash one of the dazed goblins.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's right.
And
That's
Brian,
right.
you're passing. You said last round you're basically right in front of them now. So, and you can peer to the right, and you see Tangley in a fisticuffs. He's going to have 6 goblins around him in this whirlwind of.
So what the gnome is going to do is to roll the cube over into the great melee of goblin and dwarf, and then move into the melee, drawing his sword, and to join. I don't know if I can get an attack in at this time, but I'm going to roll the cube over into the mess. Hopefully it affects more of them, and then I'm going to draw my sword and get into it.
Okay, great.
And make way for those that are coming up behind me.
Yeah, so you'll basically move over to the side and kind of roll it down like a little bowling ball into the middle of the fracas.
Yes. Hopefully I don't break it and it affects others.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Not the stupid ones in our party.
Gotcha. So here's so Martin, roll a d6. Here's our d6. The goblins rolled a 2. 1. Oh, okay.
I'm out of the box.
That's not so good for Tangley. So what you notice is now 6 of them are basically 2 are attacking, while 4 are going to try to grab the dwarf and try to pin him down. So here's the 2 attacks. What's your armor class, Tangley?
Negative 6,003. No, I'm AC4.
AC4. Okay.
They're going to need at least a 17.
That is correct.
hit.
Well, 1 did hit.
Ooh.
And that one has a short sword. Ooh, you take 5 points of damage.
Well, that just pisses me off.
And then the 4 are going to try to grapple you, and they just flail about you, but they are unable to grab you. They're kind of now scrambling around. Grab him! Grab the dwarf! Then we'll beat him down and keep him. And then kill him. And now so those are the 6 that are fighting against the dwarf. The 2 are dazed, and so 3 of them move towards. They start charging towards where the Brian's character, the half gnome, the gnome is, and at that point you chuck the trinket, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And James, just to let you know, there is one member of the party who has low intelligence. That would be Father Glug with a 6 intelligence.
Oh,
But I'm behind him.
Oh, that's right. He's behind. He's down
That's
the
right.
stairs, right? So just
Yeah,
that's
I'm
right.
still coming up the stairs to the gifts.
Now,
Got it.
what's the range on that trinket again, Dan? I forgot.
Oh, I mean, you can chuck. It's not. It's like a Rubik's
Yeah.
cube. The sense I get, it's like a Rubik's cube that just has it just has very interesting moving colors that
All
mesmerize.
right, so I'm just going to roll a d12 and see how many of them are actually see this, because 2 of them are mesmerized, but the rest of them are enrolled in combat. Oh, okay. So about 5 others, the 3 that were looking towards the gnome, and 2 of them that were trying to grapple Tangley, they all kind of stop and they start looking as the thing rolls across the floor. And they're kind of staring at it now. You 3, and so you do that. The gnome is able to now pass through. The half elf passes through. Now the half orc, Father Glog. Are you going to continue moving forward?
Right, but yeah, my intent is to attack.
Oh yeah,
so
you're going
I'm
to attack the
looking
guy in
directly-
front of you, the one that's yes. So roll a
Yeah,
d20.
yeah, I'm not looking into the room. I was looking at the guys in
Right.
front of
Okay.
me.
So Brian did that. Martin, your character was headed up the stairs, correct? And you were going to try to.
yes, right band.
Right. So you went behind the gnome. So now you're standing up there, and you're basically behind the 2 mesmerized gnomes, and you see the half-orc cleric about to take a swing at one. So what do you want to do?
I guess I'll have to unsheath my dagger and I'll take a stab at the.
Okay,
other
great.
one.
So roll a d20,
Yeah.
and while you're doing that, Steve, your character got passed through. Are you going to? And you see 3 mesmerized goblins in front of you.
Are they within striking range?
Probably 1 is, yeah. Martin, what did you get for your
All
d20? I can't see. 20. Oh, excellent. Okay. Well, am I using my double damage rolls? Yeah, sure. Why not? So roll a d20 again. Let's see if you confirm it. I use it because my players want to get killed horribly. So what'd you roll? Oh
18.
yeah, you do
18.
double damage. Yeah, that. So you eviscerate poor Darg. You hear
All in a day's work.
and you eviscerate Darg. He's no more.
The one with the big ears.
Yes, unfortunately, he had many small pups. Was really looking forward to retiring and doing things, but apparently he's no more.
No, he's not. He's not.
And Steve, what did you roll? Roll your d20. 11. Okay, you missed. Vic, you get your 2 attacks. I'm assuming you're attacking the guys who are actually hitting you. One was the...
Right. That's a miss. And oh God, I gotta retire these dice. Amen.
What are they? Are they the Keep It Bloodwood Falls dice that you give to the players? Because that's...
No,
Do not worry, brother. I'll take it for you.
All right, Jeannie, since everyone has passed, I'll just say now at the end of the round, if you want to take a shot at the one that Martin didn't eviscerate, you could do that.
all right. That's what I'm gonna do, and then I will start coming up the stairs too. Oh, I think that's a miss. I rolled an 8.
Yeah, you missed. All right, Tom, it's
missed.
on you.
Do I get
Yes.
one attack? Second level fighter?
Oh, no, you get 2 attacks, absolutely. I forgot you're a fighter. If you're a second level fighter.
All right, I'm an 8. An 8 and a 12.
12, I think is a miss because they're AC 6. So unless you have any pluses.
Oh, wait. I have, I'm sorry. That's 14 because I got +2 to hit.
Okay, then you hit. Yep, you hit. So roll your damage.
All right. 1d6 plus 5. 6.
Oh my goodness. Not Erg. Dan, they killed Erg.
Oh man, I love Erg.
Okay, great. And so, Brian, you tossed the item, so that's pretty much your action. And now you're basically, you just walk past, you see the 2 gnomes have been either bludgeoned or eviscerated by your compatriots, and now you sit. It's a new round. So now in the box is Steve. Steve, you're standing in front of 3 dazed goblins.
Okay, so I'm taking out my +1 mace, bones, and I'm going to strike one of those goblins.
Okay, hold on just a second. You're going to attack. Great. Vic, you're keeping attacking, correct? Or keep swinging?
Yes. Oh, I think I might grapple one and throw him down the stairs.
Okay. And Jeannie, you're going to try to move up the stairs now. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Tom, you're going to attack again. You're going to have to move up now because the 2 in front of you were killed.
Well, if there's more there to dazed, like I said.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm an
Well, you see in front of you the half elf is standing in front of 3 dazed guys. And
All right, so I'll move to his right and try to smack
okay,
one of
Brian,
them.
what's your action?
I'm going to move over to one of them that's confused and attack. I would assume I'd get a hit since they're not paying attention to me.
That's neat.
And I'm just going to go ahead and use my short sword to do
Okay.
so.
Martin, what is Mildred doing?
Mildred is charging one of the dazed
Okay,
goblins.
excellent.
With her
All
dagger.
right, so Steve, you're in the box now, so I'm rolling initiative. The goblins got a 5.
I got a
1. Okay. So the 2 attacks on Tangly. That's a miss. Ooh, 17. That's a hit. You take Tangly takes another point of damage. And the other goblins try to grab onto him. They are unsuccessful. So that is their action. Steve, you're going to take a swing. Roll a d20.
Yeah, I think so.
I got a 6.
That's
+1.
6 is a miss. That's a little too short. Vic, when you're ready, you get your 2 attacks.
14 and a 17.
Those are 2 hits.
Yep. So, I guess I'm using my axe. Yep. Let's see here. Where is the damage for my oh, it's a battle axe. Good. Here we go. Some dead goblins coming up. 3 points to one, and 4 points to the other.
3 and 4. Okay. Give me a d6 so I can figure out which ones you hit.
Number 4 and number 6.
Number 4 and number 6. Okay. Number 4. Oh, number 4 is no more. they murdered Farg. You Farger. You killed Farg. Okay. And number 6. How much did you do on number 6? 4. Okay, great.
Oh no, 5. I forgot. I got a +1 for strength.
Okay.
Sorry.
Great. All right. So, Jeannie, you've moved up the stairs. The next round, you can decide what you want to do. You've navigated through the blood and the dead goblins there. Tom, you get your attacks. You see 3 dazed goblins in front of you.
14 and a 17.
Those are both hits. Do you hit the same goblin or 2 different goblins?
I'll go for 2 different
All right, roll
goblins.
your damage.
I did 10 to one and 9 to the other.
Okay. Both Harg and Yeog are they're what are you using? A mace?
I am using my bone breaker.
What is that? Oh, it's a hammer.
It's a bone-shaped hammer.
Oh, well, this bone-shaped hammer crushes the skull. I almost envision you hit one and they smash into each other and their heads just kind of gelatinized with that and they just fall apart. It's pretty horrific what you've just done. It's a crime against against goblin kind. Very good. So now there is one dazed goblin left for you, Brian, your character. All
right. Toppy moves in. I rolled a 16 plus whatever bonuses I get. All right, and with my short sword, 3 damage to the dazed.
3. Okay, yeah, he's wounded, but he's not dead. Not dead yet. So Martin, you see the gnome striking the one. Do you want to try to finish him off?
Oh, I will.
Okay. Like that confidence.
Oh, no, I definitely
Okay, great.
3.
All right, so that's the next. So now the next round. Okay, you hear one of them, which is near Tangley, go, finish him off before they kill us all. And it's like in like a broken, goblin, half common tongue. So action. So Steve, you lost. So Vic, you're attacking. You're in the box, correct? Jeannie, you're now up there. It's going to be pretty hard to shoot up here. There's a lot of creatures running around. So do you want to try to change your action at this point?
Yeah, I'm going to charge him with my longsword plus
I'm
1.
going to... Oh, by the way, James, just go back. I'm going to try to tackle this thing so I can interrogate it.
The guy who was talking? Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Tom, what are you doing?
If there's something alive in front of me, I'm going to smack
Yeah, there's
at
the
it.
one that that's the one that the gnome struck. Brian's character is still alive. Even though he's bleeding, he's like, ooh. Now, go ahead. Okay, and Brian, what's your gnome gonna do?
He's going to move over and grab the cube from the floor.
Okay, excellent. So I'm basically going to say you need a dex check +5 because it's, I almost envision this like Raiders of the Lost Ark kind of thing. There's creatures flying around, so you'll just need to do a dex check to see if you make it. Okay?
All right.
Martin, what's your plan?
I eviscerate the wounded
Okay, so
goblin.
you two are attacking. And Steve, what's your plan?
Hacking away at that same goblin I was trying to kill before.
Okay, great. So here's initiative. So it's on you, Vic. The goblin's got a 2.
I got 3.
So you're going to try to tackle the one the way I talked.
Right.
Just make a D20 roll. If you hit, you grab them.
Oh, no problem. I got 18.
Oh yeah, you totally. In fact, I'm going to do a D6 divided by 2. I'm going to say you punch them, and you basically grab them.
2.
2. Oh yeah, he's stunned, and he collapses in your arms. He basically, you sucker punch them, and as he falls back, you grab him.
All right.
Okay.
Put him in the chin lock,
That's right. Hey. So
Careful, she's the
that's
strangler.
right. She's the strangler. The only
right.
strangling is the other way. So Jeannie, you're making a charge.
You guys got that? You guys recorded
Yeah.
that, right? So domestic abuse later. You know?
Yeah, the police are on their way. You don't have masks, and you're strangling each other, so that's a double violation.
Yeah.
So Jeannie, make your D20 roll.
All right. Oh, I missed.
Okay, you missed. All right, Tom, you've got the one right in front of you still.
Oh, I hit it.
Okay.
I crushed him. I hit him twice.
Okay, so he's a thin blood red paste. Brian.
Yeah, I mean that.
Yeah, you just. I mean, he's literally just standing.
I'm going to do a minimum of 12.
Yeah, you just bash his brains in. In fact, you may have to do some extra penance for the extra crushing blow you did. That's pretty disturbing.
Oh, I'm trying to break as many bones
Well,
as
congratulations.
possible.
Your quota for bone breaking is exceptional. Brian, make a dex check to see if you collect your bauble.
Oh, terrible. Rolled a 20.
Oh, you completely.
So a 25.
Yeah, you completely fall down to the ground. You stumbled, so you're prone this round. Now, again, no one's attacking
Slipped in
you, but
blood.
you're sprawled out, and hopefully, no one watched you make this swan dive onto the floor. Mildred, the goblin you were about to eviscerate, is no more. You see a number of goblins still fighting Tangly, who has punched one in the face and is holding one. So, do you want to move forward and attack them?
Sure,
Okay.
sure. I'll do
So
that.
roll a d20. There's a couple on the ground trying to fight him. Okay,
Missed.
great. Steve, you're going to move forward and help Tangly out as well? Okay,
Sure.
roll a d20.
10 plus 1.
10 plus 1, that is a miss because they're not fascinated. All right, so one is going to attack Tangly. Miss. One is now going to attack Mildred because they're going to turn around and attack you. That's a miss. And one is going to attack Elson. What's your armor class, Elson? Steve? 4. You are struck. And you take 4 points of damage as a short sword gets through your armor and draws blood. And then actually there's one left, and there's actually 2 on Tangly. They also miss. All right, so it's initiative. Vic, I think you won, correct? So you're still in the box. You're gonna now you're holding a goblin in one. You're holding a goblin in one hand. What are you gonna do?
How many goblins are still?
There are 4 left that are moving. One is unconscious in Tangly's hands. Are you gonna?
Toss that one down and try to grab another one.
Okay, that's Jeannie. Are you attacking? Okay.
Yep.
And Tom, what are you doing? You're going to move forward and attack. And Brian, you're prone this round. You're going to try to get yourself up and get your trinket, I assume. Is that correct?
Yeah, or swim through the blood, I guess, to the trinket.
That's probably what happened. It's dark, and there's just goblin guts and blood everywhere. You find out later they're peace emissaries from the land of happy, unicorns. But that's another story. Martin, you're going to keep attacking. Is that correct?
Yes, sure. What's the light situation?
Well, it's
where we
kind
are
of
now, by the way?
dim in here. Actually, it's there is a light. There is a mirror, a window on the far wall in the back, but it's you're up in the loft. It's more of it looks like well, besides the blood and carnage, it's kind of like a loft. So there's a little light in here, but it's not great.
Yeah, I keep
Okay,
attacking.
great. And Elson, you're Steve's character. What are you doing?
Keep
Okay.
attacking.
So Vic, it's on you. Here's the initiative for the goblins. 4.
Somebody keeps getting in my way here.
You keep throwing it way too far. Here, roll that one.
We're just throwing my work.
You threw it.
I got 6.
Okay. Make your so Vic, make your attacks.
I'm gonna hold action.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold that. Let everybody else go ahead of me, and I'm gonna hold action until they're all.
All right,
go.
Jeannie, you go.
All right.
Tom, you can make your attacks too.
I hit with my longs. Would a 15
Oh, that's
plus
it.
1
Oh,
hit
yeah, that's a
16?
hit.
Okay, I hit with my long sword. So
2 miss?
against
Okay.
goblins. All right. Against goblins, what's the damage? 1
It's a small, 8d8. Oh, it's dead. 8 points of damage
Oh,
automatically.
yeah, that one's history. Brian, you make another dex check to see if you're...
Okay.
All right, much better. A 3
Okay,
this time.
you're decided that the way you did last time, so you're back up, but now you're going to have to pursue the bauble because it's been kicked around in the blood, so that's what you're going to be doing. Martin, are you attacking?
Yes, I attack. I hit AC 4.
Oh, it's a hit, so roll your d4 for a dagger. And Steve, you get to attack.
3 damage.
3
from me.
damage. Let's see. Okay, oh, he's hurt. Steve, what'd you get?
I got a 1.
So good. Guess what? If we do fumbles, we do criticals, do fumbles. Roll d20. You want to roll? What'd you roll?
I rolled a 17.
Good. So you don't confirm the fumble, but you basically you miss wildly and you're kind of dazed for a little bit. Probably what threw you off was as soon as you were striking, the goblin in front of you goes, ah! He throws his hands up, he drops his weapons, and the other ones drop their weapons. So there's 3 goblins and the one that they're screaming in goblin, and obviously you understand it. We surrender. Why are you killing us? We just wanted food. This is terrible room service.
And I say, you wouldn't let us in.
We're sorry. So they
Don't listen.
they're on their little knees and they're looking up. Please don't murder us. What a terrible hotel. 1 star. No ratings. This is no ratings. All right. So you now surround. There's 1 unconscious goblin. There's 1 who's been injured. 2 unconscious or 2 uninjured ones. They're hands up on their knees, staring up, begging in goblin for their life. I'll turn it over to Dan.
Okay, what do you do?
All right, since I've held my action,
Yes, you did held your
let's
action.
see here. I'm gonna start questioning them, and with a knife to the throat of the one that I've got that I'm holding, and start asking questions, and I'll let my team members answer questions. I tell them, you better answer all the questions, or you're good as dead. And I've got the knife up to the carotid artery of the goblin. And so I'll turn it over to my teammates here and let them start asking questions.
And Jay, 1 is still unconscious, right?
Right, that's the one I'm holding.
Karg is the one that's knocked out.
Got it. Okay. We'll answer.
All right. Brian, got a question?
I'm busy getting the bauble, and
All right.
so I'm going to go do that. and
Combat's over now,
think of
so
questions.
within a minute you wipe off the bob. You're not trying to dodge anymore, so you easily collect it.
Okay.
Your fighting skills are so impressive, Master Dwarf. Oh, wow. My. I haven't seen fighting skills like that since, well, the Dwarven Goblin. Oh, never mind. In a long time.
All right. Where did you come from?
Well, the Goblin Empire. We're emissaries. We came here on a diplomatic mission. He was our leader.
Yeah, right. Strip. Get out of your clothes. Drop your weapons. Strip.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd heard it was dangerous to be taken captive by a dwarf, but I had no idea this bad. So they all start. They take off their clothes, and you notice 2 of them look over at the 3rd and start giggling.
What's
And I
wrong
said,
with
what are you laughing at?
Well, yeah. What are you laughing at? All right, his sword is. Look how short his sword is. And they're all laughing.
Yeah, immature little goblins. All right, I move their clothes away from them and have one of my party members search their clothing for see if they've got any diplomatic papers or anything
do
like
that.
that they claim.
I do that, and I also wipe the blood of my dagger on their clothes.
There you go. Start mopping up the floor.
Yes. So you find some money, not a lot. You do find on the unconscious one, you do find a parchment, which written in common is an invitation to come to the Halls of Tizun Thane. It appears to be, it has Tizun Thane's seal, and it is an invitation to come treat with Tizun Thane.
Mm.
Okay.
Well,
Is it dated?
It is dated, and it is dated about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, so Tizun Thane might have been still alive 2 weeks ago.
well, the invitation has been rescinded.
Yeah.
It's been canceled. Your show has been canceled.
See,
So-
we're here. We're here on a diplomatic mission. You can't.
Is there a
kill us.
banister? Is there a banister that protects the stairs from anybody falling down like into the down onto the stairway, like
No.
a railing?
No, it's just stairs.
Is there
Stairs,
anything
so
else in
you
the
can
room?
just walk right off into the void.
Meaning, can he be dropped off of it?
No. Is there a railing?
Yeah, on one side. So yeah, to make sure you don't fall down. Yeah.
All
I see what
right,
you're
all
saying.
right. Who's got rope?
The gnome has 50 foot,
Yeah.
All right.
so he brings it over to the
Let's start
dwarf.
stringing them up.
Okay,
That's my
so
ideas.
James, these goblins begin praying to
Oh,
Maglibiet.
yes.
Just to let you know, so I don't know if I'm going to give
well,
a
of
roll here.
course.
They're praying for their
That's
lives.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Are we in the Flennis, by the way, or where are we?
No, we're still up in the attic.
Yeah, generic.
Was there
Generic.
anything else around in
The world
the
of
attic?
Generica.
Yes,
Maglib is not pleased with their treatises.
he doesn't
No.
appear.
Yeah. All right.
Small
So
animal.
I grab the 50 feet of rope and I'm going to start tying these gnomes up, or not these gnomes, these goblins up, and
You can
tie them to the banister of the to the stairway going down, with just enough rope that I can toss them over and hang them all at once. And I'm going to look around and I'm going to tell the guys, well, search the room. I'm going to keep talking to these guys here and find out what clan they're from and stuff. So I pull out my dagger and I start asking them, what clan are you from? And start asking them the pertinent information.
Okay, so yeah, I mean they give you the answer to a known clan. You don't detect any inconsistencies. What they tell you is that they were selected to join Karg here, who is an ambassador, and they came to the Halls of Tizun Thane yesterday. They came in the night that one of their members was killed by a very tall, dark creature in the woods at night, and they came racing into the halls, and they discovered what they believe is Tizun Thane's body, and they didn't know what to do, and they've been debating whether they should loot the place or they should just leave. And while they were debating it, then room service showed up.
Terrible room service.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Well, should have left.
Who's room service?
Yeah.
Us?
They thought it was you. Yes,
Oh. All right. Well, what's in this room?
sir. So it's exactly the same as the lower room, with one exception. There is a floor-to-ceiling mirror where the door would have been down below. So the entry door is a floor-to-ceiling mirror Other than that, it is the same. It's just a little bit more plush. It appears to be like a guest room, but a nicer guest room than the one down below. And you guys have been around. You would get the sense that this is where somebody more important would sleep, and a servant who was there visiting would sleep down below.
I have a question. When it regards this building and the Halls of Tizun Thane in general, is it a two-story building, so to speak? Is it or if we look at the where we came from? Right.
Yeah, so portions are. So you notice there was a tower, so it looks just like that. I don't know how you can see that. So the portions were. You notice there is a tower, and there's some portions that are 2 stories.
Right. And this where we are in now, we're at the up floor of the 2-story building.
Exactly.
Where's the tower located?
So the tower was more toward the entranceway. So when you were in the courtyard, it would have been to your left.
All right.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to strip all the gnome not the gnome, but the goblin bodies.
You said it. That's the way the rules work.
You can strip the gnome bodies. I have no problem with that. That's a free action in my game.
I'm going to strip all the goblin bodies and gather all their clothing up. I'm going to walk downstairs, walk out into the middle of the courtyard where the fountain is. I'm going to put all their clothing inside the fountain, the water down there. And so there's nothing that they can wear inside that guest room.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't even loot their brethren's bodies or anything.
That's what you get for giving us low ratings.
Yeah.
And they say one of them says, and I know these people are searching the room, so I want to handle that too. One of them also says, wait, we can help you. We have information. We can help you.
Information regarding what?
Well, how to make your way into the inside of the palace, of course. I'll show you.
Go on.
I'll show. I can't remember. I think I could know if I went back there. It's hard to describe, but I can take you there.
I will gut you if you lie to me. You know that, right?
Of course. I'm with you. We should join together. I have many hit points.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sure. Show us.
Okay.
Show us.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. Now, some people said they were searching the room. So, so we've got a goblin is going to show something important. And were people searching the room? Because somebody said search the room.
Yeah. Eslian was searching the room, doing the elf routine.
Okay. Eslian, you did not find anything. Anyone else searching the room?
Yeah, the gnome was checking out the mirror and the window. If the window's up here, just to look outside. And so mostly the mirror and the window.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm stripping bodies, so I'm gathering all that stuff up to walk it outside.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no. So the 2 that have searched the room did not find anything. It's just what you had downstairs, and nothing seems unusual. Okay. What are you guys doing? You following the goblin, or anyone doing something?
Is the goblin tied up? Do you have a rope?
All of them are tied up.
No, the one that's going to lead us around.
Yeah, so he's tied up. Yes, untie me. I show you. You can trust me.
I would suggest whoever had the rope to cut a piece of rope and keep him on a leash.
Yes, that's a better idea.
Wait, what are you guys saying? Wait, are you guys talking about me? What's going on? What did you guys say? What did you say?
You're not the one asking questions here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
So I'll leave the unconscious one and the other 2 up here, tied up to the banister, and so that they, if they even try to escape, they're gonna have to run outside into the snow, and they'll find their clothing has been soaked completely through out in the fountain, and the one will be led naked, I guess, through the through to show us where we got to go.
Okay. All right. Okay. So is everyone following?
Yes.
The naked
Yes.
goblin?
Yeah. Sure.
And this, yeah, okay. So this, you say he's naked, this goblin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have any weapons or anything.
I
so
also picked up my hammer, by the way.
okay. All right. So is everyone following the naked goblin?
Yeah,
I never
sure.
thought I'd say this, but yes.
That's a
Oh, don't pretend you've never said
That's
that
right.
before.
That's a-
Okay.
they got some great food at the Naked Goblin. That place is great.
The naked goblin. Put that down. Okay. So you follow the naked goblin out down through the courtyard, and he takes you back into the room where the dais was. And he says, "Here, behind, if you go," and he goes and he says, "Oh, wait, not quite yet." And he says, "Here, I gotta open these doors to this room here." And he opens the doors back to the big banquet hall. And he says, "Oh, okay. Oh, wait, no. Wasn't that room?" But he leaves the doors open. And then he comes back. And he says, "Oh,
I closed the doors.
behind the
Oh,
yeah, you're a good guy. Oh, he's smart. Always shut door. Exactly. Wandering monsters. Good move. Behind the dais, very easy to find. Anybody could find it. We found a secret passage. Exactly. Right back there. Just scoot through there, and it's plain. Anybody could find it.
I jerk on the rope that's tied around his neck, and start to lift him up on his tiptoes, and says, "Well, you're opening the door and going first." and I tiptoe him over to the door and set him down.
Okay. So all right. So he goes. Well, all right. So wait. Where did you set him down at?
Right in front of the secret door.
Oh wait. No. So he said it's behind the dais, behind the curtains.
We've already been back there.
That's a lie. I didn't find anything.
You didn't
Are you
find
suggesting that you're better at finding secret stuff than I am, Goblin?
Oh, I'm sure it was just an accident that you didn't find. I'm sure you had something on your mind. I'm sure you probably didn't roll well. I don't know. I'm sure it was just a mistake. I know it's there.
I put the goblin up on his tiptoes again, raising the lynch like I'm lynching him. So he's just on his tiptoes.
Erg found it. Where's Erg? Get Erg. Erg found it.
You find it.
Okay. I'll find it. All right. Okay. All right. So he goes. I guess he's on this leash. You see the curtain rippling. He's like, I can't. Damn. I'm still looking.
Jerk back on it.
I'm telling you, Erg found it. It's there. I swear it's there. Erg found it. How about that? Who? Don't you have an elf?
So can I do a second attempt?
Don't you have a filthy elf?
Is Erg still alive?
No.
I'm human.
Oh.
Filthy elves are good at finding. Oh, I mean, beautiful elves are.
Who's an elf here?
So I give it I'm a half elf, so I give the goblin a backhanded smack.
Oh, thank you.
Ow, beautiful elf! Don't hurt me. All right, yeah, you can probably. So I don't know, Jay. There's their second tries.
Where are they at? I got a little lost.
They're behind the dais.
dais by the.
Yeah, they're back in the throne room behind the dais.
Behind the dais.
I thought Mildred was the one that checked behind.
Yeah, Mildred did, right?
Yeah, Mildred did.
Yes.
Mildred did
Not
not. Elsa did not check behind there. She checked the other room.
All right.
Okay.
She checked the banquet room, but not in. They're back in the throne room. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Correct. So Ashley,
Yeah.
try.
So I'll give it a try.
Esleen is unsuccessful, and they got somebody else try. I swear, he found it. Erg found it. It's
Is Erg
there.
still alive?
Which one was Erg? The dwarf will try.
Erg's dead.
It's worse than that. He's
The
dead.
dwarf will try.
How convenient.
The dwarf cannot find anything.
All right, the gnome will.
There.
Well, Oh, was someone else trying because the gnome had something?
The gnome is unsuccessful.
Well, he wasn't going to try.
Oh, sorry.
He was going to ask. He's like, all right, to the goblin, speaking in goblin.
Could I, how heavy is the throne?
It can be moved by you guys.
All right, I'm going to toss the throne on the side, see if that makes it easier to look.
Yeah, I mean, you can tear the curtains out. Yeah, I mean, you get the throne out of the way and pull the curtains down. Yeah,
Sure.
that'll make it a heck of a lot easier to look. So, yeah. So I give you. So if you want to try again with the better, now it's more. It's definitely more accessible.
Okay. Do we find anything after we do that stuff?
You going back in, Ashley?
Sure.
Now that it's been removed and the drapes, much more room. Ashley, you do discover a secret door, and the goblin is like, told you. Yes.
You get to live a few more minutes.
Freedom.
We'll see.
We say not so fast.
Huh?
You're first, and I put him up to the door, grab him by the lanyard around his neck, and put him up in the door and say, "You're first."
We had a contract.
We did
no
not.
contract.
We were just renegotiated it.
Yeah.
Oh, very smart. I like you guys. I'm joining you. All right, let's do it. Let's go. All right. And he slides the door open. And all of a sudden, some light comes flooding out. So you notice it opens to a hallway that runs north-south, 15 feet across, east-west. And so you notice you can go left, you can go right. And you notice that there are sconces on the wall, and there is some, and they are burning. So
So recent activity.
And you can go left, or you can go north, or you can go south, and they both end and then head east. So in other words, if you can go to your left, you can go to your right, and then it's going to head eastward.
Goblin, how far did you go in here when Urk? Okay.
We were trying to, we were debating what to do. We should loot the place, don't you think? Tizun Thane's dead. Loot.
We'll see.
It's for the taking.
I take out my underpants, and the dirty side I shove in his mouth to keep him quiet until we want to hear him again.
Okay, you notice as he's standing there, he starts peeing. It's just a big.
Oh,
and he's
gross.
just like,
Goblin.
Can you describe the hallway again? It goes north.
Sure. So the hallway is
Goblins
15
don't
feet
care.
across. It is 15 feet across east-west.
Okay.
And it is
Goblins don't care.
How far north to south?
sure. So hang on. About 80 feet. It's about 80 feet north to south.
And we're in the middle.
And you're in the middle. So you can either go north and head east or go south and head east. So you're kind of in the center of the complex.
I'm going to go south and go to the corner and look around. Look around the corner.
Let the goblin go first.
Okay. All right.
No, because he can't speak. He's got my dirty underwear in his face. So, I mean,
Fair enough.
Okay, Tangley, you head down there, and you look and you see more sconces lit, and you see that it goes probably about 100 feet to the east and comes to some double doors, and you see two doors on the left.
All right. And I signal the rest of the people, and I say, come on, it's clear,
Which doors are we going to do first?
I go up to the first door on the left,
I'm going to flank it.
and I'm going to do the heat sight, sound, read it, any locks, I'm going through the motions of,
Smell.
smelling the whole 9 yards to see what we're dealing with here.
Okay, so you're not smelling anything. You don't hear anything, and it seems like it doesn't seem to be locked.
Okay. Any light coming out from underneath?
No.
Okay. As my party's stacking up behind me, I whisper that I think it's clear. And does anybody want to go into this room?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go.
Who said yes?
Well, let's open the door.
Okay. You're gonna be first. You go ahead.
All right. So I have my mace in one hand, and I'm just gonna turn the latch and push open the door. and
Okay.
peek inside.
Got it. So you peek inside. Light floods into the room from the hallway. You see what appear to be animal bones spread about the floor.
Nice.
Green lichen with tiny pink mold spots growing on the bones.
I'm not going in there.
Bones seem to be of varying sorts: skulls, forelegs, vertebrae, and they appear to be, as I mentioned, they appear to be animal bones, just all sort of piled up in this room. And that is all. It's a 15 by 15 foot room. It's pretty small. You don't see any exit way out of this room, so it looks like a storage room for animal bones.
So I say, I don't see anything worth looking in here. Let's check out the other doors before we decide
Yes.
to do anything else.
So you back out. Okay. Next room.
Okay, next door. All right. So same thing.
Same
Yep,
process.
you do not smell. Wait, I'm sorry. You actually, when you put your, you smell, particularly, and I assume, maybe the gnome, right? Gnomes have very good smelling, if I recall correctly. So,
Only you would know, Dan.
I would know. I'm an expert on gnomes, gnomology. So, Taupi, when you get to that door, even without crouching down and smelling it, you smell a foul odor. Seems to be emanating from underneath the door. Tangly, you don't hear anything. And again, it seems to be that there's no lock on this door.
Does it
No
smell
light
like
coming from
death?
It does smell like death. It smells like, yeah.
Putrefaction. And so I look at the clerics and say, we may have some dead.
Oh. I
Okay.
don't like dead. Dead are no good.
Very wise. Very
It
wise.
should be dead.
Yes. Great cognitive capacities, this cleric.
He's,
Did you say what cognitive capacity?
Oh.
So does this door open in or outwardly into the room?
It opens into the room.
All right, so we can't bar it. I hate to leave an enemy behind us and go in. They come in behind us. I say we look at the other door and stand watch here and see what we see in the other room before opening this door. It's my vote.
So the only other doors, just to remind you, are the ones they'd be at the end of the hallway. There's
Yes.
double
Yeah.
doors.
Let's,
Right.
you know what? Never leave a door unopened if you can help it.
Yeah.
Let's open this door.
Yeah.
I'll go first. What the hell? This time I'll go
Get
first.
ready.
I get behind the cleric.
Get ready with
Grab my holy symbol.
I'm going to grab my holy symbol too, or have it within reach.
Okay.
I get my wineskin. That's my holy symbol.
That's right. All right,
All right.
Tang, opening the door.
Yep.
Okay, Tanga, you open the door, and the light from the hallway floods in. It's a 15 by 15 foot room, same dimensions as the other one, and you see standing there, you see 4 decaying looking persons standing upright, and a terrible smell just comes flooding out. And they see you, and they slowly start moving towards you, Tangly.
so now,
Very
yeah.
slow.
So
You know what I do? I turn my head back and I say, "Cleric," and I move my finger and say, "If this is yours."
so
So I'll move.
go ahead.
Esselene will.
Yeah,
go
so
ahead.
basically, I mean, zombies attack last in a round, but so you basically can declare your actions. So Vic was in the box, so you're basically moving out of the way, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling Cleric.
G-
I'm yelling, screaming,
Jeannie,
Cleric.
what do you do? You're back. You're in the back, so
Yeah, I got my longsword drawn, so I'm ready to fight if whatever the clerics do doesn't.
Okay. Father
Ready.
Glug, I assume you're going to try to repel them. The power of the.
Sure.
That's right. Okay. Talpi, what's your plan, Brian?
I just stand behind the cleric and with a short sword drawn.
Okay. Mildred, what's your plan?
I stand back, taking a sip of wine.
Very good. And Elsa, you're going to move to present your holy symbol in turn, correct?
Yeah, I'll be the backup.
That's right.
Turner.
Unfortunately, they don't do like Wonder Twins where you can combine the power. Okay, so.
Wait, and one of our clerics is chaotic
Oh,
neutral.
really? Very good.
We have a lawful neutral and a chaotic
Okay,
neutral.
so this is wonderful. You did this on purpose. So, Tom, you get to roll your.
Do they understand what that means, though? How we
we'll
play the
we'll find
chaotic
out.
neutral?
So you roll a d20.
Oh. Control the undead.
4.
Yes,
So
correct.
you, unfortunately, the power of your deity is not strong enough. They are continuing to shamble towards you. So now it's Elsa's turn to 11. What level are you? Oh, well, congratulations. Roll a d12.
D12. 4.
Well, 4 of them. And what alignment is your? I don't have it.
Chaotic
Well, very
neutral.
good, very exciting. So, your mystical powers are fortunate to capture the creature, and they stop. They were moving slowly, and they just kind of stop, and now are staring with their dead, decaying eyes at you.
Great, more allies.
Okay, so I say, you're working for us now.
Yeah,
That's right.
Obey.
So I turn to my party and say, what do we want to do with these guys?
The door's at the
You
end of
go
the
open the other
hall.
door.
Go through it.
Okay, so
Gone.
I command them to go to the door we haven't opened, open it, enter the room.
So we don't really like open doors. We'll run into the door, but we don't open doors. So you see them shuffle. You see them shuffle to the front of the door.
Does somebody want to get the door for them?
Yeah, we'll have the
Goblin.
goblin open the door for him.
Mr. Goblin, open door.
You guys are crazy. What kind of party is this? All right, okay. And he's like walking a wide berth from these zombies. All right, he goes to these double doors, and he opens the doors, and more light. So more sconces and more lights. And when you guys kind of look, when the doors open, you notice that you see a room heading to the south now, about 25 foot east-west, 45 north-south. And the minute he opens it, you see a lot of things on the wall, like weapons, crossed swords, adorning the walls.
Cool.
Anything expensive looking?
Not particularly.
Send the zombies in, and we'll follow.
Yeah.
So as you are,
Voiceovers by James.
so as you're sending the zombies in, who is in the back? Who's in the back of our marching order?
Right now, Talpi and Meadow are the two in the back.
So Talpi and Meadow, you hear somebody say, "I really like your style."
Oh. From which direction did that
Behind you.
come? Behind.
Pull out your weapon.
Yeah, my longsword.
Do you turn around?
I
What a
will-
nice person.
Oh.
So you turn around and you see a man flanked by 8 skeletons in plate mail. And the man is in black robes, himself black plate mail, a hood, and all you can see are some gleaming eyes, and he's holding a black sword, and he has a gold skull clasping his cloak. And he says, "So, you like the undead, do you?"
Turn.
No,
Sure.
not yet. Clerics.
Yeah. I hear undead. Gone.
Roll with your symbol.
Back to the dead.
Wait. Can I help you?
Turn the undead.
Master Dwarf, please. They are not a threat to you at all. Do you not understand the value of... I seem to see you using some zombies here. It's quite interesting that you would seem to have such distrust of the undead. But again, can I help you?
Might you be a Dykar by any chance?
Oh no, I'm the better looking one. I'm Sega.
Pardon?
I'm Sega Thane, the better looking one, of course.
Sega.
Can I?
And the
Can I?
one.
By the way, just out of curiosity, how did you get in here?
We had a goblin.
A goblin. And put him on his tippy toes with the underwear sticking out of his mouth and say, "He let us in."
By the way,
I've really got you. That golem is really falling down on the job. I've got to see what's... You know, you can't just have anyone coming into a place like this, you know. Not that you're just anyone, but so why did you... Not exactly sure again how you got in here. Impressive, I'll grant you that. But why are you here out of curiosity? You know, you are trespassing.
oh yes,
Invitation.
we know.
Invitation? Who invited you?
Huh? We hold up the little piece of paper that we got. The both of them, the piece of paper.
Yeah, we're the goblin emissaries. We got an invitation.
Ah,
So at this point, Eslian kind of walks up and says, allow me to introduce myself. I'm a professor at City College, and I specialize in the undead. So very interesting work.
wait.
Very interesting the work you do here.
Did you write your dissertation on Orcus?
I did.
I've read it. I have a copy.
What did you think?
Well, it was a little, I think your writing style at times is a little too academic. I think you should write it plain, but other than that, I was very impressed with it. I have a copy in my office. And look, you've got a skull on your weapon there. Very, very impressive.
Oh,
so,
you like that?
Eslian, it is a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, no, the pleasure is mine.
This is all very friendly and nice, but so let me get this straight. Sega?
Yes.
That's your name?
And,
Sega.
who am I speaking to?
I'm Mildred. Mildred the Mad, they call me.
Oh, Mildred. Oh, Mildred, we need to get you some new robes.
Don't worry about that. So let me see. How many brothers are there? How many Thane brothers are there?
I have some bad news for you.
Mm-hmm.
You've been summoned here, apparently, you said, as a goblin. I don't... Listen. That's clearly false. But I don't hold that against you. I mean, clearly goblins would not send... I mean, there's a dwarf! Seriously, you need a better story. But no worries. I'm sorry that you've come here looking for Tizun Thane. I have some very bad news for you. Tizun Thane has met his demise, and I apologize for the inconvenience you've been put to, but he is gone, and there's nothing here for you.
You called me a liar? Why would we not be goblin emissaries?
Okay, fine. You are goblin emissaries.
Thank you.
But Tizun Thane is
Tizun Thane.
What?
We
I
heard
know
there was this other brother called Dykar.
I'm
Who's
sorry?
that? We heard there was this other brother called Dykar. Who is that?
So you wish to treat with you wish to treat with Dykar Thane?
Sure.
I think that's a good idea, indeed.
Thank
So I shall take you to Dykar Thane. Follow me.
So as they're walking, Essel,
I know that I'm following him.
Eslian, just starts up a friendly conversation and says, "I'm working on my next work is going to be a guide to ghouls, shadows, wights, and ghasts. You think you could help me with that?
Oh, well.
They're very interested in your research."
Absolutely. They're fascinating. So indeed. The nice thing about them is they're not mindless. The mindless undead are not nearly as useful. Did you know zombies can't even open a goddamn door?
We learned that.
Yes. Okay. So so come with and so he
So
started.
are any of these undead creatures about?
Well, listen. Okay. We've kind of let the place go to pot, as you might have noticed. So there are times in which they were kind of coming up, but you have no worries. If you are with me, you have nothing to worry about from any undead in this area. You can observe. Eslian, you should take notes.
Oh, I am.
Excellent. Much to learn. Follow me. So yes, Dykar will want to treat with this goblin emissary. Indeed. It's interesting. You don't seem very bothered by Dykar by the death of Tizun Thane, but that's not my worry. And he takes you. So what he does is he heads to the north. Remember, he had the choice when he came through the secret passage to go north or south. He takes you to the north direction. He takes you through a secret passage. He takes you through another secret passage. You're heading north. You are parallel now, you would guess, to the banquet room where you were. He takes you into another secret. It's like Get Smart. Another secret passage that heads to the east. You're in a room with stairs, and when he gets to the stairs, he yells up, "It's Sega. I'm coming up. I have the goblin emissaries with me. Can you hear me up there?" Hello?
What? Hey, wait. Who's that?
Oh my God! And Sega looks back at you and shakes his head. I said, "It's Sega. I'm coming up, okay? And I've got the goblin emissaries with me. Only one's a goblin, but they are goblin emissaries because they, of course,
Indeed, we are.
wouldn't lie. And
Exactly. Thank you.
You are certainly welcome. They are here to treat with Dykar. I'm coming up with my minions.
No, none of those freaks.
I'm not coming up without the goddamn minions.
No way.
Okay?
No,
I'm coming up with the minions. Where's Dykar? I'm coming up with the minions.
You wait right there. You don't bring all those little undead creepy things. You turned my brother into one. I know you did.
Oh, go to Hades.
That's where you live. You
all
freak.
Right.
Stay right there. Or we'll kill you. We'll kill all of you. So
I ask, who are you speaking to?
Some of Dykar's men.
So a couple of minutes later, you hear a loud voice booming. What's going on down there?
Dykar, we got some. Apparently the goblin emissaries have arrived. Yes, they were looking for Tizun Thane. I've given them the bad news. I've told them that unfortunately they've wasted their time, but they've come a long way. And they look pretty adventuresome. I thought maybe we could help them out since they've come so far. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wasn't going to mention it. I wasn't gonna suggest it, but since they've come this far, I figured we might as well help them out.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Look. Have you done talking to them? Here's what we'll do. I'll talk to them, and then you can talk to them. But it's probably best.
No, I really think that we should talk to them together. Probably. Why don't you come on down here, Diker?
We can talk right now. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Are you wearing black robes with a gold skull too?
No.
Okay, that's all of our questions.
Do you dress normal?
Yes, of course I do. What are you talking about? I like my true brother, Tizun. We always dress in the finest regalia.
Of course you do.
Don't you want to meet a naked goblin?
No, not really. Why are you here?
Sorry, one question first, then we'll answer your questions. Tizun Thane is indeed dead, but why haven't you buried him?
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, look. Okay, all right. I'm gonna. Well, you're goblin emissaries, so you probably figured that Tizun Thane was, he was kind of consorting with nothing personal. And he looks at the goblin with those kinds. He was into some bad stuff, unfortunately. I mean, I'm sure that you got a sense of the kind of stuff he was doing. Everyone's scared to death to touch that body or go in that room.
Got himself killed.
At this point, I'm gonna pull out Tizun Thane's hand with the ring on it and go, "You mean this one?"
and you notice that Sega Thane, when he sees that, he kind of gets a twinkle in his eye. He's like impressed. He's like, nice, Master Dwarf. So look. Okay, so I think, Diker, it's time for us to tell them what we know. I wonder if maybe they could be of help to us.
Yeah, well, they've clearly figured out a way to get in and talk to you before me. So maybe they are the people we are looking for help. Isn't that right, brother?
Yes.
Well, only if they're. I mean, I don't know. I mean, do you think they're interested in the possibility of money? And should we offer them something?
I think if I'd be a little concerned. Have you seen what they can do? Because there's treasures beyond belief, but I'd be very concerned for them, and they'd screw it up and make our predicament even worse.
Yeah, and one of their party members is tied up and naked, which is not really instill a lot of confidence in me, in their abilities. But they seem so. All right, gentlemen, look, you've come a long way. We've got a proposal for you.
Yes, we do. We do have a proposal.
Let's hear it.
We got a little bit of a problem that we would prefer somebody else to take care of. So Tizun Thane had a bodyguard, and as much as we're broken up about Tizun Thane's
miss him every day.
Oh, rest in peace, Tizun Thane. Rest
Well,
in peace.
pieces apparently, because his hand's been chopped off.
Oh,
Indeed.
Horrible. So apparently, his bodyguard has gotten loose in the palace. He had a bodyguard, and his bodyguard, I guess, from the trauma of seeing his master die, seems to have gone a bit insane, and he's roaming the tower. And let's face it, he's become a little bit of a nuisance. Wait, do you think, Diker, maybe we should have them take care of those monkey things first?
Let's do that later. I mean, our big problem is that thing.
Got it. Bodyguard, then monkey things.
All right. Time out. What? You guys, You guys, we appreciate this, but can we have a few minutes to ourselves? And
Yes,
and
let's huddle.
Well, so why don't you do this? So Sega, you know the perhaps they could take one of the rooms and be our guests. We have been pretty rude, and perhaps you could show them to the room, and they can rest. And because it's late at this point, maybe they can rest, and in the morning we can speak to them.
Excuse me, I have one question. Is there a problem with having horses here? We're a little nervous about our horses.
Yes. I'll tell you, I think it's those darn simian-like creatures that make them all skittish.
Oh, he loved those monkeys, but now they've broken into the house. It's disgusting. There's poop everywhere, and they throw things, but they're more of a nuisance. I think your horses will be fine, and we'll replace them if something should happen to them.
I've called somebody.
That's right.
That's good.
So
Yes. So I take you. Yes, I will take you to a guest room. So, and you guys can discuss it in private.
Can you give us a minute here, sir?
We need a huddle.
Yes, we need to talk.
Okay, let me know when you're done, and then I'll take you to the guest room.
This guy's so full of SHIT guys. I'm telling you, I could detect a bullshit meter a mile away, and this guy's bullshitting us for something else.
Yes.
I don't think we should go to the room. Number one is if we go to the room, I think it's a trap.
I'm not spending the night here.
I don't know if I want to spend the night here.
No.
But I think we should just ask him to keep on telling us what he wants us to do and this and that, and then we can have another huddle and figure this out. But spending the night here?
No.
Yeah, right now, unless these two are dead, that's ixnay. I say ixnay on it. So that's my considered opinion as a dwarf.
And my considered opinion as a human magic user is that I agree with you, but also I'd like to know what time of day is it? How long did it take to travel from the village to where we are now?
Mm-hmm. That's a Dungeon Master question.
Yeah, probably about half a day to get from the village to.
So it's early afternoon or something.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I'm curious as to the shape and nature of this bodyguard that they're talking about. I want to know more about him.
So,
her.
one of the questions we're going to ask. Anybody else? Brian, you guys?
I just don't like people who wear black robes and have gold.
I don't like the skeleton. right from the get-go, I think we should just, get what information we can, and then I'm almost thinking, I don't even trust this guy.
No. I don't trust anybody.
Now, the gnome's curious about, he's trying to stay on point. He wants to know about the beautiful daughter of the merchant from the other town and the night creatures
Right.
that have been terrorizing the local town. And I'm more curious about that information. And then I whispered to these guys, like, I think he should be backstabbed.
And I say, and Eslian is
I give you the
totally.
thumbs up.
All Eslian cares about is a research about the undead, so she's just like happy to stay here and wants to encounter any kind of undead creature she can. So she's kind of not on the same page.
The worthless undead.
So Eslian wants an internship.
Exactly.
Exactly.
All right. So
Okay, so
After all, she's only an adjunct professor at City College. She wants, full professorship at the Ivy League, local Ivy League school.
tenure track.
Yes.
So all right, so who's asking? Is one person gonna do the speaking, and who is that, and are all those questions gonna be asked?
Dwarf's going to sit out this one.
I'll ask the questions.
All right.
Mildred will ask the questions.
Diker, are you still up there?
yeah. Are they at the room yet, or are they taking the case, or are they doing the job, or what?
So, are you doing the job?
We have more questions before we'll give you an answer to that one.
Very wise.
The first question is, have you perchance seen a beautiful merchant's daughter somewhere around, maybe?
Can't say that I have. I'm sorry.
Look, I don't think you're quite getting this. We got a problem. The problem is
Yes. I know.
the guy, the creature.
Yes. I know. But we have more questions first. Okay, so I take that as a no to the
we have
first
no
question.
idea.
The second question is... Okay, the second question is...
What happened?
The second question is, what is the nature and shape and form of this bodyguard that you have a problem with?
Oh, so yeah, the bodyguard. Well, so he's kind of furry. He's kind of. Are you familiar with Yetis?
Sort of, yes.
So-
Is it Yeti or is it like a Yeti?
It's like
Yeah.
a Yeti. So Tizun Thane would go to the Far East, and he'd often come back with, unusual things, and this was one of those. And so he's, but for a party like yours, what my sense is it would be no trouble at all. I mean, we would handle this, of course, but Diker's men, I have to spend money to do this. Are you going to pay me back for this?
First of all, who's paying anything? They're going to take care of it, and they'll get the treasure. That's the deal. That's what we said before they got here. If an adventurer came, they would do it, and they would get the treasure. Because we just want to get out of here.
50%.
Oh, now it's 50%.
Okay, yeah, take it fine. Do you find any treasure in there? Look, so that he's gone mad, and he's in the tower where Tizun Thane used to reside. You probably saw it on your way in. And so, look, fine, Diker. You guys get rid of this nuisance for us. Anything you find in there is yours. The one with the robes with the holes, you find a book, take it. Have fun. Knock yourself out. Buy a new robe. Sell it and buy some new robes.
Emoji.
May I ask one further question? Might it be the case that this Yeti-like creature roams the forest at night?
Oh,
Because
no.
we were at the village earlier on our way from Goblin Empire, and they talked about some sort of problem they had with night creatures of some sort.
No, no. Thrak almost never leaves the tower.
They're not getting it. I thought you explained this to them, Sega. You're the genius. You know what the problem is? You spend all your time with dead. You need to talk to the living. The bodyguard is possessed. He's crazy. He thinks he's my brother. He thinks he's my brother. He runs around. He's
Okay.
Fine, yes. He ate the brain. Fine. Everyone knows he ate the brain.
He's a brain eater.
No, we didn't do that. Right. It's half Yeti brain eater.
So, do we have a deal?
We need another huddle. Okay. We get it.
I gotta tell you guys, the way things are currently, there's not a lot of adventures and money to be found out there. It's a hard time for adventurers. I wouldn't pass this up if I were you. Do you know what training costs?
A lot. I know. Trust me, I know.
Okay.
Okay, so guys, what do we think about this?
How about this might seem crazy, but why don't one or two of us go see this guard, especially the dwarf, because the dwarf has the ring, and maybe the dwarf can control this crazy bodyguard to go kill these brothers or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing an idea.
Sure.
Oh, do you think it's a good idea to split up the party?
Well, maybe we can get these guys to escort us up there. You know what I mean? And when their backs are turned, we can wipe them out or take them out. You know what I'm saying?
I do agree we should take the job. If anything, it gives us more opportunity to explore this place.
Indeed.
Curious, The gnome wants to know two things. One, what defense and attack capabilities does this bodyguard have besides brain eating? And secondly, how many dead minions are we going to get as fodder? I mean, as allies against this thing?
So, in answer to question number one, so he has two fairly sizable claws and some sharp teeth that he could bite with, presumably. He wasn't my bodyguard, of course. And I'm sorry, but that's not negotiable on number two. None of my minions, and I know Esselin will back me up on this, none of my minions are going to go in as fodder. I'm sorry.
Don't bring Esselin into this.
Maybe you should have used a different phrase.
I've worked very hard to gather these minions and create them. This is years of work. I'm not just going to throw them willy-nilly into melee. I'm sorry. You're going to have to do this yourself. These are not your minions.
We'll use the zombies though.
Why?
No, the zombies. No. Oh, wait. No. Oh no. Those zombies are coming back to me.
This is.
You don't go stealing zombies.
See,
We're just going to borrow them.
No, you don't go stealing zombies.
We take the zombies or the dealer zombies. We take the zombies or the dealer zombies.
See, Sega, if just pay the living instead of being cheap and using the dead. You.
Fine, you can have the two zombies.
4 there were.
I have a question. Why are you look pretty powerful. Why are you so afraid of this one creature? I've fought them before.
I can't.
I
can't. I can't do it.
There's something you're not telling us.
I knew. Yes, you're right, and I will now tell you. He thinks, apparently, that he is Tizun Thane and he wears the robes. I fear that when he ate the brain, he now somehow believes he's Tizun Thane. I cannot do it. You know how, like, when you go to a restaurant and you order lamb, you will eat the lamb, but you would not yourself kill the lamb? It is like that.
I'd kill the lamb, no problem.
Excellent. Then you are the person for this job. I could not kill my brother. I just couldn't do it.
Okay. Well, we have a deal then, it seems.
don't.
Four zombies.
Can I say goodbye to my zombies?
Sure.
Did
Kinda
it
weird,
quick.
Okay, sure.
No.
He heads over there and with his 8 plate mail minions surrounding him as he moves. I'm gonna make the same mistake I made in a prior adventure with them, and he says goodbye to his mom. I hope to see you again. They will be released, though. If they survive, they are to be released. They are not yours. They're on loan.
Okay.
All right. They're going in. I can show you where the tower entrance is.
Show them where the tower is, and then go back to.
Okay.
Listen to me. I know they have your zombies. You go back to your room.
I
Go
will.
back to your room.
And I hope to see you again, Eslian.
That's not a compliment, whoever you are.
Okay. All right. So he takes you through some more secret passages, and he takes you to some a 10-foot door that he says to you, here is the entrance to the tower. You will find Thrak somewhere in here. And keep in mind, there are 4 levels to the tower above this. So 4 levels to the tower. So you may find him anywhere in this tower.
I'll get right to it then.
Okay.
So they're ahead of us in this hallway, and they led us to this door. There's the 8 zombies inside plate mail and this guy, right?
Yeah. Eight skeletons in plate mail.
Yes.
Screw it! I take out my axe and I back attack one of these the skeletons. I'm going berserko.
So would we know any difference? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with that. I didn't like these undead anyway.
Okay, now just to keep it, hang on. But before you do, let me explain, because James, they would be in this hall. It's a narrow hallway. It's 10-foot wide hallway, right, James?
Yeah, I'm looking to see where they're at exactly.
Right. So I mean, what's his Sega would have, of course, had his guys flanking him. So I'll let you handle it, but I just, I wanted to make sure that everyone was aware. You're in a narrow hallway, 10-foot hallway here.
Right. And
it goes around the corner. It goes north and then it goes to the east.
Yeah, exactly. So where are they? What room are they in? 49 at this point, or are they in?
No, they would be in 40.
Okay, yeah. Oh, they're
40.
They're still in 40. They're okay. Yeah, because they're going back down the stairs and around to the to 61, right? That's what.
Correct. So that secret door would be propped open, right? So they would be lined up in front of the door at 61, the door to the tower, and they would curl around into 48.
Yeah,
I
agree.
believe.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm gonna make a surprise roll, and I'm gonna give. Basically, you're gonna try to attack the one in front of you. So unless you roll a 1, you're not gonna be surprised, and you're gonna get your attack.
Okay.
So what'd you roll on D6? 2. Okay, great. So you can make your free attack, and then it'll be initiative.
16.
So do you hit armor class?
Actually,
do you hit the armor class 2 plus 2 because you're behind him? I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You're using axe.
Yeah.
All right. So do your attack. Do your damage.
7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. Okay. All right. So you slam into one, and clearly it's hurt. Let me roll a d8 for me.
8.
But that one is not destroyed. Does not collapse from it.
These are regular skeletons.
They are regular skeletons.
Huh?
They're regular.
An axe, half damage.
Yeah, they're regular skeletons.
All right.
In plate mail.
All right.
But you bashed him. He's not happy. All right, so now it's initiative. So Vic, I still think you haven't lost yet, correct? So you're in the box. You're going to attack again. So wait a minute. So
let's go.
So just to remember, you guys are in this hallway. You think you're moving towards the tower. You see Sega flanked by his guards. You now see Tangley basically say, you hear him mutter something in Dwarvish, and you see him strike in the back of one of the skeletons. So you guys are in marching order. So Vic's character is going to attack again. Jeannie, what you're going to do? You're in the back. It's pretty hard to hear what you just hear a clank and a. Ugh!
I'm gonna clank. Check behind us to make sure there's nothing behind us, and I'm gonna get ready to fight too.
Okay, great. Tom, what's your plan?
I'm gonna try to turn the skeleton.
Okay, and Brian, what's your plan?
I'm going to climb walls closest to. I'm going to try to make my way towards the black robe man.
Yeah.
I assume it's an evil cleric.
Yeah. Possibly. It could be. Yeah, sure, maybe. Okay, so so like we said, there's a few skeletons in front of him, then there's him, there's a few skeletons back, then there's your party, and then the zombies are in the back. So you're going to try to climb walls and try to get towards him. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
James, do I get and should I declare for Sega?
Sure, if you want. Go ahead. You want wait
Okay,
wait till they're done.
Oh, got it.
So Martin, what are you doing?
Where am I? How far am I?
You're kind of in the middle of this
order.
disaster. Yeah. This.
I'm just going to stay back and see. I pull out my stuff, chaos, my stuff.
Okay.
And I just try to see what's going to happen.
All right, great. And Elson, Steve's character, what are you doing? You're kind of you're next to Vic's
Yeah, and Eslian is really pissed off right now at Tangley. And is really tempted to attack Tangley, but thinks better of it and is going to attempt to turn dead on the skeletons just because the situation is really bad and probably has to save her own skin at this point.
Okay, sounds good. So what's Sega going to do?
Sega is going to try to look at somebody if he gets the opportunity. So a lot of that is like if he sees someone coming at him climbing. So if he wins, could he see Tangley? Would he get a vision of Tangley?
Yeah.
Okay. So what he's going to do is all right. So what he would probably do is that he would try to look at Tangley.
Okay, got it. Sounds good. And so now it's initiative. So here's Sega's roll is actually, Dan, you should roll D6.
Yes, all right. 2.
Vic, you roll. 4. All right, you guys got it. So Vic, make your attack. You're going to attack the same one?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, let's take a 5-minute break. Jeannie left too,
All right.
so let's everybody take a
All right,
5-minute
we'll
break.
get 5
All right?
minutes, and then come on back.
And James, you probably know what I'm trying. Do you know what I'm trying?
You're going to need 8 to get down to the kitchen and back.
Okay.
Got 5 minutes, and then we'll start because I want to get to a certain point. We're already at 3.5 hours, so probably play till 6. Probably play 6:30. What do you think, Dan?
No, that was from. I'm good to go.
Yeah,
Whatever
okay.
you guys
Let's
wanna
do that. All right, Dan.
All right, let's go to midnight, Dan. Let's see how we'll have Grizzly start to roll for you. There he is.
Grizzly's asleep.
Oh man.
All right, I'm taking a
Go
bathroom.
ahead.
Like the goblin.
James, you got your beer?
No, I don't have one. I was drinking wine before, not today, but I'll do that tonight for dinner. Drinking iced tea, trying to stay awake.
No. Up too late last night?
Well, yeah, I had to get this. I mean, there's some technical things, glitches I had to get going.
Okay.
And I worked pretty late. I was working till 7, so. Yeah, because that could.
Did you see that idea I sent you?
Yeah, I like that. That's a great idea. I'll talk to Dan tomorrow, and we'll decide because we just have to make up a flyer then, and then send that to you, and you'll just tell us what it costs, and we'll pay you back, or something like that.
Or whatever, you can get it done at Office Depot or whatever, and I'll go pick it up. You know, you can do it online. You know what I mean? And then I'm just mail it with everything that I send out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be great.
Because I got a bunch of guys from Florida on my list that I'm just like, I don't even know if these guys even know about it. You know, there's some guys from Atlanta, guy from Memphis. You know, I'm just like, hey, you know, I'll throw it out there. What the heck, you know? And see if somebody comes. Or, you know, and plus it's Grogtalk. If you put a Grogtalk on here, you may get some more viewers.
Yeah, I would just have to. That's the thing. When do you need it by? That's.
Oh, by next Friday.
Okay. So I'll let you know before that. Because
I'm gonna get. I'll get the modules. The modules will be shipped in by. He's supposed to be here by Friday, so we'll see.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then I'm going to ship everything out. I'm still waiting on some electronic parts for Brian and your. You guys got the groggies, the mini groggies. I'm still waiting on some of the electronic parts so I can finish those up.
Nice.
So.
That'd be super fun.
Yep.
But yeah, that's a great idea. We'd appreciate it. I just gotta, and you know, how do you want a full one or a half one and split them in half?
It doesn't matter. It isn't going to weigh down the package anything more than what
Okay.
it is, you know.
All right. Sounds good.
Hey, Jeannie.
So, okay. So, yeah.
Now, Vic, remember you got to tell us if you roll a 1. 'Cause if you roll a 1 and you roll another one.
I know.
So, what did he roll? What did you roll, Vic?
No, I just meant if he does roll a 1 and he rolls another one, he goes berserk just on random anyone because of his PTSD from the
Gotcha.
war.
Okay. Well, why don't you make your attack, and then it'll be Jeannie's turn. Because
Okay.
she's basically, it's going to be hard for her to do anything because she's in the back there.
Ooh, 18.
That's a hit. Do you hit the same skeleton? That's the
Yeah.
end of that skeleton.
Well, good, because I only did 9 points
Yeah,
of damage.
that's the end of that one. All right, we'll come back to Jeannie. Tom, you're trying to turn, is that correct?
Yep.
All right, roll a d20. 14, that's good. Roll a d12.
Roll high.
12.
12, okay, that's good. So they all start, going to start moving away from you. Make a, Brian, roll your percentages for your climb walls.
Okay.
There's not a lot of places for them to go.
Close, 61 or 68.
Yeah,
The close.
yeah.
and I made
So
it.
you start climbing up the wall. It's fairly smooth, so it's going to take you. It's going to take you around to get where you're. I assume you want to be cleared from combat, and then you're going to try to move towards the guy. Correct?
That's
okay.
correct. Yes.
So it's taking you around there. Now you're basically at the ceiling, and you're going to try to shimmy across. And then what do you want to do? Drop down on him when you get there, or what's your?
Yeah. Either the idea is to drop down on top of him.
Okay. So yeah.
And if I can get my sword out in doing so, but I probably can't. But just to drop down on
Well,
him.
do you have a dagger or just a sword?
Just a short
Yeah, that
sword.
may be a little hard to, because you're kind of holding like this and you're doing the shimmy thing. So, but yeah, you could jump on him when you get there. So at the end, not at the end of next round, you'd be prepared to do that. And then
Okay.
it'll just be a normal to hit roll, whether you flop on him or you depending how bad you miss. So that's what you're doing. Martin, you're basically chilling out at this point. You see.
Yes.
And then Steve, what's your character? You're going to attack or try to turn as well?
Well, my declared action was to try to turn, so now I'm sort of just.
Well, you still can turn. You just right now they're fleeing. You could try to control them. It's the battle of the turning, basically, at this point.
Yeah. So I rolled an 11.
Rolled an 11, and your second level as well. Okay, great. So you get to. Why don't you roll a d12 for me? Let's see what you get. 7. So there were 8 of them. Well, there's only 7 left. 7 start running.
Yeah.
Now 7 are they're kind of in limbo land right now. They're kind of very confused. All these deities the powers of these deities are confusing them right now. So basically the way I do it is they're now neutral, and then we'll see next round you can try to turn again and decide. They're basically not moving at this point. So, okay, and so that's their actions. So, Dan, you're going to stare at the dwarf?
Yes, and it says you're supposed to be the gaze weapon. So I think it'd be, since it's attacking, normally be the 3 and 10, right? The Dracolisk roll.
Yeah.
So let's roll. Vic, roll a d10 for me. 2. Okay, now make a saving throw, right? Yeah.
Correct. Versus paralyzation.
16.
You rolled 16. Oh yeah,
so
you're
he'd make
fine.
it.
I passed.
Yeah. So you see the dark Sega in his dark robes. His eyes start glowing, fixating on the dwarf, and at the last moment, Tangley averts his gaze, and some unfortunate effect. He averts the terrible malevolent force that was going to consume him, or whatever was going to happen. Okay, so now basically what I'm going to say is the 8 skeletons have kind of moved. So now Sega is kind of there's nothing between you and him now. So the gnome is he's about another round. He'll be on top of where Sega is, or near him. I don't really picture you doing a Spider-Man above the ceiling. You're kind of shimmering across, and then you're gonna kind of jump on him down. So Vic, you basically have a clear shot at the Sega now. At the
where this James? Where the skeletons?
well, they
at?
started moving away, and then Elsith was successfully turning, and now I'm basically saying they're neutral. They're up for grabs at this point.
Oh, so they're not in between Sega and
Correct.
the party?
They started moving down the hallway towards the tower, or what they think is the tower.
Oh, okay. So where is Sega located?
He's about 15 feet away from Tangly and Elsith.
Am I near the door?
Yeah, you're near the door.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well, screw this. I point my axe at him and I start, and I charge
okay.
at
So
him.
that's
All right. Well, we're declaring, right?
Well, we'll come back to Jeannie. Tom, what are you doing? So you're a little surprised. You felt the surge of your deity repel the undead, but now they're not moving anymore.
Well, they're not moving, so I'm going to try a wild shot here. I studied 2 spells. I'm going to try to command and tell Sega to surrender.
Okay. All right. Brian's getting ready for your action to drop down next round, right? You're preparing yourself for that. You're moving yourself into position. I won't make you roll again. You did well enough. Martin, what's your plan?
I'm going to throw my dagger at our foe.
Okay. There's a few people in front of you, so if you don't roll well, you may potentially hit someone.
Well, that's just the risk that I'm going to take.
Steve, what's your character doing?
She's going to try to take control of the skeleton.
Okay, great. And so Dan, what's your what are you going to do?
Sega is going to try to go in the door to the tower and shut the door behind him.
Okay. So he's good. So if he wins initiative, he'll probably be able to. I'll say you need to make a dex check or something like that to see if you're able to do all that. So
Okay.
Vic, you're still in the box. So Dan, you can roll for Sega.
3.
5.
He's got a 5. Okay, you guys got it. So what are you doing, Vic?
I'm charging him, and I'm gonna try to chop him down with my axe.
So make your D20 attack.
Ooh, 2-0.
All right, roll another D20.
That's the way to go.
13. Actually, 14.
14. Let's see, Ace. What do you need to hit armor class 2?
AC 2. I need 18.
Yeah, so you hit really well, but it's not a double damage. So just roll your normal attack.
Okay. Oh, Jesus, only 3 points of damage.
You look pretty good, but then your confidence got away from you. Okay.
Solid contact with a whippable.
Yeah.
The flying gnome in his sight.
It was just sort of a.
Warning track power.
Let me look for. I'm looking through my 95-page PDF here, so I apologize.
What are you looking for? I got it for you.
What's
Got a cross.
I've got a cross-reference. Okay, here we go. Where's his?
You want to go to room 38.
Yeah, 38. Great. Okay.
There's not enough flipping and turning
That's right.
already.
Okay, so
Right.
you cast the spell. Well, he gets a saving throw against command. So
Okay,
you roll
I'm
your
rolling.
saving throw for him.
13.
13, and this
13.
is a command type spell, so he does get a little bit of a bonus. Let's see if he saves. And now we're flipping and turning. Because your command just almost works, but not quite. He kind of stops for a second, thinks about it, but his will forces him to...
Seems like a bad idea.
Yeah. Seems like a bad idea.
I'll pass.
All right, so Brian, next round you get to jump down. Martin, you're throwing your dagger. Roll D20.
One.
Oh, 1. Well, now you... okay, so let's see. In front of you...
The tide is turning.
Oh no.
is Tangly and else.
At least I'm not hitting my
All right, so
compatriots.
1 to 3, it's 1 to 3. You may hit Tangly. 4 to 6, you may hit Elslin. You'll have to roll another attack roll.
Okay, so first an attack roll. With
Well,
a
let's see
D20.
let's see who you're going to try to hit, and then we'll figure out if it hits.
Okay.
So that potentially is the dwarf. You like you were so you thought I don't know what you're thinking. You just kind of threw it down, and now let's see if you hit the dwarf.
Right.
Which is a rear attack, no dex, no shield. Oh, that's a hit. Yeah, roll D4. Yeah, you do D4 damage on him.
Yeah.
Oh,
4.
that's what an incredible shot. I mean, it's like you couldn't have called that if you tried. There's a sting in your back, Tangly, and it's odd because you would think any pain would be coming from the front, but apparently all you hear is that's right.
He thinks he pulled something.
Right.
It's a spasm.
That's
Exactly.
probably why he only did minimum damage. He was about to strike this critical blow, and he gets hit in the back with a dagger, and he kind of swings off. That's exactly what happened.
Sorry, Brother Dwarf. That was unfortunate.
Details.
First down.
So Steve, make your turn roll again, please. 10. That just makes it. So roll D12 again.
See where it hit me?
I got a 9.
Okay, so all of them now are turning around like the Harryhausen movie, the Sinbad, and they're all kind of coming back.
Great movies.
So next round you can give them orders to do something.
So I have to decide between having them kill Vic or the bad guy.
Yeah.
Your new friend.
So Jeannie, we missed your thing. What would you like to do? I mean, unfortunately, you're kind of in the back, and there's just a flurry of activity there. But what would you like to do? You could shoot.
And there's some zombies.
The zombies are
somewhere.
behind
I was
them.
about to say.
Can I? I can't command the zombies.
No.
Oh.
I can't command
No,
the zombies.
only
can I?
Elson can command the zombies.
Oh, so I can't say follow me. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna charge, and I'm gonna charge the.
Okay, well, make a dex check to see if you get, because there's literally like 3 or 4 people in front of you. So I'll
Very bad guys close
yeah. So
to
roll
me.
into your dex.
I
Okay,
made
so now you can make your hit roll.
it. Okay.
17.
I hit 17.
Oh, that's a hit.
All right. My long sword. 6 points of damage.
Okay.
To whatever big baddie
You hit the
I
big.
get.
You hit the big bad
There's
one.
only one big baddie there.
Okay. Oh, okay. I thought it was one of the guards.
No.
Okay.
No, the skeletons are gone.
Okay.
So I think
Right.
that's because he's taken 9 points, correct?
Yeah. So Sega, slumps to the ground, looks up at you, blood spurting out of his body, and he looks you right in the eye, Meadow Greenfield, and says,
I'm gonna cover with my cowl.
"Oh, wait, so I lost it. I was a bit, may you never refuse combat and always fight to the death." And he dies.
Oh, I'll cut his head off then.
Wow.
Don't want any liches coming back. Cut
Does
his
she-
head off.
Does she need to do it? Does she need to do a save?
Oh, I don't know. I have to look it up, but I'll look at that in a second. Go ahead.
Well, I think
Yeah.
you do. It doesn't. It
Yeah.
doesn't. Yeah. No. Well, no. I don't think so because it's a reverse of
Yeah,
bless.
that's right.
And there is no save on bless, so I don't think there's any save on the
Yeah.
reverse. It's the equivalent of the reverse.
How can he do that to me when I'm not dead?
Because he's a.
Is it
Do what?
curse?
No, it's reverse of bless.
Yeah.
It's unblessed.
Oh, it's unblessed.
Curse.
I don't care anyway. I'm not religious. I'm just gonna cut his head off anyway.
Okay.
Well, now he's really dead.
So
He's not even undead.
he's really most sincerely dead.
Who's the evil one now?
He's an evil man. He was evil. We don't want any liches hanging around.
All right, Sega's dead.
That's
Master
why-
Master Dwarf, I don't mean to bother you, but could I please get my dagger back?
Out of your back.
out of my buttock, you know?
Yes.
No.
Oh, thank you.
So Elsie says,
Puts it in his belt and says, "You need more lessons."
so Eslian says, next time you do something like that, let us know.
And he looks at you with a tick and he goes, "Okay."
I'm on your side. Dwarf. I'm on your side.
All right. What you gonna do?
Well, we have an army. I tell these guys we basically have an army of skeletons and a couple zombies at our disposal.
Yeah, we got 4 zombies. So
Sorry.
let's just go. Let's just flood this tower and find out what's going on.
Yep.
Yes.
Should we have
Okay.
the goblins lead the way?
Oh,
Or do you want to go back and get
yeah.
that other
By the
guy?
way,
You want back
during that
guy?
time, who was in the back? Meadow, make a wisdom check for me.
All right. Me.
Okay, so what you notice is because you had them in a train, right? A train of goblins, like they were all tied together, right? Or
Yeah. You had him.
Yeah, I tied them all up to the banister upstairs.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're way back. They're back there, aren't they? Still back there?
Well, they don't.
Yeah,
they
they
don't
should
know.
be.
They'll find out when they go look for them.
They're
Right.
naked. They have no weapons, and they're tied to the banister. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So but right now you don't see them. So
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so what you gonna do?
Let's keep going on. Let's keep moving. Or are we going to go back and get the guy that was yelling down the
No,
stairs?
he won't go anywhere.
If
Obviously.
he wasn't too friendly with the necromancer, I would say, we might be able to work with him.
He didn't even want to open the door. Let's just. He won't go check what happened to his sort of brother.
I agree. Let's go up the tower.
Yes.
I don't know. Should we leave him unchecked?
They voted. Let's go. Let's go up the tower. All right?
All right.
Okay, heading up.
Yep.
Yes.
Leave
So,
him here.
James, we need an order,
Yeah.
right? Because there's a lot of
yeah,
there's a lot of
you gotta tell
things.
us what the
Well,
order is now.
Before we go anywhere, guys, I'm down to 5 hit points.
Yeah, you need first aid.
Anybody
You're down to
got
5 hit
anything
points?
else?
I'll do first aid on you because Rangers do first aid. I'll clean his wound and everything with what I have.
I've got one other spell. I've got 1 cure light wounds.
Bandage you.
Do we want to use it now or do we want to wait?
Well, you've got 5 hit points, and you've pretty much been running into everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll need it now.
And I have two cure light wounds.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you want to do
now,
one duration?
now.
Have your wound packed?
Oh wait,
I'll tell you what, let me keep going on, and if I fall, somebody use one of those cure light wounds and bring me back, all right?
Yep.
I'll lead. Charge!
I'm packing his wound, so it.
If you say so.
I'll wrap the tourniquet around his neck.
Yeah. Good job.
Good time to choke me
So
out.
we still need a marching order. So you have 7 skeletons, 2 turtle doves, 4 zombies,
and a
we got-
and a
and a
head
head.
Let's
And a hand.
and a hand.
The eye.
Who's the strongest?
Hold it,
You take the
I-
skull
I
and
love
use it as a
doing that.
projectile.
I love doing that.
Can you take
I'm
a
gonna-
half orc?
I'm gonna pick up the skull of this dude that we just killed, that we hacked his head off, and I'm gonna use it to lead.
Excellent.
Uh-oh, we lost
I just
somebody.
want to know who is the evil party. That's who is really
Right.
evil in this.
Hey, I was doing my bit to protect all of us.
We lost
No, I
Martin.
think Martin's on there still. He just
I'm here.
he's
I'm here.
turned his video off because he just can't stand the blood anymore. He's
Yeah.
all right.
Right.
So
He's ashamed to be seen as a member of this party.
yeah.
Not at all. Not at all. Never been more proud.
So okay,
All right. So
All right,
Vic's
so-
got head. Sega Thane's head.
The party.
And-
I got the axe in my other hand,
and-
the head in
and-
one hand, and I'm leading the party.
I
And,
say,
and as I look around every corner, I'm doing like a puppet. I'm like, who's
Wait,
down there?
let's put the skeletons behind you and have the zombies
Body.
guard the rear.
No.
I'm gonna do that.
All right, tell those guys.
I'm in the back. I'm gonna look at the I'm gonna check the magic user's body for rings or anything, and I'm gonna use my gauntlets. I don't really want to touch anything. Do I find anything on him? Does he have any?
On Sega's
Sega.
body.
Sega's body. Yeah.
Sega's
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm turning. I'm flipping. I'm flipping. And turning. So let me see. Where is Sega's chamber? So yeah. So you find a side pouch that he's carrying, and you find a key.
Okay.
And you find a large yellow-green gem in it.
Nice.
Okay.
Then that's it. That's all you find. And he had his sword. And that's it.
Okay. Do I dare take the sword or no?
The sword? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Make it.
Oh yeah.
All right. I'm gonna pick up this sword and I'm gonna stick it in my belt, and hopefully it won't do anything to me. But I'm
Grab it
using
by the
gloves.
scabbard.
Grab me by the scabbard. So.
Okay. You got it. All right.
Okay.
So, all right, we're heading up the tower?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So I can tell you. So, and Vic, you were leading, I assume, doing your usual thing,
with
right?
the head. With the head.
Yeah, I told you I'm walking around each corner. I'm putting the head first around the corner and going.
We don't know who's more terrifying: the eight skeletons, 7 skeletons in plate mail, or the dwarf with the head of. Yeah.
Right. So when you enter, so what you do is when you enter that first room, you notice that it seems to be a dining area, and it's got a fireplace on the east wall, and it has a door that you would assume leads upwards.
Okay.
And then nothing else in there. All quiet. It seems to be a dining room. There's just a wooden
Right.
table and stuff.
No food?
A cursory search looking
There-
for.
There is some food, and it looks like it was. So there's a plate, and there's some food, and it looks like somebody may have been eating something here somewhat recently. But the food
Is it
looks
still
like
warm, or is it?
nah, it's cold, and it looks like it was probably a rat.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And a large fireplace in the east wall, and as I said, a door in the southeast corner. And that's
Okay,
it.
go to the door and do the standard check, making sure that
While the dwarf is doing so, I'll search the fireplace.
Okay, you find a small gold statue. It looks like it is the person. Remember that wizard that you saw in purple robes? I think Father Glug, you saw that. It looks like that person. It's a little gold statue on the mantelpiece.
Gold?
Gold. Appears to be solid gold.
I slip it into my backpack.
Okay. All right.
I look inside the fireplace as well. to
Okay,
see.
so you look inside the fireplace. You don't see anything other than obviously, you see that it kind of goes up pretty high. I mean, it seems to exit at the top of the tower.
So someone could use a scroll of levitation and go up the what's it called?
Yeah, the fireplace. Yeah, chimney.
The chimney?
The chimney. Yeah, the chimney.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay, I go back out.
Okay, so all right. So what do you guys say? So that's the room. So there's nothing there. So it's either up the chimney or up the open the door.
Or open the door?
Okay, so yeah, you open the door, and yep, it is a spiral staircase leading up.
Yeah, and at this point, you won't be able to command the skeletons to climb the stairs. You would have to put them behind you, and they'd have to follow you.
They have to follow me, or they can
No,
follow
they have to
anyone in
follow
the party?
you. They're under your commands. It would be
Okay, so
mentally impossible for them to be without your leadership to follow what you're doing. So you're going to have to put them behind you at this point.
All right. Well, you guess you're coming up the tail. You're the tail dragger.
Your train of undead.
So what's it going to be? Stairs or levitation up the chimney?
We only have 2 scrolls.
I have one question about the chimney. Is the chimney rough brick going up, or is it like a smooth brick going up?
It's a rough brick. It seemed like it could be climbed to.
How wide is it?
It is. I will tell you in just a second. It is.
It's pretty wide.
So it's about 15 feet. Yeah, about 15 feet.
Wow. Nope. Okay, I'm going up the stairs because I can't go up that. I thought it was small enough that the dwarf could climb it, but that ain't gonna do it.
What about the goblin? We still have the goblin with us?
Oh yeah, he's behind me.
No, I don't think anyone can climb walls other than thieves, right, James? And 180. I think the only one would be the gnome.
Could do it.
Yeah, if he wanted to do a spider climb.
Or
spider climb.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make official the goblin as the head carrier. I'm gonna have him carry the head.
He wouldn't care.
In a worshipful pose like this.
Worshipful man.
Just have walk up the stairs.
Okay. All right. So
so you now have 4 goblins, 7 skeletons, 4 zombies.
One
goblin. Four
zombies. Four zombies. And 8
7 because you
skeletons.
killed one. 7. That's right. I'm just trying to keep track of the list of.
All right. You go up the stairs and you notice the spiral steps continue all the way up to like 4 total levels, so 3 more. So you're now on level number 2, and you come to a door. So you can either stop and you listen, you smell, nothing unusual, you don't hear anything. So you can either check this door or keep going up.
Check the door.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You gonna open the door? All right. You open the door and you see what appears to be, it's empty of creatures, appears to be a lounge. You see a window on the west wall, which is closed by a heavy metal shutter. And you see a low square table with beautiful cushions all around it. You see a book on the table. And again, you see the large fireplace on the east wall, some beautiful tapestry, and some mounted oil lamps. And that's it. It looks like a lounge.
Leslie is going to check out the book.
Yeah.
Okay. The book does not appear to be anything of note. It is apparently a book of drawings of what looks like the Far East.
Beautiful.
All right.
I think
to the shutters
On
and
the
open
table
it
book.
up. Go to the shutters and open it up. What do I see when I look outside?
You see the courtyard. You're looking down in the courtyard, and you see that guard standing there in the courtyard, and it's glass. Now, glass is very expensive and rare. So when you open up the shutters, you see a glass window with a purple rose, and through it you see these creatures, these monkey-like creatures are running around on the roof. You basically see, you basically see the scene when you entered. You're looking down on the courtyard.
All right. Shut the shutters. Check the rest of the room. Check the fireplace to see if there's anything of value, like the one downstairs hidden in it.
There's not.
All right. Let's go upstairs. Let's go. Next door.
Okay. Next door, you do the same thing. You don't smell anything. You don't hear anything. I assume you're opening it up.
Yep.
Yep, and it appears to be a library. It is a library. Wall-to-wall bookcases, except for, again, a window, which you would think looks down on the courtyard, and, of course, the fireplace. The books.
I peek my head out and tell the clerics and the magic user, yeah, this is your house.
Come on up here.
Come on. I stand out in the hallway, guarding.
Yeah, me too.
So we search for scrolls.
Yeah, you don't find any scrolls. I mean, Mildred, you're very impressed with. You wish you had a cart. A lot of very interesting books. These clearly magic user type books. No, not spell books. No spell books, but on arcane arts, things like that. So, but no, you don't find anything. No, it doesn't look like the laboratory. Nothing magical found here.
All right. After they've done their search, go up to the next one.
Okay, so this is number 4. So you come to this one. You're told 4 levels. So when you smell underneath, you pick up the odor of something very, I don't know, very smelly, almost kind of like
musty animal.
Like.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Yes.
I think we have our Yeti here.
All right. I pull up the hand of Tizun Thane. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And is the door locked on the? Is this door locked?
No, it is not locked.
I pull out the hand of Tizun Thane and I enter the room with a hand in my. I'm leading with the hand, just to see what happens.
Okay. All right. So you open the door and you lead with it. So you put the all right. You put the hand in there, and does the hand still have the ring on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So you just hear an enormous growl, and James, I'll hand it over to you.
Bingo.
So you, as the Tangley opens a door, I assume you kind of thrusted the hand in there, right? Basically.
Yeah, I just have it right out in front of me, going.
Yeah.
Like I'm its master.
Okay.
Or something.
Yes. So it you see a giant creature. I'll show an example to the people online, but it looks very similar to that.
Wait, hang on. Oh.
There you go. Looks like that. And it sees you and the hand, and it screams this guttural sound, and now it's initiative. So,
right.
Vic, you're still in the box.
So somebody in my winning ways here.
Well,
Here
before
we
you
go.
roll, what are you going to do? What's your declared action?
I'm gonna shout, stop! I'm gonna yell at it and tell him to stop and see what happens.
Okay. So who's? I'm gonna go in order. So Steve, you're next to him. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to command the skeletons to charge.
Okay. Well, they're in the. You went into. I'm sorry, I did that wrong because you had to go in the back to control them. So you're in the back. You can do that as your action, but that'll let me get to you later. So actually,
Okay.
Tom is next, and then Mildred. So Tom, what are you doing?
I'm going to hold my action. I'm going to get my bone crusher out and see what I don't know. The dwarf is charging, or what are you doing?
I'm telling him to stop. I'm telling the creature to stop.
Yeah, I'm not going to charge in either. Then I'm going to wait and see what happens.
Okay. Let's see. Then it's Mildred.
Yes, Mildred uses her scroll of magic missile.
Okay.
I use that.
Well, the problem you're going to have is you're going to have to move into the door. And right now there's a dwarf, and there's a dwarf, a goblin, and a half orc in front of you. So you can get it ready, but it's going to be hard to do that.
Okay. So is there any way for me to get in?
Well,
so I can see the Yeti or whatever.
Yeah, the short version is no, because until they move in, you're kind of boxed up into this tower. There's really no place for you.
You have to move in, or we'll create a choke point for him.
You're basically stuck there. Okay.
Remember
So and that's the problem that you have, Steve, is you're in the back with that, and there's the whole party's in front of you. So you're gonna have to wait till everyone kind of gets in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I get the scroll out, but I don't activate it yet.
Yeah, and so really until Mildred, until Tangley and Father Glug get into the room, and they're basically waiting to see what happens. You guys are you're stuck in the stairwell at this point. So I know what the creature is going to do. So I'm going to roll initiative. It's on you, Vic. I rolled a 6.
6.
And I'm sorry, Brian, what were you going to do?
He was going to quaff his potion of diminution, and make his way through the legs of all these people in front of him.
All right, so you'll take you'll take half the round to drink it. You'll change, and then you can move a little. You probably can get into the room with the remaining of your turn round. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So simultaneous, correct? So you guys hold the hand up. You, Vic, you are basically watching, and what you notice the creature kind of doing some gestations and moving around, and he. So Vic, after he doesn't move forward, he starts doing some gesturing, and you need to make a saving throw versus spell. Okay, you had a sense come over you, but you don't know exactly what happened. You shrugged it off. Okay. So Tom and Vic, what do you want to do? Because you basically held your action, wanting to see what the creature was going to do.
Could I step into the room but to the side? Like, I don't want to charge in, but I want to get out of the doorway.
You can do that. That's not a problem. So you move in. You move into the side now.
Yeah, just, in sidestep.
Right. So the way you would sidestep in this case is the door opens out. So basically what would happen is you're going to push the door all the way out, and now you're moving to the right towards the fireplace. Because you look in, the creature's in the middle of the room, the fireplace is to the right of you, the window is on the opposite window. And that's what you see at this point. Okay, so Vic, what are you doing now? You're standing there with a goblin in a head, and you felt some magical presence come over you, but yet somehow you must have shook it off or something to that effect.
Right. I grabbed the head out of the goblin's hands, and I toss it at this creature.
Okay, so you trying to chuck it towards him?
Right, chuck it at him.
Okay, give me a D20, see how close you get to him.
Not very. I rolled a 1. Oops, I better roll again.
Roll again.
That was an attack.
You rolled it. You didn't throw it.
I rolled a 16.
Yeah,
Nope.
You threw it
so
at me.
you basically roll a D8. Let's see which way it goes.
3.
It kind of falls behind you to the right and starts rolling down the stairs. You were trying to do this, and you chucked it behind you, and it's kind of.
Excellent.
Okay, so now and Brian's character, Talpi is now moving into the room. You're going to hug the wall, go straight towards him. What's your plan?
Dodge in between the legs of the people in front. And how big is this room once I'm inside?
You notice it's about, well, it looks much larger now, but objects appear larger than they, it's about 40 by 40 size room.
Okay, I'm going to swing over to the left, hug the wall, sort of. I doubt this creature can see me, and I'm going to get out a scroll and start reading.
Okay, great. And Martin, now you can move forward, and Steve, you can move forward, and Jeannie, you can move forward. But if you stop in the stairwell, you prevent everyone else from moving.
Mildred walks into the room and tries to hug the wall as well and get a
The
good
left
position
wall,
for,
the right
for
wall.
each
To the left is the dwarf. To the right is Tom's character, Father Glug.
Yeah, well, I don't want to step on the on Tom's character. I'll go to the left.
Okay. And now, Steve, what's your plan with your horde of undead?
I'm going to follow with my skeleton army to the left.
Okay. So are they moving towards the creature, or are they following you?
They're following me.
Okay.
So I'm just having them come in to the room with me.
All right. So this procession. Well, Jeannie, what are you doing?
I'm going to follow because nobody's going to the right. I'm going to go to the right. And
Okay.
help.
So
Don't step on the gnome.
yeah. So
No, I won't. I'm being very careful and
Yeah.
Sidestepping.
So
Hugging
so
the
right
wall.
now to the
Getting ready.
left is Vic, Steve with his army, and the gnome, if I correct, who's moving past it. To the right is Martin, Jeannie, and Tom. Correct? Okay, great. So now it's a.
What about the zombies?
They're in a train behind the Elson.
Oh.
And they've all moved to
Okay.
the left. So you see a cavalcade of shuffling feet and plate mail, but you're literally you're on the wall. You said so. I'm not gonna make a dex check or something like that. So as long as you're not moving, you're fine. You've done the best hide and shadows you've ever done in your life at this point. So you're good. All right. So now it's initiative. So Vic, you simultaneous last time. What are you doing this round?
I roll for you.
Well, what? Jeez, we don't know what he's doing. What's he doing? Well, he hasn't. I'm gonna pull out my axe, but in a non. I'm gonna pull it out and put it across my chest in a sort of a non-threatening way, but still have access to hit if I need to. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Whoever's next.
So next would be Jeannie. You're inside the room. You see a large creature, which I showed you, is screaming in the center.
Crouching.
I'm sorry?
With my long sword drawn but pointing downward.
Okay.
All right. I'm following the dwarf's example, but getting ready in case anything happens.
Okay, great. Tom, what are you doing?
I'm still gonna stand there with my bone crusher out, kind of like just in my hand, like
Okay,
if it comes, I swing.
and Brian, you were going to use a scroll. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Martin, what's your plan?
I use
Okay.
my scroll of magic myself.
And Steve, what's your plan?
Can I command the skeletons with defend the party to in case the creature attacks any of us? They will.
Okay.
They'll defend.
So, are you attacking with them, or are you going to have them kind of shelter you all?
I'm going to command. I'm going to be in a defensive position, but I'm going to give that command to the skeleton army and the undead.
Okay. Sounds good. So now it's initiative. Vic, go ahead. I rolled a 3. Oh, you guys got it. So the magic missile goes off first.
Yes.
So
4, right?
you get 4. That's right.
Let's see here.
Now we're gonna
1 second.
So while you're doing that, Vic, you're kind of sitting there, and he was kind of, and then he was going, bashing his head, and then all of a sudden these 4 magic bolts strike him.
For 12 points of damage.
So yeah, that's screams in agony. So Jeannie, you drew your longsword, but are waiting to see what happens. Tom, what were you doing?
same. I just prepared.
Okay. Brian, you cast your scroll. What was the scroll of?
A phantasmal force, I don't know, as many as 6 to 10 archers come through the room, and they all stand and take a shot at this thing.
Okay.
Hey, James.
Yeah.
I think doesn't Meadow never refuses combat?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. You'd be You would be charging at this point. I apologize. And it's not exactly a curse like the bless reverse of it. Yeah. So you're charging. So make your D20 attack.
I'd be attacking.
Yes.
You're not sure why. You feel compelled.
All right. I rolled a 13.
That's a hit. Except what happens is when you attempt to hit him, he seems to shift just as you're hitting, and you miss.
Okay.
You've never seen that before, but it was almost like he like a quantum leap. So let me roll his. So Brian, all of a sudden, the party sees an array of archers in like a firing squad, and they shoot at the creature, and the creature looks, but doesn't appear to react to the striking of arrows. Okay. So you're not sure what happened. Martin, you did your arrows. Steve, what's your plan?
Well, I'm going to shout out the party that I think this guy is really Tizun Thane, and he somehow turned into this monster.
Or he's a brain-eating blink yeti.
Yeah, and you would notice, I don't know, Jace, if we mentioned it, you'd notice that he has ill-fitting purple robes that are ripping at the seams. Yeah.
That's right. And he also has a black cape on.
Well, I think he's got to die.
So
yeah, well, we can't back down now.
That's right. Okay, so Steve, what are you doing with your undead? You're keeping them at bay at this point, or?
Yeah, that their command is as soon as this creature attacks, that our undead will come to the defense of the party. Okay,
so that's the end of the round then. Next round. Starting with Vic, you haven't lost. What's your action?
Attack.
Oh, he's moving to attack. Jeannie's attacking. Tom, what are you doing? Tom.
I'm thinking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you could hear me.
Uh-oh.
We're going to start thinking now in this game?
Yeah, the smoke. Don't you see the smoke coming out of my head?
Neither Glug thinks.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I said. The gears are burning. All right, I might as well attack. Screw it.
Okay. What are you doing, Brian, in your diminutive state?
Preparing my bullseye lantern, getting it a light.
Like a pen light at this point?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can do something with it.
Okay. Martin, what's your plan?
I'm considering using my Scarab of Drunkenness.
Wonderful.
That Miller has, but that would affect my compatriots as well, I believe. So unless you said it's a 40 by 40 room.
Roughly, yes. Your vast
Roughly.
intelligence, you feel like it's almost square,
Yes.
but the stairwell takes up a corner of the room, basically. It would be 40 by 40 if it wasn't for the fireplace and the stairwell.
So is it possible for me to move so that I can stand in a corner or something? Because let's see, it says it works like a Scarab of Insanity, only it makes you drunk instead of insane. And a Scarab of Insanity has a 2-inch radius, 20 feet radius. So would it be possible for me to go to the far end of the room somehow and stand there so it doesn't affect my friends?
Yeah.
If it does, I don't really care. But it would be best if my friends weren't drunk.
Yeah, you could try to move that and do that. I don't see why not. That's sure.
Sure. So I go stand in the far end of the room and I hold up and activate my Scarab of Drunkenness.
Okay, that's your plan. Steve, what's your plan?
I'm just going to throw the skeletons into attack this guy.
Okay.
This creature.
All right, great.
Zombies. Don't forget those zombies.
Right.
Yeah, so
And the zombies. I'll throw the zombies.
the skeletons, the heads. Have you animated the heads at this point? The finger.
The goblin.
The goblin.
Naked goblin.
Naked goblins. All right, so here's the creature's roll. He rolled a 1. Vic, it's on you. Initiative.
Oh, you only rolled a 1? Okay. 2.
Ah, you got it. All right, so Vic, you're in the box. You get to attack. Jeannie, you get to attack.
Yay.
I rolled a 12. So
Uh,
I hit AC 8.
that's a miss.
Yep. I missed.
Okay, Tom, you're attacking too, I assume?
Yeah, I've got a 19.
19. That's a hit.
10 damage.
It's a large creature, so I don't know if that changes your thing.
No, it's bolt 1 to 6.
Okay. Well, that was a big hit. Okay, Brian, you got your.
I'm going to move up,
You got your bullseye lantern out, your pen light.
and if it's lit, I'm going to move up and throw it at this thing, and hopefully it breaks and catches it on fire.
Okay, well, make a 2-hit roll.
Okay. 10.
10
Plus 2, 12.
He's got this shimmer about him that makes it very difficult to hit, and so roll a d8.
Please don't hit me.
No, you're in the corner. That would be
6.
6. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it shoots off to the right. It misses a few, and you hear well, you guys don't hear anything because maybe you do. It's like, you know, and there's now a quarter-size spot of flame where the lantern was chucked. Martin, you're gonna. Now the question is, you've moved to the corner, but now you have 3 of your party members have engaged with the creature. So it's up to you if you're going to do that thing.
Yeah, let's just go ahead. I'll do it.
Okay, so everyone makes a save, right? So Tom,
At +2.
What?
Tom, Vic, and Jeannie make a saving throw versus magic.
With +2.
+2.
Versus magic?
Yeah,
What do we?
Twice-sided die.
yeah.
Oh, I actually passed.
Failed.
I failed.
You failed.
Oh, okay.
Jeannie failed. I failed.
All right, so I think you're drunk now, basically. Is that correct, Martin?
Yes.
Let me see what happens to the creature. Why does it have to be close? I think it passed, but I gotta check. Barely passed. Barely passed. So
I made it more interesting.
yeah, now you're inebriated. So I think you have more hit points, but you're like -5 to attack.
What am I fighting at? A -2? What am I fighting
Yeah,
at?
something like -2, something like that. So Steve, you've unleashed your zombies and skeletons against him.
Correct.
So you can pick. Well, your skeletons would probably get there first since the zombies are slower and they attack last. So you could have 5 of them attack this large creature because now he's surrounded. So roll 5d20. So Dan, you never had this before, where just a cavalcade of undead strike down the creature.
So a 3
And a drunk dwarf.
And a drunk dwarf.
Ooh, a 6.
Well-
These guys aren't that good. A 7.
That's not good so far.
14
That's a little.
14's a miss.
and a 17.
That's a hit. Okay, roll. What's the damage for the skeletons again, Dan? Do you remember?
D6.
Is it D6
Oh.
or are they using long swords?
Yeah,
it's the same.
6.
I think it's no matter, even if they have a weapon.
Okay,
isn't it
so
always
it's
the
D6
same?
then. Roll D6.
2.
2. Okay. It's damaged, but it has not fallen to the ground, and it will attack with its 2 giant claws, 1 to 8. So the first 3 are player characters. The last 5 are skeletons. He attacks a skeleton, and he misses. So it's initiative. You guys are going to attack. Attack.
We're committed at this point.
Brian, what are you doing?
I'm going to load up a half piece size stone in my sling and try to sling it at this creature.
Okay, awesome. Martin, what are you doing?
I charged with my staff.
Nice. Well, the problem is going to be it's going to be hard to attack him because he's surrounded by orcs, fighters, skeletons. So, I'll have to adjudicate that, but you can get closer. And Steve, what's your action?
Since the skeletons are engaged, do I have to command them again, or
No, they're attacking right now.
They're going to fight on
I
their
basically assume you said kill the big creature, and they're going to do that.
own? Yeah. So I'll throw my hammer.
Okay, sounds good. So here's the initiative. 6.
Yeah, you finally won. I rolled a 1.
Hey, well, he's going to attack the skeleton again. A 3 and a 4. He missed. And go ahead, Vic. You get your attack, and then we'll roll around this.
Oh, I had to hit this time. Well, if I was -2, +2, I'm an 18.
That's a hit. That's definitely a hit.
I don't think it's minus. 2 for being drunk. I think it's
Oh,
minus
minus-
1. But
well, it depends if it's slight, moderate, or great, and I didn't indicate what it would be.
There you go, Martin.
it-
Why did you do that?
I'm a dwarf. I like drinking, so hey.
It probably would be great. I mean, great is -5.
I
Moderate is just.
think you have to make a Constitution check. Why don't you roll a d20? You have a good con.
Passed it easily.
Okay, so you're moderate. So we'll do -2. Yeah, I think you hit. So do your damage.
All right. 6 points of damage.
Well, with that, you notice the dwarf hit with his axe, and the creature lays out a giant scream, and blood oozes from his wound, and he collapses down in front of you. Let's see if he falls on the dwarf.
good work, Master
Let's
Dwarf.
see if he falls on the dwarf. You barely jump out of the way, and the creature shudders down.
Oh, a new head.
That's right. Great, another head. All right, Dan.
All right, so there you are. So something, Thrak, Tizun Thane, something lays there dead.
Head carrier. That's what we're gonna call this little. What's our goblin's name?
Crag. Card.
No, Karg was the leader.
Yeah. Oh, is this
The new Link
This
boy.
is not the leader?
Crack the head.
Oh.
No, that wasn't the leader.
Oh, okay. So yeah, well, it could be A, C, or G. Garg, Karg, or Arg.
We'll make it Arg.
Okay, it's Arg.
All right, what are you gonna do? So there you lay.
Arg, pick up those heads.
Okay, Arg.
Search the room, and now the party's gonna search the room.
Okay.
Search the body.
Okay. On the body, you find probably some spell components,
Yay!
and
And in particular, you find bat guano and sulfur.
Nice.
yes,
I'll take that.
and Meadow. Meadow finds a secret door in the southwest corner with stairs leading up, which is strange because you were told there's only 4 levels.
Ah.
Secret treasure room.
How long am I gonna be drunk? Because I'm gonna need to get another beer.
I think, well, I don't know. You're only moderately drunk, so.
Well, then I need another beer. So
The thing you need to know about Vic's character, Tangly, when he drinks, he becomes more aggressive and combative.
Mm.
Oh, of course,
Even more.
Correct. Even more cantankerous.
Yes. All right, what are you doing? So you got this door that leads up.
I go to the door and I open it and I start walking up.
Okay.
I follow suit.
Why do you start doing it? When I found
Because I'm cantankerous and I'm
no,
drunk.
I'm shoving you out.
My God.
I'm gonna have somebody.
He's turned into an angry dwarf.
Who would have thought?
Get out of my way, woman.
No,
All right.
I say the gnome or somebody who is quiet and stealthy can.
James, is it fair that any chance of surprise has been lost
Yeah,
here?
if there is anything up there, there is no chance of. I mean, there's domestic dispute down there. Something's going on.
Send the
So
naked
what-
goblin up.
No, I just stuck my hand over his face
All right.
and stifled him and shoved him out of the way.
So what you find? All right, hold on. All right, so just to let you know, so we'll keep things moving along. You get up there and you find what appears to be Tizun Thane's workroom. A work table, magical tomes abound. You see what appears to be ingredients for potions. There's pestles, mortars. There appears to be 2 potions. And you notice, too, that the ceiling seems to follow the contours of the top of the tower. So it's kind of canonical. That's the right word. Cone-like. And you see rafters up above.
Does it seem to be? Do any of the tomes seem to be a spell book?
You do not find what seems to be a spell book.
Hey, if it's
What are you going to do?
and there's rafters up there, why don't we boost somebody up there just to look around, just in case?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
That's a good idea.
Boost somebody up. Who wants to go up?
Well, there's always dark dwarf tossing.
Never toss the dwarf.
I can cast Spider Climb on.
Let me toss the dwarf up.
Is the guy still small?
Yeah, if that hasn't worn off, you could just
Yeah.
probably
Yeah, why
put
don't
me
we
in a
toss the
sling.
small guy?
At least 60 minutes, I think.
You can hang upon my club, and I'll just kind of.
It's probably got another turn or two. It doesn't. It lasts
6 turns. 6 turns plus
2 to 5. Yeah.
5.
So what's happening?
So it looks like the gnome has been voluntold to go up and inspect the rafters because
Okay.
it's so small.
So you would know if you're, how are you getting up there? You climbing up there or
They're boosting me up
or boosting you up?
on the end of a club.
Okay. All right. Give me a dex check. See how this goes. Oh wait, yes,
Okay.
you're so tiny still. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I still have about 20 minutes or more.
All right. Give me a dex. Let's see what your dex check is on
Okay.
this. 'Cause this sounds complicated.
Yeah, I succeed.
Okay. Good. All right.
14 out of 17.
Okay. So you're up there. So you're a tiny little guy up there in the rafters. What you gonna do?
Poke around.
You're not afraid of
Sure.
heights, are you?
Extra heights now. Look, see what I can see. And
He's about
try to boom.
2.4 inches, plus or minus. That's what.
So I can't really tell what I'm looking at, but if there's like a chest or a box or something, I would use climb walls to get on top of it and just see what I can see in my small state.
So when you look around, let me have a roll. So the only thing you see is you feel like when you look up in the ceiling, you feel like you can slightly make out the contours of like some sort of opening, almost like there is a door up there, like a trap door, but attempting to be hidden. But you're close enough, standing up there, that you can make it out.
So you're gonna tell everybody? You're gonna yell down, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, if that's the only thing that I can see.
He's 2 inches
then
tall.
I will-
That's
It can be hard to hear.
That's it.
Hello.
Right.
You have to get to his
A
ear.
high-pitched squeal.
Yeah.
Squeak, 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 squeak.
So I'll come back down to where they lifted me up and try to get their attention best I can.
All right, give me another. So all right, so they're bringing you down. So yeah, you're
Well,
waving and.
Yeah, once I have their attention, I will tell them bring me down.
Yeah,
All right,
you're
give me
on top
another
of my
dex
stuff.
check, because I
Okay.
just see this as like you're kind of getting onto
Okay.
this club and
A
you're fine.
one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you do
Yeah.
like a somersault onto this club and nail the
Slide
landing.
down.
Yeah, slide down the club and yeah. So
I think it's on
all
my
right,
staff because my staff is longer
Yeah.
than this, so we'll be using that.
chaos.
I pull the staff down to my ear to hear what he has to say.
He
Yeah.
slides in your ear canal. Okay. All right, he tells you.
That there's a hidden door, and if I didn't know if I saw a keyhole or a lock or anything like that, but tell them all the information that I
Okay.
was able to gather.
Okay, you get the sense that you did not see it, but so you get the sense that you can sense that this is like intended to be like a secret door that you'll have to get up there to figure out how to open it.
Master Dwarf, my suggestion would be that I cast Spider Climb on you, and if there is no obvious mechanism of opening the secret compartment, then you can smash it in. That's good. That's the spirit. That's the
Okay.
spirit. I cast Spider Climb on him.
All right.
I'm up for anything. Yeah.
Now keep in mind he's still moderately
That's
drunk.
right.
Yes,
That's
good.
why this will work.
Yeah, I mean in the
Exactly.
game
Yes.
too.
Oh,
So he really gets into character.
I'm drinking Heineken Zero here, so I mean.
So all right, so Tangly Redbeard. It is interesting because he's kind of meandering as he does the spider climb, and it's so it's very sticky, right? So I guess the fact that he's drunk, James, doesn't mean he really has no chance of falling, even though he's
Yeah,
drunk. What happens when you spider climb drunk?
That's going to be next episode of Grogtalk. Apparently, we're going to spend.
Don't spider climb while you're drunk.
I might take a couple extra turns going up there.
He spins around. And
he's on the rafters. This is like that scene from, what is it, Saturday Night Fever on the bridge. Right?
Well, remember the Poltergeist when the woman got put up on the ceiling and she's kind of flopping around, because she's possessed. Yeah, same kind of thing. It's a train wreck.
Okay, all right. So he's up there, and you're feeling okay, but now you're feeling around. There's no spider climb. Now he's standing on the rafters, feeling around a bit, right? I mean, I need a dex check here because he's not always attached. He's up on the rafters, trying to feel for the thing, find it, feel for it, and he's moderately drunk. James,
I rolled a 5.
Okay, so there's a lot of oohing and ahhing because, he puts his leg out, and everyone goes ooh, and then his other side. So you cannot find any obvious opening. You do once you look at it. You see it. You see the seam of it, but it's beyond. Well, hang on. You're reaching around. Hang on. Let me see. You can't figure out how to open this thing.
Smash it in.
Pull out the axe.
Okay, that's definitely another dex. You say you're standing on a rafter, whacking at this thing, moderately drunk. Another dex check, please.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could go wrong?
Possibly I could fall because I rolled a 16.
We'll catch you if you fall.
Oh yeah, I fell.
He's coming down. Hang on, how is this? It's 20. It's 20 feet, James. So that's what?
Yeah.
3 die 6.
Oh yes.
Under
in your rule,
under the
Gygax. That's right. The Gygax rules.
Rule.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
D6 10. D6 10 feet. 2d6 20 feet.
Get those cure wounds spells going, guys.
It'll be too late.
Ooh. He takes 11 points of damage.
Oh, I fell off my axe.
He's dead.
You're dead?
He's at -6.
Yeah.
James, did he land on anybody?
I don't know. I you know what?
If I land on somebody, then it's less
That's
damage.
true. Yeah. So let's do.
It would absorb. It would be transferred.
I'll except for the gnome, everyone else was kind of looking up. So,
He'd crush the gnome.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Jeannie, make a dex check to see, because you're probably looking up there.
No, hey, I could have fell on a skeleton.
And then she might step on the gnome as she's trying to get out of the way.
Party killed, didn't move.
Okay, you decide that you're going to step out of the way, and the dwarf flops down. Yeah, what?
He's Tangley's dead.
Yes, Tangley he's at -6.
He's not. All right. Next.
Oh. Okay.
So now, wait. Well,
-10 is if you go to 0, right?
well,
we do -4 or below. You're done. Right, James? On a single blow.
If you take a blow that brings you below -3, it's technically 0, but they allowed -3. And then if he would have been at -3, he would be bleeding to death, -1 to -10.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Oh no.
First, I threw the dagger in his back, and then I made him drunk, and then I cast spider climb on him.
Mildred hates this dwarf.
Yeah, I can't help but feel somewhat respect.
Is it time to loot the body?
Yeah, the body hasn't. You notice the body hasn't moved in a minute, and yet no one's cut his head off or.
What's wrong with these people?
Somebody has the key.
That's right.
Put that hand away from him.
Does the hand help me out? I mean, I'm carrying it.
Well, I do happen to have a raise the dead spell.
Ooh.
Oh.
Will you come back as a badger?
No, they have to cast Cure Light Wounds, then raise the dead on me. Otherwise, I'm gonna have an axe implanted in my chest the entire time.
Details.
You went out.
Details. Pull the axe out, put a Cure Light Wound on me, and then raise me up.
Do we have time to do that?
I don't know. Ask the priest.
Well, my question is he any use once he's raised, or does he have to recover?
Yeah, he has to rest. Yeah.
That's the thing.
James, am I correct that then he would divvy up, if he remains dead, he would not be a sap on the experience
That's right.
points.
That's
Is that correct?
That's right. Oh, and he would not get any experience points for the adventure. So now,
Oh, that's okay.
wow, this is real metagaming now. This is terrible.
Yeah.
We still have, if you have a wrist dead scroll, we still have 7 days?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Well,
So if he's not going to be any use to us, we could come back later to raise him.
Yeah, sure.
Let's put him stash him in a corner somewhere.
Yeah.
Where
Hey,
he's
but
safe.
I got my. Who's gonna control the goblin then?
he's sad for you. You were the best master he ever had. Now,
That's true. Don't fret, little friend goblin. We'll raise your master in no time.
Yeah,
All right.
we'll take care
Good,
of it.
I'm dead. Okay, I get to relax and drink beer. You guys game.
We still have to get to the treasure compartment above.
Yep.
Though. We have
Can
a
we
key.
use one of the levitation spells?
Yeah, sure, we can do. But how do we get? We haven't figured out how to get into the compartment. Oh, I'll use a levitate scroll on.
Who's the thief again?
I don't think we have.
And he found the door. I'd say levitate the gnome up with the key that we found and see maybe.
He's
if
still only a few inches. We'll wait it out.
Wait a minute or two.
Yeah, sure. We wait
wait
until
for
the
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't game. That's right. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna drink beer and listen.
okay, so yeah, if you wait 20 minutes, he starts. I mean, over time, you sense he's growing back again. So.
Great. So when he's his full grown
His massive again, 4 feet, whatever he is, yeah.
Yes, I cast. I use one of the levitation scrolls.
Okay, so now you can levitate. Talpi.
Okay, so who's up there?
Talpi.
The gnome with the
Talpi.
key.
All right, with the key. All right. Talpi, you do not see a keyhole, but you can certainly try. I mean, you're a thief. You search around on the door, and you are able to find the way to open that door.
All right, I'm going to remove traps first, or find traps first.
Okay.
At least attempt to do so.
Talpi, in your professional opinion, it is not trapped.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and open locks.
Okay.
Oh, miserable failure. 100%.
Do you have to open locks?
No. Here's the deal. So it's not locked. It really be more of, I think, like being able to open the secret door.
Okay.
It's not locked. So you're able to find out. Your abilities enable you to know how to open this thing.
Okay, and I'm taking a guess that if it's going to swing open and anything that's behind it is going to fall down on me.
That could happen.
I'm going to tell everyone to
Out of the way.
clear way, and I'm going to get onto the side on which it opens so that I'm out of the way as well when it springs open.
And you have a rope with you, right?
No, the goblins. It was used by the goblins.
All right.
or
Well,
by
then
the dwarf.
before you went up, I gave you my rope. Just because going up, rope goes up.
Right. Okay. So I'll tie myself off best I can to where I won't hang myself if I fall.
Okay.
And I will open this.
Okay. Talpi, you slide, or you find the way to open it. Pop it open. Slide it open. Darkness above, but you hear something slide, and down below all of you, you hear tink. A little gold piece drops, and then another little gold piece drops, and then another, and another, and then it stops.
All right. I'm going to climb up into this compartment if I can fit.
Okay.
Using my
Levitate.
infravision. Oh, plus I have levitation still on, so I untie myself. I give myself slack on the rope so that I can. No, actually, I just untie myself and I climb up into the compartment and start looking around.
Okay.
And feeling around.
All right. So as when you go in there, you have this. You hear this sound of clicking and something shuttling through, the sound of coins and things clicking, and almost a hissing. Give me a D6.
Yeah, we got a spider.
And more coins are starting to drop out. They're being like, so down below, you guys are starting to see more and more coins. Kind of like a gentle rain of coins is starting.
Oh,
I picked them up.
it's a slot machine. Yeah.
You rolled a 3. Okay, so what happens is rising above you is this giant snake-like creature and it's the horror, the visage of this, because it's not a normal snake. It rises above you, and its visage is of a skull, and it starts swaying in front of you, and you are mesmerized by it. So make a saving throw for me.
Okay. It's a failure of a 6.
So the party, all they hear, they see some coins coming down, and all at this point, the Talpi has not made any more sound, and you hear something of something is moving up there, and there's a strike. Talpi takes 3 hit points. What does the rest of the party do? Tom, what do you do?
I can't get up there. I'm not sure what I can do.
Okay, you can think about it. Martin, what are you doing?
I just stand back, just observing.
Because he took the rope
He
off.
did.
Could have tried to pull him down.
Steve, what are you doing?
What is it we heard again?
So you heard what sounded to you like coins or metallic pieces being shifted around, like it was being brushed, and then a clicking, and then you heard a strike, something being hit, and you haven't heard Talpi speak since then.
Talpi?
Yeah, I just sort of wait and see. I have to think about this.
Okay. And Jeannie, what's your character do? What does Meadow do?
Well, I don't know how anybody else can get up there.
Well, what happened to the rope when he untied it?
It fell down.
Did he dangle? It fell down.
Oh. All right. Oh, I don't have a. What do you call them? Nobody has a hook, do they? So we can tie the rope onto a hook and throw it up there.
Well, we can probably. Is there anything around that's heavy that I kind of loop the rope around to try to toss it over the beam?
How about if I give you my hammer and use that as a
hammer? If there's something around the room. So
I give the hammer, and there's nothing better. Try to use that.
There probably wouldn't be. I mean, it's like a workroom. There's,
Yes,
the vials
and stuff like that.
Did anybody look at those
the mortar and
potions?
pestle? No one looked at the potions.
The magic user, you think you might be able to surmise what the potions were at the table?
I think I might. Might I?
You'd have to take a taste. You can take a taste, and that'll
Sure.
give you some sense of what they might be.
I'll do that.
Okay, so you take a drink of the first one, and you feel like you could become different. And the other one you taste, and you feel a little bit rejuvenated.
I think we might have a potion of healing and a potion of polymorph. None of which are especially beneficial to us at this point. Maybe. But we have that.
Yep.
What now?
If I throw the hammer up and try to loop it over one of the rafters to try to make some kind of a cinch so that we can try to climb up the rope.
Yeah, you could try that. I mean, you'd have to fasten something, then climb up, and then you'd have to shimmy yourself into the portal, into the hole.
I could cast another levitation. I could levitate one of the party members with a better fighting capacity.
Okay.
Which one would that be? Would that be you, Tom?
Yeah, I'm a fighter. I'm not a lover.
I use my second scroll of levitation.
Okay. Hey, and Brian, I'm texting you on the chat, by the way.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we never thought about the squirrel or the weasel. Can he get up there?
Well, the weasel's with him. You mean the ferret?
The ferret.
The ferret, yeah. The ferret get up there. See what's going on.
Yeah, but we don't speak ferret.
Yeah, you don't speak to burrowing mammals.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Damn, the ferret. That's right. He's the one up there. Shit.
Yeah, the ferret may be with Taupy, right?
Most likely.
Yeah, probably. All right, then let me go up and try to get him down. So
I levitate.
Take the rope with me again. You know.
Okay, so you're going up there?
Yeah, I'll go up there.
Okay, so you have the rope tied to you, and you're going up?
Yeah, I'll have the rope. And do we have another rope? A third rope?
I think each of you have a rope, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so I'll take an extra rope with me.
And so you have one tied to you, and you're going up levitating.
With the second one.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So you go up there, and as you clear the portal and you enter the portal, this harrowing. Give me a D6. 5. Okay, so when you come in, you notice that you see Taupy is on the side of the door, the opening, and a giant multi-foot snake-like creature with a skull face is striking the gnome repeatedly. You take another 4, Brian.
4, okay.
And it seems like the gnome is not moving.
Could I reach and grab him to pull him down?
It's initiative now, so you could do what you'd like.
Okay.
So attack whatever's up there.
What?
Attack whatever's up there.
I yelled down. There's whatever it is. Looks like a centipede-ish kind of whatever multi-leg thing that's attacking gnome.
Slay it.
Okay, so what are you going to try to do, Tom?
I don't know. Can I fight when I'm levitating?
Yeah. You're basically standing. You're just levitating.
Okay, because I thought I would have been like floating. All right. Shit. All right. I'll take a swing at it.
All right. Like it. Okay. So here's 3, 4. You got it.
4.
Make your attack.
James, I can't seem to access the message.
Oh, okay. Well, you're paralyzed for that's why you're not moving, and you've taken 11. That's a miss, and you've taken 8 points before this of damage. So I don't know how much hit points you have.
8 points. Okay.
Should have just. Oh well.
1 to 3, he's going to keep attacking Taupy. 4 to 6, he's going to attack you. He's going to keep attacking Taupy. Taupy's not moving. He does another 1 point of damage on you. To Brian.
I look at Taupy. I mean, does Taupy look grievously wounded? Or,
yeah, he looks pretty bad, I think.
Yes, for sure.
He's got multiple bite wounds on him.
All right, I'm going to try to grab Taupy and yell down for them to pull us down.
All right, so now it's initiative again. 1.
Simultaneous.
Okay, you can try to grab him.
All right.
So give me a strength. I mean, give me a to hit roll. I mean, unless you totally screw it up, you'll get him.
I rolled an 18.
That's a hit. You grab him, and you can just tell yourself to levitate down.
Okay. Well, yeah.
But
all right.
that does provoke an opportunity attack by the creature on you. What's your armor class?
8.
8. Roll a d20. You take 6 points, and you are paralyzed. So you put.
Well,
he levitates down. He falls. I'm not going to be cruel and say you collapse down, but you slowly levitate down, and both of the characters are not speaking. They can't do anything, and they are rigid.
But they're both down
Yes.
now. Oh, Hello. I try to poke at them.
They don't appear to move.
Slap it in the face. Maybe not go up there. Maybe some other time. We'll wait around until they are moving again.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they don't appear to be moving. 5 minutes go by. 10 minutes go by. 15 minutes go by.
I'll read one of the magic tomes while waiting.
Okay. I don't know what that question was. Who wrote that? Oh, Jeannie.
Me?
What was the question?
I'm looking at the ceiling above us, and I'm thinking, can we bring part of this down?
I don't know. Dan,
Kill-
what do you think about that? Dan's muted.
Up above. We're
Yeah, I'm
muted.
sorry.
He wants to know. Jeannie wants to know if can they pull the roof down and part of it to get better access to it or something, right?
Well, they'd have to.
Not hurt ourselves.
I mean, they would have to basically knock down the boards at the roof. So, I mean, if you're trying to increase the opening size.
Yeah, well, try to bring the ceiling. What would be the floor of this little loft above us? Bring part of it down.
Yeah, I mean, someone would have to. I mean, how do you plan to do that? So, I mean, it's like a wood floor basically.
Yeah.
So, probably somebody would have to get up there and hack at it like a door. It'd be like busting down a wooden door, essentially.
Okay. Instead of wasting our time fighting something up there, just bring the whole dang thing down. If we can get out of the way without getting squashed or anything.
I'd like to ask these guys, once they're not paralyzed, if there's anything worthwhile up there.
So after about let's see. After about 15 minutes, Father Glug awakens from his stupor. Another 15 minutes after that, Talpi is able to move and speak again.
So what did you find up there?
So you would have seen, you would have noticed. So there was a little bit of light would have been coming up there. It appeared to be a sea of gold.
Oh. And what sort of monster was it?
So it looked like, this is what he would describe.
That's
A
nasty.
vertebrae, like a snake vertebrae with a skull on it.
A naga.
Naga.
A naga. Which you can kill him if you can hit him.
So I'm going to ask the party, is there any reason not to just leave this and go back to the other guy that we left behind?
I say there's a sea of gold of reasons why we should.
I don't want to go back to that other guy. I don't trust him.
We still have to find this
Girl?
this girl. And figure out what was killing all the village people.
It was a monkeys probably. Let's focus on the gold.
Yeah, if we had the money, then we have more resources. We could hire 5 parties to go find the girl.
I like how you think, Master Gnome.
Yeah.
So,
So you said there that the roof, like if is there a way? Like I don't want to burn the whole thing down, but
Yeah,
What
but
about the chimney? The chimney will get us on top of the roof.
it'll hurt the gold if we burn it.
and then attack down, climb up the chimney. Well, there's no windows or anything to go up, right? No.
There's no windows in that room. Not in that secret top part. There is.
And you said it's concentrical, the roof, right?
Yeah. So,
The
Yeah.
walls. So
Yeah.
how far down? Can I reach the edge of the roof?
Because you guys are in the top of that thing.
Yeah.
So the walls next. Could I bust? Could I take the dwarves' axe and chop through the roof to get out?
I don't know why you
You
couldn't.
have to get up there. That's the problem.
Although that's what I'm
That's the
saying. Is
problem.
it stone where
Yeah,
we
it's
are,
stone.
or is it
It's
wood?
stone up to the top, and then it's an arch, and one of the archways.
Oh, I thought we were already in the peak.
No,
Okay.
you're in the top. You're like one thing above it, and then it still towers up. There's still in the canonical part. Yeah.
So there's still stone
Correct.
walls.
All right, so
Yeah, I
here's an
don't think you
idea.
get out.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't think you can bust your way out of here. You could
Oh.
go. You could go up and get the stuff, and try to go out a window, or something like that. Because there's windows in each level, but you're in the cone. You're like in an attic, basically.
Can this
Up
work
top.
table be broken into pieces?
Oh,
Yeah.
easily.
Bust out.
All right, so
must-
the idea is to break the table into pieces and make it cross beams across the rafters so that we have a platform. And from there, we have a workspace to maybe try to bust out the
Good
wood
idea.
ceiling that's holding the gold.
But how
And
would
the
we get up?
The Naga's going to fall down. I have climbed
All right.
walls, and then we have
Well,
rope.
we have all the skeletons and the zombies.
Yeah.
Well,
We can
if
get
we
rid of
busted a
it.
hole and it drops down.
Yeah, we can fight.
The zombies attack it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Naga
They're
doesn't.
not
I mean,
Affected by
Got
his
bombs,
mind
so-
tricks.
So that's the idea, to build a platform using the table, and then get that table, the platform built, and use that as a workspace. Bust through the wooden ceiling, let everything fall down. Hopefully, at least make a big enough hole.
you
And so, if we work together, we have rope. We can. I can climb the walls, or we can climb up there with the rope because it's already still up there, and we can start handing up pieces of table.
Okay.
And then the father, half orc, the reformed, has such great strength. Let him hack away at it, and
Yes.
then we could pull whatever resources we have once he tires out. And we also have, most likely, of course, this is metagaming because I don't know, there may be a potion of polymorph self. That's another way that we can move up. You know,
That's true.
turn yourself into a bird and fly up or something like that. But that's the plan, and I think that's the best thing that I can come up with.
I have a question. Is there any potted plants in that room?
No.
Unfortunately, not.
No.
Okay.
And if there is some healing, Talpy's down to 1 hit point.
I think this is a healing potion. I give the rejuvenating potion to the gnome.
Now, are you gonna drink it?
Sure, I'm gonna trust Mildred, even though she looks a little disheveled.
More so than usual.
I trust the homeless.
You are right to trust her. Yes, it is a healing potion. So, James, what is that? What's
2d4 plus 2.
points? Okay, 2d4 plus 2.
Do you want me to roll
Yep.
that?
Yeah, you feel free to.
2d4 plus 2. Okay. All right. Let's see what we get here. Not very good. Only 4 total. So I rolled 2
Oh,
ones.
okay. So now you're up to 5.
All right, so you're going to start the construction work?
Exactly.
Yeah, we're gonna bust up that table.
How many days of rations do we have?
Yeah, right.
I've got 2 weeks worth, and I'll share those.
And I'm going to need to see someone's contractor's license. Okay, so
It's on the dwarf.
that's right. Yeah, all right. So, and how many people are you guys are alternating who's going up there, right? One at a time? Is that the plan?
Yes, yeah.
Well, I think we gotta have maybe 2 up there to get the platform in place. Talpy, being the architectural expert that he is, kind of helps coordinate all of this.
And we do this by, first of all, you climb up using your climb wall skill, and then the rest of us get up using the rope. Is that the plan?
Well, I could just use the rope myself, and so there's a lot less chance of me failing if I use a rope. And so I say we put the zombies at the door, so nothing comes in and surprises us, and we get to work and see what happens.
Okay. All right. Well, James, I mean, this is like a door, and you can bust down
That's
a
right.
door, so it's gonna happen, and it's not gonna take all that
No.
long. If I recall I'm an expert on
You are.
doors, but the amount of time it takes, I could find that out. It's not going to take very long to bust down a door. There's actually rules on that. Not that
Is that
anyone.
page 91 of your notes?
It
Yeah,
might as well
exactly.
be, Brian. It might as.
Volume,
Section
right.
3, paragraph 4.
Right. Breaking down a wooden door.
In the roof.
Usually takes a full turn to break down a wooden door with axes and the like. Typically, this results in at least 3 checks for wandering monsters. But okay, so yeah, so it is usually about a full turn. It's about 10 minutes or so. So it's not going to take that long. So I assume the first 2 up there, if it's Father Glug, it was up there. And who else was up there?
The gnome. Because just because there's probably not a lot of room, and he can move around a little bit better.
Fair enough. Okay, so yeah, so that thing, so you start hacking away, and the more you hack away, more and more coinage starts to drop, and eventually you just sort of split open the thing. Coinage just all sort of comes streaming down like a waterfall, and James, right? I assume there's something wriggling
so it's
down below
right.
now.
So eventually, the inertia, all this comes down, and while you're prepared for it, just the sheer terror of seeing this now in the true light, you see a giant bone snake, a snake made of bone with a bone skeletal visage. So I'm going to need a party D6. So I'm going to, let's say, I think, Jeannie, it's on you. So roll a D6. You want to roll high. 2. Okay, well, you all are surprised.
Sorry.
No, wait, hey, James, there's a ranger. Does that matter? She's a ranger.
Well, yeah. Well, it's supposed to be 1 and 3 normally, but I guess 1 and 2. Okay, I'll.
Oh, it's 50%, right? It was being split in half.
It's a percentage for a ranger, I thought.
Well, it's 1 less.
be
It's 1 less
surprised.
not to be surprised. So it'd be 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I have a question. Does any fall damage apply to the?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah,
bones?
let me.
That's
a good point.
An ordinary snake, perhaps not,
What
because
percentage of being?
not so many things to break, but the bone.
Oh, I rolled an 8, which I think definitely fails. So I'm going to give it half damage here. So, well, I did half damage. It collapses, but it's not destroyed by its from its fall. It's normally achieved surprise on a roll to 1 to 3. Jeannie, being a ranger, subtracts it by 1 to 2.
I think it splits it based on percentage, doesn't it? Isn't it? She's only surprised 50% of the time. Normal. So I think it's actually.
She surprises. She surprises 50% of the time. She only gets surprised on a 1. That's for that. But
right.
I'm okay.
But isn't that surprise?
Well, you deduct 1 from it, so it would be 1 and 2. But I'd also say they knew it was there, so it wasn't like they were going to not see it. So I'm okay with her not being them not being surprised. So I guess it's
they knew, right? They were warned, right? I mean, that's right.
Yeah, they've been attacked twice. 2 of their guys almost died from it. So, okay,
Right.
so let's roll initiative then. So actions, Jeannie, what are you going to do? Well, you have to attack, so you don't have a choice.
Right, I'm gonna hit it with my longsword.
Tom, what are you doing?
I'm up in the rafters,
Oh,
so I'm gonna wait and see, and maybe see what happens, because I ain't jumping down.
Okay,
just yet.
Brian, what are you doing?
I'm going to yell down to the person closest to me and say, "Hey, try this." And I'm going to drop down my small mirror.
Okay,
Put this in its face.
nice.
Perhaps its gaze reflection might do something if that person's brave enough. I trust Mildred, so hopefully she doesn't get killed.
I try to catch the mirror. And also, I suppose all the zombies and the skeletons attack.
Steve, is that correct? Or what are you doing?
Yeah, I command them to
Okay,
attack.
so here's the skeleton. I mean, the creature rolled a 6. Jeannie, roll your d6.
Okay. 6.
Okay, so simultaneous, great. So Go ahead, Jeannie. You can make your attack.
Okay. I rolled the 14.
14. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to say it's a hit. Roll your attack.
Okay. And it's a giant creature, correct?
I think it's technically medium, but I'll give you giant. Why not?
Okay. So, 12 points of damage.
So you watch the ranger full of bloodlust and compelling to kill everything, and in the spirit of this thing, lop off the skull head. The bone snake collapses down, and it is no more.
Another severed head.
I know, this is shocking. Another severed head.
I don't want that goblin's going to be like really worn out.
All these severed heads. All right, Dan, what do they find?
They find just tons of treasure. So just lots and lots of treasure. So really the question is, the goblin wants to know if he can go now.
Right.
No.
Okay.
We still need to carry the heads back.
Yes, exactly.
So how are you guys leaving
Maybe
this
the
place?
dwarf.
How are you leaving?
Well, I'm going to
unless you're
stuff
not
my
leaving.
pocket.
How tall is the tower?
The tower is, well, each one was about 20 feet, so we're probably about 100 feet.
All right. I say the gnome climbs up the chimney with, if we have enough rope, tied to the spire. And there is at least one window on this place, right? In this tower. We'd have to break that window out, or, well... Well, we can
always the window.
Why can't we go out? Why can't we go the way we came up?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why can't we stairs?
I'm making this more complicated than it should be. So we could load up as much as we can carry. Raise the zombies and the.
You'll pack the zombies.
Yeah, right.
You might as well raise the dwarf so we won't have to carry him.
Well, he wouldn't. I doubt he would be able to move. He's going to be comatose for about a month, probably.
Yeah, it's like a week or so, or something like that.
I think he can move still.
He's bedridden at this point.
He's bedridden. Well,
so what we're going to do?
Should we have a skeleton carry him?
Yeah, I mean, you could probably figure out a way to put him in a sacks and kind of have the skeletons move that way. Probably the zombies would.
Crude stretcher.
Yeah, exactly. The undead stretcher.
And we could.
Yeah, we'll have the zombies carry him. Skeletons are better fighters.
And this is, and it's a spiral staircase. So, all right, an inclined plane really wouldn't help. Except for the dwarf, we could strap him to a small piece of board and drag him down the stairs.
I mean, I can grab the dwarf.
That's right. You're strong.
Yeah. I mean, carrying the dwarf is not the hard problem.
Well, why not just have the zombies carry the dwarf?
Yeah, either or.
have the zombies carry him.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll make our way back down the stairs with much as gold as we can have.
Was there anything other than gold that fell?
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of, goblets and, just, general treasure.
Well, picking out the more lucrative items, gems, and blah, blah, blah first, leaving, the pecking order of value.
Okay.
And if that is a polymorph self, one of us might be able to put a large enough creature into a pack animal that could fit through these stairs. And
we could just make a couple of trips up and down. I mean,
yeah.
I'm more concerned that the 5 guys who are still waiting in the tower of the other room are going to be at the bottom of the stairs. That's why I don't want to go too crazy, laying ourselves down.
Yeah, I don't want to be weighed down. We still got our rooms.
I think we got to clear this place out.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, it all cleared out.
Yeah, unless, like I said, unless there was like something special in that treasure pile, like a rings or that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No,
actually, the gnome is going to go over and start scooping up as much as he can, if anybody has a shield, and start shoving it down the chimney, and it should fall down to the bottom. if it's one giant chimney,
Yeah,
right?
it'll eventually fall down.
Yeah.
And that way we don't.
Of course, after the first pitching down, you hear it's just like a giant slot machine as it reverberates through the entire tower.
Right, and somebody would be down there to help.
Loud.
So we'd send somebody down to kind of gather it up, and somebody at top scooping it down, and that would be a faster way of getting it down.
Yes, good idea. We'll do that.
Did somebody go back up to the top? I can't remember.
So look up and see if we got everything fell down. I guess, I was thinking, can I lift the gnome before me and the gnome descend down from the plank?
Mm-hmm.
Just do you want to go up there to just make sure everything came down?
I'm a little bit fearful, but you know what? Let's go ahead and do it.
Well, stick your head up, just look really quick, and I'll pull you right back down.
Well, actually, since I didn't need the mirror, I'll use the mirror as a looking. I will look into the mirror, into the space, instead of sticking my head up.
Got it.
And see what I can see.
Taupi, you see a little table, and you see a book on the table.
Okay,
Oh.
so that's probably the spell book. So if I can make my way to it, I will give that. I will grab it. I'm curious about books, but most likely I'll give it to Mildred
Oh, thank you.
if it is a spell book.
It appears
So
to
I'll risk it and go and get it.
be. Yep. Yeah. Nothing grabs you. You've got what appears to be a spell book.
All right. Pack it away and head back down and start
So if
taking care of treasure.
go ahead, Dan.
Okay. So you
Well, I was just going to say,
go ahead, James. Well,
I think
turn it over to you.
this adventure obviously is a lot longer. You've completed the main quest, and a lot of your ideas are very good. You defeated the creature and one of the brothers. Getting out would be a little problematic, obviously with thousands of gold pieces, and then escaping. But this is a good ending point to this. You were successful in grabbing the main treasure, which is obviously the big part of this adventure, which a lot of people miss. So congratulations to the group for doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, you probably would be encountered by Diker and 17 men of his, including an ogre, and there probably would be some negotiations. My guess is you probably would get out of there with a lot of gold, but not all of it. It all depends on how you wanted to handle the situation. But yeah, congratulations. You found.
Thank you.
Yeah, you
What about
found
the girl? Where was she?
Well, so the girl is dead. So she was killed by the night things, which Tizun Thane had some night things. If you had gone to the north, where as opposed to the south, when you went through the secret door behind the throne, you may have ended up in that area. But sadly, she is gone. I actually forgot to do this. This is something I added. I meant to make one of the zombies have blonde hair, and I forgot to do that. Yeah. So in my add-on, I had the girl. In the module, she's just dead. And so
A nice touch, though.
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I wish I'd remembered it. So but no, congratulations to not trust, obviously, Sega Thane. He was a necromancer from White Dwarf. One of Luke Pulsifer wrote him up. Yep, and he's not very powerful, but he's meant to kind of scare you. He and Diker plotted to kill Tizun Thane. They paid an assassin, told the assassin that the assassin should kill Tizun Thane because Tizun Thane was plotting against the two brothers and against the bodyguard. They knew that the assassin would not get back past the Gwendico. Somebody said Gwendico. That's exactly what it was. Knew he wouldn't get past the Gwendico, and that the Gwendico would eat the brain, then get the information from the brain, and then would lead the bodyguard to believe that Tizun Thane had was plotting to kill the bodyguard and the two brothers, and would then kill Tizun Thane. It all worked. Coming through one of the mirrors, which is basically a gate, killed Tizun Thane, but the problem is then ate Tizun Thane's brain. And when the Gwendiko bodyguard Thrak ate Tizun Thane's brain, acquired all of his knowledge, it drove him insane. He also then realized that Tizun Thane had not plotted to kill him, the bodyguard, and that really sent him over the edge. And that was something that Diker and Sega didn't count on. They hadn't thought it through enough, and so they had this real problem. And so they didn't want to. They knew that basically he probably had spells of Tizun Thane that he could use, and they did not want to risk it. And so what they did was they would lay those parchments basically to lure adventurers into the palace, hoping that the adventurers would weaken Thrak and use up Thrak's spells, and then they could go in and take care of them. So, and then after that, they would have wanted to, each one would, they didn't trust each other. They would have, if both of those brothers had survived, they would have, one of them would have asked you to help them take care of the other brother.
So
there it is. So there it is.
Right,
But you took care of one of the brothers.
Sure did.
Like the worst one.
Well,
the
worse
worst
is, you know, what is...
Sega's
all
a pretty,
relative.
You know?
I mean,
I think
Sega's a
the
necromancer, so Sega's a pretty sick dude.
Yeah.
Diker's not a nice guy, but he's, you know, he's not terrible. Sega's
and
the sicko
because,
of
you know,
all.
I thought we were going to end at 6, but I apologize if you guys had to leave. Sorry about that. But actually, he had in the module.
No worries.
He had Fireball memorized, and so at 6:30 I told Dan, "Yeah, I'm going to cast Fireball, but you guys want initiative." So
Yeah, it got right. They spoiled
Yeah,
the spell, right? Yeah, because he had a lot of really good spells. He had sleep. You guys were spoiling a lot of those. And that was not a Niagara, whatever it is. It was a Necrophidius from the Fiend Folio.
Yes.
And actually, in this version, which is before it came out in the Fiend Folio, you could actually turn it. In this version, it was undead. Turns as a white. And I had one party who rolled the 20 and turned it, which you can't do with the Fiend Folio one. But,
So thank you so much. I hope you
Good
guys
job.
enjoyed this. Jeannie, it's always a pleasure. Great seeing you.
Yes, thank you.
Very much so.
Yeah, it's fun to play online. It's always
Very fun.
good.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the only, so just give a little quick notes. I know we're running very far behind. So a lot of times, so about the parties are 50-50 on whether they kill the goblins or they join the goblins. So I have had parties that have joined the goblins, who work together with the goblins to try to kill Thrak. But about half the party goblins and kill them. So.
So
Yeah,
we were
we had
somewhere
Hank
in
and
between.
Redbeard, so that was out of the question.
Well, Steve, thank you again. It was great meeting you and seeing you. Thanks again for being a patron.
Great meeting you.
And if you're on social media, is there a way people can find you if they want to talk to you?
I'm on Facebook under my name.
We'll post that if people want. Jeannie, always a pleasure to see you. We'll hopefully see you in a few months. Say hello to the angry dwarf for us, the drunken angry dwarf.
Well, he's upstairs cooking now. Normally, I'd be doing that, but he's doing it, so that's
I
fine.
may have an angry dwarf when I leave here. We'll see what happens. Tom, great seeing you again. If you're on social media, just let us know. We'll put that on. Martin, always a pleasure. Thank you. I know it's a little late for you. We've run a little late for you, but hopefully you're doing okay.
No worries.
It's great seeing you.
So can I just say one? Can I say one thing?
Likewise.
This is probably the first time I've been a player. First time I've been a player in about 40 years for 1E. I'm always the DM.
Oh, wonderful. Well, hopefully
Same
you
here.
liked what we did. Yeah, you're all good. I know a number of you are DMs, so it's always humbling to do that. And Martin, always a pleasure. And for those who don't know, he's done a lot of work on translating D&D into Swedish as well. So that's something, I know we've put the links out before. And Brian is our resident DM for our Grognard's Guild Online, and you can join him on Fridays. And maybe just quick 20 seconds on that, Brian, if you want.
Oh yeah, the campaign's going great. We just finished up session 7 right now of the Protectors of the Realm. Unfortunately, they got blasted with a fireball from a giant skeleton. One did not survive. Two were knocked unconscious, but they were able to escape. So at the moment, they don't know what they're going to be doing. They are currently in an arena of the orc trials. They've been captured, and they are entertaining the orcs right now by fighting in an arena. So it's going great. Every Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern time, and we go into 11. Unless people want to play longer, then I'll play longer. So you're welcome at any time. Check it out on the meetup. And we play on Skype through a group called The Unknown Lands. So if you're interested, check that out. I've got a lot of put a summary up every time we finish. All right, that's more than 20 seconds, so I'll turn it back over to you. It was great playing, and I appreciate you guys running this game. It was awesome.
Yeah,
thanks.
Sure
And if you guys go to BBC, I mentioned this on Grogtalk, but if you go to BBC Twitter, Dungeons and Dragons, you should be able to pull up a couple-minute video of Albie Fiore running the Halls of Tizun Thane, and it's the scene where they run into Sega Thane. Kind of something kind of fun to look at now that you've been through the adventure. So,
pardon. Take that again, please. On BBC Twitter.
Yeah, so it was a BBC. So I think if you Google BBC and Twitter and Dungeons and Dragons,
right,
you might be able to. Hopefully, it would come up. I mean, we can always
put that in the show notes.
Post that.
You can send that to me later,
right?
But. Yeah, and you can see Albie Fiore.
Yeah, I'll send you that link.
Running the game, and with one of them, he's running it for Steve Jackson, right? Isn't that correct? And Ian Livingston,
correct,
right?
Correct,
I think as well.
Correct.
Oh,
no, he's in the other one.
Okay.
He's in the other one. Yeah, but Steve Jackson is in the game. So and we don't know who the other two people are. We've asked Lou Pulsifer who knew those guys, but he didn't know who the other two were. So no one knows.
Well, thanks again. This was great. We're going to do this again in a few months.
Thanks.
Again, this is for our patrons. And for our dear friends, so we appreciate what they do. It's because of your support that this happens. So again, thank you for everything that you do. And so for Grogtalk, we've got a lot of we want people want to do more White Dwarf scenarios. So Dan, I know you'd be happy to do that. So we will see all next week on Grogtalk.
Absolutely.
Take care.